1 star coin? Are you serious right now? The girl behind the counter said it politely, the way you'd tell someone their card got declined at a nice restaurant. But the guy in line behind me didn't bother with polite. He laughed so hard he had to grab his friend's shoulder. I was standing in the middle of the energy building, holding a bottle the size of a soda can, and that bottle was the single cheapest thing in a building where everything else cost more than my entire life. Normal awakening potion, 1 star coin, 5% chance of doing anything at all. Behind me, on the shelf, sat the intermediate potion, 1 million star coins, triple the success rate. And above that, glowing red like it was proud of itself, the advanced potion, 5 million, 1 trificing. That's the rule. You drink 1 potion, ever, and whatever it gives you is what you are for the rest of your life. So yeah, 1 million star coins for a better roll of the dice, or 1 coin for the version that fails 19 times out of 20. Guess which one an 18-year-old orphan who just flunked his college entrance exams could afford. Spoiler, since you clicked on the title anyway, the 1 coin bottle woke up the lightning element. 1 in 10,000. The S rank of the entire nature system, out of the cheapest thing in a building where everything else cost more than my life. I didn't know that yet. What I knew was that the guy behind me was still laughing. I'd woken up on a city bus about 40 minutes earlier with a headache like someone was trying to unscrew my skull, and a driver telling me I'd already paid my fare. 1 star coin. That's what a bus ride cost. That's also what my future cost. I've had cheaper haircuts than my own destiny. The memories came in sideways, the way they do when your head is splitting. Ling song, 18, parents gone, exams failed. And then a TV screen in a noodle shop, a news anchor saying the words, "Superhuman successfully repelled the invasion of extraordinary creature," and a kid deciding right there that he was going to be one of those. Also, in the back of my skull, a much older set of memories that definitely did not belong to this body. Cubicle, rent, a convenience store run for snacks before a league match, headlights. The universe said, "Lol, no second chances, buddy." And then gave me one anyway, on a bus, with a headache. If I transmigrated, then I transmigrated. There was a potion in my hand and a line behind me, and I wasn't going to stand there having an existential crisis in front of a bunch of rich kids. Speaking of rich kids, oh, isn't this our class's lonely little prince? I didn't have to turn around. I knew that voice from 3 years of hearing it explain to teachers why the rules didn't apply to him. Li Tiancheng, family money, the kind that comes with a driver. He was holding the red one. The 5 million advanced piston, cradled in both hands like a baby he was thinking about naming after himself. And next to him, Li Meihua, also from our class, also holding a potion I couldn't afford, the intermediate one, the blue million coin bottle. She wasn't holding it like a baby. She was holding it the way you hold something you had to do something unpleasant to get. Her chin was up, and her eyes were somewhere else entirely, and she stood a very deliberate half-step away from him. You too want to become a superhuman? Li Tiancheng looked at the little bottle in my hand, and his mouth did something you could technically call a smile. With that, what a pipe dream. 5%, said one of the guys with him, doing math out loud for my benefit. That's not a chance, that's a donation. I looked at the bottle. I looked at him. And I heard myself say it before I decided to. What if I really awaken? The whole group cracked up. Li Tiancheng laughed the longest, because he could afford to. Then I'll congratulate you, he said, personally. Great, something to look forward to. The awakening chambers were down a level, a row of white capsules with staff in white coats standing around like they were about to launch someone into orbit. There was a line for those too. Everything in that building was a line. I got to watch 3 people find out who they were before it was my turn, and I'm going to be honest, it did not put me in a great mood. First was a kid, maybe 16, with 2 parents standing behind him holding hands so tight their knuckles had gone white. He drunk the intermediate, the million coin one. You could see the whole family's savings in the way his mother was breathing. The capsule opened. Nothing. No star, no light, no announcement. The staff member said the words gently, and the kid just stood there, and his father put a hand on his shoulder and didn't say anything at all, and they walked out past the line, past all of us, in that specific silence that follows people who just spent everything on a losing lottery ticket. 5%, 1%, 70%. The number doesn't care that you sold your apartment. Second was a girl who came out glowing faintly blue, nature system, water element. Her friends screamed. She screamed. Somebody was already on the phone telling her mom. Third was Li Tiancheng. His capsule hissed open, and the readout said Animal System, Wolf. The whole room went quiet in a way that was somehow worse than laughing. See, they drilled the rankings into us in school along with everything else. Nature System, the elements, the good stuff. Animal System, which gives you claws and muscle and a temper, and which is the weakest of the three, and which has this charming little side effect where the more you use it, the more you stop being entirely a person. Li Tiancheng had spent 5 million star coins to get the discount option. He held up his hands, and the bones in his forearms came out through the skin as claws, long and pale and curved, and I watched the shock on his face turn into something uglier while everybody around him tried very hard to look at the ceiling. And then it got so much better. Li Meihua walked out of her capsule with a soft brown light around her. Nature System, Earth element. Solid, respectable. She looked at the claws. She looked at him. And she said it right there, in front of everyone, in the flattest voice I have ever heard a teenager produce. The star coins I borrowed from you, I will find a way to return them. There's no possibility between us. Ma'am, he is standing there with bones coming out of his arms. He came at her, claws out, staff shouting, 2 guys in white coats getting between them fast enough to tell me they'd done it before. He didn't get within 3 meters of her, but I saw his face, and I want to be very clear about something. Whatever happened after that, whatever he did later, the exact moment it started was right there, in a basement, in front of a crowd, when a girl he'd bought a potion for handed him his own spine back. Then it was my turn, and honestly, after that show, I was expecting nothing. 5%, 1 coin. I climbed into the capsule the way you'd climb into a photo booth. The potion tasted like flat cola and pennies. And then something in my skull lit up. Not a flicker, not a spark, a star. An actual star, hanging in the dark behind my eyes, spinning slowly, and it was purple, and every hair on my body stood up at the same time. Awakening successful, the staff member said, and then he stopped talking. He had to read it twice. Nature System, lightning element. The room did not clap. The room made a sound like a stadium after a bad call. Because lightning is 1 in 10,000. Lightning is the S rank of the Nature System, the top of the top, the one every instructor mentions once with a sigh, and then never again because none of you will ever get it. Is there no justice, no law anymore? Somebody said out loud, and about 40 people agreed with him. 1 star coin, 5%. Cool, very cool. Love that for me. I got out of the capsule, and I did the thing I had been thinking about for the last 20 minutes, which was walk straight over to Li Tiancheng. He was still standing there with his claws half out. I stopped in front of him and turned my palm up and let a little arc of purple crackle across my fingers. Small, polite, nothing dramatic. Li Tiancheng, I said, come take a look. What is this? He didn't answer. He looked at my hand, then at his hands, then he turned and walked out, and his friends went with him, and nobody in that group laughed. I went home and spent the evening electrocuting my own wall. That's not a joke, that's just what happened. I stood in the middle of the room and threw sparks at the plaster until there were black smears all over it, and somewhere around the 12th try, the purple star in my head dimmed like a phone at 9%, and I had to stop. Which was fine. 12 was plenty. 12 was more than I'd had that morning. Then, sometime after midnight, my head split open. I want to be precise here, because at the time I genuinely thought I was dying. It felt like something was being pried apart behind my eyes. I got maybe 2 seconds of panic before I went out cold on the floor. When I woke up, there were 2 stars in my head. The purple one, spinning away, minding its business, and a white one. I lay there on the floor for a while, and then I did the thing you do, which is stare at it and think very hard at it, and the room came apart. In my head, not in the room. Suddenly I could see the whole room at once, behind me, under the bed, the shape of the dust on top of the wardrobe, a full sphere of it, about 10 meters out, with me in the middle. I could see the cracked mirror leaning against the wall without turning my head. Then I thought, rise, and the mirror lifted off the floor. I sat there on the ground with a mirror floating in front of me at 1 in the morning and had a very calm, very quiet moment of understanding. Everybody in that building got 1 star. I had 2. The white one had rules, of course. The seeing part was free, it just ran, all the time, cost me nothing. The moving part burned energy, and it could only lift what my own arms could lift, which at that point in my life was 2 textbooks and my own self-respect. Fine. 10 meters of seeing everything, for free, forever. You have no idea how many people were going to die because of that one detail. In the morning, I went looking for work, because a superpower does not pay rent, and I found it on a public board outside the bank, transporting special materials to Qinghai City, urgently seeking fire element or lightning element superhumans. That's how I met Team 7. Captain Zhou Ming was a fire element, mid-rank, trench coat, cigarette permanently attached to his lower lip. He was in the middle of asking my name when I said it, and the cigarette fell out of his mouth onto the table. Turns out when a 1 in 10,000 element gets awakened in a city of that size, the Superhuman Association hears about it before you finish your paperwork. I had been famous for approximately 14 hours, and I found out about it from a man scrambling to pick up a lit cigarette off his own documents. The rest of the team, Song Hai, wood element, suit, glasses, said about 9 words a day. Li Hongwei, earth element, built like a refrigerator with a nice personality. The benefits were real at least. Association membership meant 20% off in the energy building, plus a stipend, plus free transport to places where things try to eat you. They walked me to headquarters to sign, and behind the desk was a woman in a white dress who looked 25 and made every man in the lobby find something urgent to do with their hands. Zhang Wen. She ran the branch. She took my fingerprint for the contract and handed me a handbook, and she was polite in the specific way powerful people are polite when they've already decided you're worth remembering. Remember her. She shows up later holding my entire future in an envelope. Then they gave me my gear, which was a smartwatch that handled comms and payments and payroll, and a pair of handcuffs, superpower handcuffs. Snap them on somebody and their stars go dark. Their element doesn't weaken, it disconnects. A mid-rank monster becomes a guy in a bad mood. Naturally, I put them on myself immediately. I want you to picture 4 professional superhumans watching an 18-year-old cuff his own wrists in the middle of the office to see what happens. The connection to both my stars snapped off like someone had cut a wire. Total silence in my head. It was the loneliest 2 seconds of my life. Li Hongwei laughed so hard he had to sit down. And then, right as we were about to roll out, our 5th member showed up late. Baseball cap, dark glasses, crop top, shorts, a walk that suggested she knew exactly how late she was and had made peace with it years ago. "Little brother," she said, pushing the glasses up into her hair and looking down at me with the smuggest smile I'd seen all week. "Be good. Call me Sister May." Yang Mei, water element. She was 21, I was 18. She spent the entire first hour of the drive teasing me the way you tease a kid brother, and around hour 2 she leaned in with that grin and said, "What, you want to touch them?" "Yes," I said. "Dream on." "Fine, fine." So I leaned in too, and made a big show of breathing in, and said, "Sister May's natural scent really is unique." She went red all the way to her ears and hit me with the cap, and Li Hongwei had to pull over. I'm telling you about a woman hitting me with a hat because 6 months later, she'd be the reason I walked into a prison full of people who wanted me dead, and the whole thing started with a hat. The job was 2 days of driving to Qinghai City, and the route went through Blackwater Valley, which is where they were waiting for us. I found out because of the free part of my white star. I was half asleep against the window when the 10-meter bubble in my head registered something above and to the left, coming down fast, something the size of a car. "Captain, left!" Zhou Ming didn't ask questions. He put the wheel over hard, and the boulder came down through the space where our engine block had been half a second earlier and punched a crater in the road. "Not good," he said, already out of the seat. "It's an ambush." They dropped more rock behind us to seal the road, then smoke grenades. Then, out of the smoke, a lion roared. Li Hongwei slapped his palms on the asphalt and read the ground the way you'd read a page, and pointed up at the cliffs. 8, maybe 9, too heavy. Bandits. Real ones. They'd been fed our route by the Black Alliance, which is the polite name for the organization that handles all the crime a superpowered world can generate. And they'd been told there was cargo worth robbing. Their boss stood up on the rocks so we could all see him. Scarred face, big beard, and gave his crew an order I actually respected. "Don't kill them. I don't want to end up on the Superpower Association's wanted list." Then he sent a bear at me, a guy the size of a doorway with a bear phantom rippling behind his shoulders, animal system, and he came out of the smoke carrying a chunk of the cliff over his head. I hit him with everything I had, a full bolt dead center. He caught it. He stood there in the road holding raw lightning in his bare hands like a man wringing out a towel, grinning at me through it. "Good thing I awakened animal type," he said. "Bear." Then he explained, in some detail, that he was going to take my head to the Black Alliance and collect on it, and that with that money he could eat meat every day. Meat every day. That was the pitch. That was what my head was worth to him. So I had about 4 seconds to invent something, and what I invented was this. Instead of a bolt, I compressed it. I pulled the lightning tight and long, a meter of it, hard as a fence post, and I made a spear. The difference matters. A bolt hits you, and it's over. A spear goes in and stays in. You can't grab it. You can't throw it off. You can't wring it out. It's in your arm, still live, still burning, and every second it's there, it's still working. He saw it coming, of course. He was fast. But the free part of my white star had been running the whole time, and I could see his back foot. I couldn't lift a car with that thing. I could absolutely put 5 kilos of pressure on one ankle at exactly the wrong moment. He stumbled a quarter step. The spear went through his shoulder. He screamed and swung anyway, so I made another one and put it through his thigh, and then his other arm, and then his other leg, and when he was on his knees in the road, I walked up and clicked the handcuffs on him and watched the bear phantom go out like a blown bulb. Then I made one more, very small, a needle. I put it somewhere personal. "Weren't you very arrogant a minute ago?" I said, crouching down next to him while he made a noise like a kettle. "Weren't you going to take my head for a reward?" He wet himself. Anyway, that was my first fight. Young May's fight was going worse. I could hear it before I could see it, and when I came around the truck, she was backing up fast with a cat phantom bandit taking her apart. Speed type, claws. Every water spear she threw went through empty air where he'd been. So she stopped throwing spears and flooded the road. I don't know if you understand how good that is. She put down a thin sheet of water across the whole stretch of road and turned it into her house. She moved through it like it was pushing her along. He moved through it like it was grabbing at his ankles. I strolled in, dragging a handcuffed bear. "Sister May," I called out. "Did you miss me?" She told me later she wanted to kill me. At the time, she just yelled at me to help. So I helped. Lightning spear, and one gentle nudge on the cat's shoulder with the white star, right as he twisted, and he twisted into it instead of out of it. He went down on his knees in the water, and then I noticed something, and it was the first genuinely dangerous idea I ever had. Her water was on the ground. All of it. Connected. "Sister May," I said, "don't move." Then I picked her up. Full princess carry, both arms, right off her feet, and she made a sound I will be thinking about on my deathbed, and while she was still turning colors, I dumped every volt I had into the flood. Thunderpool. The entire road lit up. The cat went stiff, bounced, and stopped being a problem. And Yang Mei, held up off the ground by exactly one idiot with lightning coming out of him, threw a full volley of water spears from my arms and finished it. Then she boxed my ear and called me a stinky brat, and I pinched her calf and she chased me around the truck. Professionally, both of us. Association members. But here's the thing I actually took away from that fight, and it's the reason I want you to remember it. When I pulled the lightning back out of her water domain, my star refilled. Not a little, full. I had drained the volley through her element and come out the other side with more energy than I'd started with, and I stood there in a flooded road doing the math, and the math said, her water domain is my charging cable. I did not tell her this for a very long time. By then, Songhai and Li Hongwei had come around the far side, and the cheetah type who'd been leading the flank took one look at 4 of us and decided he had somewhere else to be. The captain was the last one still fighting, trading with the scarred boss up on the rocks. The man had a lion phantom behind him, and the 2 of them had beaten each other into a draw, both bleeding, both arguing about economics. "How much longer can your star energy last?" the boss said. "And what price can you afford to pay?" Zhou Ming said. Then I walked up with purple crawling over my hands, and the boss stopped negotiating and started running, which is the correct response. We lost more than half the regular guards. Not our people, the hired security on the trucks, guys with vests and no stars, who'd been sold to us as protection and were really just there to be the first ones the rocks landed on. The cargo made it to Qinghai City intact. That was the job. That was what we got paid for. I remember standing at the back of the convoy while they loaded the bodies, and Zhou Ming came over and offered me a cigarette I didn't take and said, "First one's the worst." He was wrong, but he meant well. The next week taught me what the Black Alliance actually is. On the drive back, Zhou Ming explained it while lighting a cigarette off the last one. Superhumans who decided the rules were optional. Burning, killing, robbing, for money or for fun or because somebody paid them. And, the captain added, glancing at me in the mirror, they had a standing policy about rare elements. If they can't recruit you, he said, they'd rather you were dead than working for us. Lightning is 1 in 10,000, kid. That's not a compliment, that's a target. Good. Great. I'd been a superhuman for 9 days and I was already on a list. We dropped the cargo in Qinghai City and handed the 4 bandits over to the local prison. Then we drove home. And on the way back through Blackwater Valley, we passed the cave where Han Tao and what was left of his crew were riding out their weakness period. That's the animal system bill coming due. They don't spend energy like we do, they spend themselves. Use it too hard and afterward you get a stretch where you're weaker than the average delivery driver, shaking in a hole in the ground, praying nobody walks in. Nobody walked in. We had a truck to deliver. I heard him telling his people to stay quiet in there. That's how it goes. Back home, my watch buzzed and told me I had 100,000 star coins. I want to explain what that number meant to a kid who had been counting single coins at a bus stop 2 weeks earlier. It meant I stood in the energy building with a 20% association discount and bought 10 superpower stones at 5,000 each, and it barely dented it. It meant I bought a thundercloud ring off the rack for 50,000, a real one, an actual artifact that amplifies lightning, and I still walked out with 20,000 in my pocket. Then Yang Mei picked me up in a red sports car, handed me 10 more stones out of her own stash, and told me my absorption rate was pathetic. You're not persistent enough, she said, pulling away from the curb. Also, you're moving in. I'm what? First floor of my place is empty. You live there, you keep it clean, you don't pay rent. Say thank you, Sister May. Thank you, Sister May. She told me why, eventually, on a night when she'd had 1 drink and I hadn't asked. Her parents were killed during a superhuman attack on the city when she was a kid. Not by monsters, by people. She survived because she was underneath them. She awakened later. She found the man who did it. She handled it herself. And she never told me the details, and I never asked for them. She looked at me and saw a version of herself with nobody to take him in. That's the whole story. That's why an 18-year-old with 2 stars and no family got a free floor of a villa and 20 free stones, and somebody to yell at him for being an idiot. So I went down to the basement to absorb them. And the first thing I did was test the soundproofing. Shu Lin has big breasts! Silence upstairs. Excellent. Soundproofing confirmed. Then I ate the stones and learned that the road to power is mostly disappointment. 10 stones into the purple star and the first 6 did absolutely nothing. Nothing. I sat there, feeling the energy dissolve into a star that shrugged and asked for more, and did the arithmetic. That was 10,000 yuan of my previous life gone, evaporated, for the experience of feeling slightly warm. Then 4 more and the star clicked from 1 to 2. Lightning, 2 stars. 10 more into the white one and it went to 2 as well. My detection sphere went from 10 meters to 20. The lifting strength didn't change at all. That scaled off my own body, and my body had not been getting stronger. It had been getting driven around in a truck. I celebrated by turning Yang Mei's TV off from the next room. Then on. Then off. She came down the stairs and told me I was a menace, and then I mentioned I'd gone up 2 stars, and she stopped mid-sentence. 2 stars, she said, from 20 stones. About that. 40 stones. That's what 2 stars had cost her. 40. I told her 20. Not because I'm a liar, but because at that point I still didn't understand what I had, and some instinct told me not to say the true number out loud in a world where people get killed for rare elements. That instinct was correct. Keep it in mind. It's the only reason I'm alive. Then I went back to my rented apartment across town to collect the rest of my things, and the door was hanging off its hinges. Inside was a mess. Not a burglary mess, a statement. Every piece of furniture was in pieces, the mattress was in strips, and the money I'd left in the drawer was still sitting there, untouched, because whoever came through that room had not come for money. There were claw marks in the wall, 4 parallel gouges straight through the plaster into the brick. Somebody had come to kill me in my sleep, on a night I happened to be sleeping in Yang Mei's basement instead. I stood there for a while with my heart going, and then I went through the wreckage and found the one thing in that apartment I actually cared about. A little box, and in the box, on a broken cord, the ring. Family ring. I'd worn it around my neck since before I could remember. The only object in the world that had anything to do with the people who made me. I picked it up to put the cord back together, and it jumped out of my fingers and slid itself onto my hand. Then it ate my thundercloud ring. I'm not being poetic. The 50,000 coin artifact on my other hand came apart into light and went into the old plain band on my finger, and the band absorbed it like a sponge taking water, and then it sat there, looking like a cheap piece of nothing. I tried to take it off for 10 minutes. It does not come off. Cool. Very cool. 50,000 coins and a family heirloom that eats jewelry. Love that for me. 2 days later, the news had a body under Shanghai Bridge. Female, earth element, 18 years old. Killed sometime in the night, covered in claw marks. Li Manhua, the girl who'd stood in a basement with a 1,000,000 coin potion in her hand and told a rich kid in front of everyone that there was no possibility between them. The case went to a district that wasn't ours. No suspect, no witnesses, just claw marks. I lay awake that night in a borrowed basement and put 2 pieces of plaster together. Claws on her, claws on my wall. Animal system, wolf. He hadn't just come for her, he'd come for both of us that same night, and he'd only found one of us home. I didn't say it out loud to anybody. Who was I going to tell? I was an 18-year-old with 2 stars and a theory. He was a family with a driver. I filed it. That's all you can do with something like that at that stage. You file it, and you get stronger, and you wait. Then my ring started burning. It happened while I was absorbing, and I nearly threw myself off the bench. The band went hot on my finger, and something came out of it into my head. Energy, but wrong, cleaner, like the difference between river water and distilled, and it split itself in 2 down the middle and went into both stars at once. Both stars jumped to 3, both, at once, from stones I'd already eaten. I sat in that basement for a long time working out what had just happened, and when I got there, my hands were shaking. The ring refines. Feed a superpower stone straight into your star, and most of it is noise. That's why the first 6 did nothing. That's why it took Yang Mei 40. Feed it through the ring, and what comes out the other side is pure, and pure goes further. Treasure. What a treasure. I had been wearing a divine artifact on a shoelace since I was 5 years old, and had almost pawned it twice. Yang Mei, meanwhile, came down and gave me 5 more stones off her own shelf because she'd gone up to 6 stars on water and had spares. And she sat on the stairs and lectured me very seriously about pacing myself. Don't absorb too many at once, she said. Your body needs to adapt. Take a week. 2. Sure, I said. I was at 3 stars in both elements, and I'd had my powers for 11 days. Then, the textile factory blew up. There's a part I didn't know at the time and found out later, and it's the exact moment this stopped being about superpowers and started being about a specific person I was going to ruin. While the factory was burning, Li Tiancheng was in his family's villa with a glass of wine, watching it on TV. He'd ordered it. The owner wouldn't sell him the property, so he had it set on fire, and then he made a phone call and told his people to interfere with the rescue. Not to escape, to interfere. Because, and I want you to hear this the way he said it, the more people died, the bigger the incident, and the bigger the incident, the faster the owner would sell. He also, sitting there with his wine, admitted to himself what he'd done to Li Manhua. And then he raised his glass at the television and said, "Superhuman Association, I hope you don't disappoint me." We got the call at 9 at night. Yang Mei wrapped both of us in rings of water. That's her trick, spinning bands that boil off before the heat reaches skin, and we went in through the loading dock into a building that was one solid wall of orange. And then I found out what my white star was actually for. I'd been thinking about it as a fighting tool, a nudge, a trip, a shove. But a 60-meter sphere that sees through smoke and walls and floors in a burning building is not a fighting tool. It's a map of where everybody is. I ran that building like I had the blueprints. Pantry off the 2nd floor east corridor, 2 women behind the door. Storeroom under the stairs, 1 man. Tea room on 3, 4 people flat on the floor under the smoke line. 20-plus people out on trolleys in 10 minutes. Yang Mei stopped asking questions somewhere around the 12th one because my explanation had become, every building's pantry has a survivor. It's a statistical thing. And she'd started looking at me the way you look at a magic trick you've decided not to ruin. We were crossing the yard when my sphere lit up above us, and I shoved her in the chest, hard, and she went down swearing, and a fireball came through the space where her head had been. 2 of them on the roof. The first one was maybe 1 meter 6, with a child's face and red hair and fire crawling up both arms. Blaze Kid, they called him. Not a child, I checked. That's just his face. The second one was 1 meter 8 and wearing a wrestling mask with an ox phantom behind him you could feel in your teeth. Iron ox. They weren't there to escape a fire. They were there to make sure the fire won. So I threw a lightning spear at the fireball and split it. An iron ox caught my second one out of the air with his bare hands. Caught it. Actually caught it. And I looked at him standing there, holding a live spear, and I thought, fine. New plan. Explode. That's a thing I've been working on and had not yet had a chance to use. The spear doesn't have to stay a spear. If I stop holding it together, all of that compressed lightning goes off at once, and if it happens to be inside somebody's hands at the time, that's between them and physics. Blaze Kid took the blast at 8 meters and coughed blood. Then Iron Ox grabbed the corner of a building. Not a wall, a building. He got his arms around a 2-story structure at the edge of the yard, and the ox behind him screamed, and he tore it out of the ground and threw it. Later I learned the strength wasn't his, it was the mask, an artifact, and a good one. At the time, all I knew was that a building was coming at me, and I had about a second, so I burned 4 spears into one spot in the falling wall to hollow out a pocket and got in it and let a house land on me. It went very dark and very loud. Then I dug an arm out of the rubble and yelled, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, I'm still alive." Young Mei came back over the wall throwing water at fireballs, and I said the only sentence that mattered. "Sister Mei, charge me up a bit." She put down her domain. I pulled the current back through it. My stars filled, and that was the exact second she found out I was at 3 stars, because you cannot quietly siphon 3 stars worth of energy off a woman standing 2 meters away. She yelled at me about it for a week. Blaze Kid went down first. Iron Ox went down when the mask went dark. And then, kneeling in a burning yard, both of them said the magic words. "We surrender." I made them cuff themselves. I want that on the record. I stood there and let 2 arsonists put the handcuffs on their own wrists, one at a time, and then I walked over and took the mask, and Iron Ox started crying. Genuinely crying. Enormous man, sitting in the ash, sobbing. Because, and he explained this himself, at length, to a very confused association officer, without the mask, everyone could see his face, and he had tiny eyes like grains of rice and a nose like a fingernail, and the mask was the only reason anyone had ever taken him seriously. I gave him a minute. I'm not a monster. Then I took the mask anyway. The interrogation gave us this. The client wore a mask himself, paid 200,000 star coins, and gave one instruction, which was to make the fire worse. 200,000. My entire escort job, the one where people died, paid 100. The Superhuman Association has too many rules, Blaze Kid told me, sulking in the back of the van. It's not free enough. Go be free in prison, I said. Joe Ming stood in the yard afterward looking at his own paperwork like it had personally offended him. You've been in the squad a few days, he said, and you've caught 4 criminals. Then Yang Mei, that traitor, told the entire team I was at 3 stars in under 2 weeks, and I got to watch 3 grown professionals' faces do the same thing at the same time. And across town, in a villa, a man with a glass of wine gave a very short order to a very quiet employee. Find out where Ling Song lives. 4 days later, Joe Ming announced we were going to the extreme cold land. I need to explain the world properly here, because everything after this happens inside it. Blue Star had what they call the supernatural revival. Plants, animals, mountains, lakes, things started evolving, not politely. They became extraordinary creatures, and they wanted our real estate. So humanity drew 4 lines and put 4 names on them. The extreme cold land in the north, which is ours, the endless sea region in the east, the boundless desert in the west, the misty forest in the south. That's why superhumans exist. Not to be famous, not to do escort jobs. Escort jobs are the day job. The actual job is the 4 regions. And here's the part that makes it work. Superpower stones only drop off creatures. You want to get stronger? You go where the things that kill people live, and you kill them first, and you pick up what falls out. Yang Mei went very quiet when the captain said the name. The most dangerous thing in the extreme cold land, Joe Ming told me, buying down jackets, is not the creatures, it's the other superhumans. I was carrying every bag, all of them. 5 people shopping, 1 person with 2 functioning arms and no seniority. We shipped out from the association by teleportation pod, and on the way up the stairs we passed Zhang Wen in a red dress, who looked at me for exactly 1 second too long and said, "Lightning element is quite interesting," and kept walking, and I stood there, wondering what that meant for the next 11 months. Then the pod on the second floor opened and Captain Guoliang's team came out of it, and they had been robbed. Monsters weren't the problem, people were on the way back, and they'd bought their lives with their stones, and they came out of that pod carrying nothing and looking at the floor. Nobody said anything. Zhou Ming nodded at Guoliang. Guoliang nodded back. That was the orientation. Inside our own pod, Yang Mei decided the mood needed fixing, so she leaned over and asked, sweetly, "Who's prettier, Zhang Wen or me?" Zhang Wen. The temperature in that pod dropped faster than the one at our destination. Song Hai immediately said something diplomatic. Li Hongwei just shouted, "Shu Lin is the most beautiful woman in the world," at the ceiling, which is why Li Hongwei got extra rations for a week, and I did not. The Extreme Cold Fortress is a city with a lid on it, walls, patrols, an energy shield over the whole thing, and inside those walls, using your powers is banned, full stop. Outside those walls, there is no law of any kind. A one-room apartment inside cost 1 common superpower stone per night. Per night. There were guys walking around shirtless in that cold because Animal System doesn't care, and women walking around in dresses because they were wearing 500,000 coin cold resistance artifacts, and everyone else was in 6 layers, looking miserable and normal. The captain's rules were short. Don't stand out, don't buy a snowmobile. Anyone rich enough to look rich out there, he said, is either strong enough to survive being robbed or about to find out they aren't. We went out the gate at dawn, and 40 minutes later I met my first extraordinary creature. It was 2 meters at the shoulder, white on white, and it was 7 meters behind Yang Mei and closing, and nobody had seen it because it was the same color as everything. I saw it because I don't see with my eyes. "Snowfield wolf," I said. "Behind you. It's stalking her. They always come from downwind, at the smallest one in the group," which was, in hindsight, an absolutely insane thing for a rookie who had never left the city to know. Song Hai's vines pinned it. I put 1 spear in its ribs and said the word, "Explode." It came apart, completely. There was nothing left except a fine red mist and 5 common superpower stones sitting on the snow. Silence. "He blew up the corpse," Li Hongwei said to nobody. "So fierce it even blew up the corpse." That's the economy out there, by the way. An initial rank creature gives you up to 5 common stones. A mid-rank creature gives up to 3 intermediate stones. And an intermediate stone is worth 300 common ones. 2 minutes later, my sphere told me there were 20 more wolves in a loose ring around us. I couldn't say that. I'd already burned. My one free, "How did you know that?" So I sat down in the snow and announced I was exhausted and asked if somebody else could scout for a bit. Li Hongwei put his hands on the ground and went white. Captain, there's no less than 100. And then, from somewhere out past the tree line, something howled, and every wolf in that ring flattened its ears at the same time. "Run," Zhou Ming said. I have never in my life, both at the part of the oven work, gotten off the ground faster. I was 6 meters ahead of the team before the captain finished the word. "Weren't you tired?" Li Hongwei screamed behind me. I did go back, though. Yang Mei was fading. Water isn't built for sprinting through drifts, so I took her pack off her shoulders and ran with both. Then the pack caught us in an open field, and we found out something useful. They were terrified of the captain's fire, so all 100 of them went around him, straight at the rest of us. Afraid of fire, huh? I thought, but not electricity. I made 12 spears. Then I made 12 more. Explode, explode, explode. That was the moment I stopped being a kid with a rare element and started being a problem. I didn't fight that pack. I processed it. Spear, target, detonate, next. Wolves were coming apart in the air like fireworks, and Yang Mei was standing behind me actively cheerleading, and Li Hongwei said, and I quote, "He's playing a match 3 game over there." Then my stars went dark. "Sister Mei, charge me!" She put down the water, and I drank it, and 30 seconds later she was on her knees in the snow saying, "I really can't be drained anymore. I'm going to be sucked dry." Then the Wolf King came. 5 meters, mid-rank. And when it hit the open ground, its entire coat turned from white to blue, and Zhou Ming's meteor fire rain, a mid-rank technique, a good one, the strongest thing on our team, went out in the air. Just went out, 20 meters up, like someone had blown out a candle. Extreme cold domain. It didn't block his fire, it unmade it. Then it breathed on us. Ice Blast took the whole team off their feet. Song Hai, Li Hongwei, Yang Mei, all down and not getting up. I got a lungful of it and coughed something warm into the snow and stayed conscious mostly out of spite. And because I was the only one still awake, I noticed the thing that saved us. When the fur went blue, when it was spending everything on that domain, its hide got softer. It couldn't do both. So I stopped trying to kill it. I put a spear through its left eye, then, while it was screaming, the right one. And then, because a blind wolf still had our scent and was still coming, I put the third one through its nose. That's a horrible thing to do to anything, I'm aware. I was 17 kinds of out of options, and it was 5 meters of muscle that had just flattened 4 people I liked. It stopped being able to find us. Zhou Ming got up off the ground with his face burned and put fire fists into it until it stopped. 2 intermediate stones, the first mid-rank creature Team 7 had ever killed, plus 300 commons off the pack. The split was clean. Captain took 1 intermediate and pushed his fire to 10 stars. The second went into the team fund, 70-odd commons each. Everyone else sat down to absorb. I went behind a tree and fed mine to my ring. Li Hongwei and Song Hai got to 6 stars. Yang Mei hit 6 peak, which is a wall. 6 peak to 7 can't be bought. No amount of stones does it. You have to meditate your way through. And some people meditate their way through their entire lives and die at 6 peak. That night, my ring paid out. The white star went from 6 to 7, straight through the wall. No meditation, no plateau, no ceremony. Mid-rank. The detection radius went from 60 meters to 500. And 2 new things arrived in my head fully formed. The way a word you've never used arrives when you need it. Space warp. I could be anywhere inside that 500-meter sphere, instantly, for almost nothing. And I could bring what I was holding. Space shatter. I could pick a point in that sphere and crush it. I tried the second one on a fir tree, quietly, at 2 in the morning, to see what crush meant. The tree stopped existing. It didn't fall. It became splinters and sawdust in a single, silent instant, and the sound it made rolled across the snowfield and woke up the entire camp. Zhou Ming walked out to the stump with a torch and stood there for a long time. "This person's strength is not simple," he said finally, to the team, in his serious voice. "Mid-rank at minimum, possibly stronger than me. We move out at first light." I rubbed my nose and agreed that yes, that was frightening. I did not sleep at all that night, but for a completely different reason than everyone else. 2 days later, we met Guo Lei's squad. 3 of them, and good ones. Guo Lei himself was mid-rank animal system, wolf. Ma Qiang was a bear, 1 step off mid-rank himself, and Li Jian was a light system, a healer. You have no idea what a healer is worth out there until you've been out there. They were fighting a second Wolf King and losing, and Zhou Ming offered a 50-50 split, and I opened my mouth and negotiated the one thing that mattered. "Healing first," I said, "for all of us, before the fight." Radiance came down over our team, and I watched the captain's burns close. We killed it together. Fire opened the gap, claws went in through the gap, everyone got paid. And then, while we were dividing stones, I heard the 3 of them talking about 20 meters away, and my free-of-charge 500-meter sphere heard all of it. They weren't planning to split anything. Ma Qiang was 1 push off mid-rank and needed stones. Guo Lei had noticed that our team's haul was the biggest thing he'd seen all season. And Li Jin had pointed out, helpfully, that a healer means you can afford to take a fight you'd otherwise lose, and that a hostage means you can take a fight you'd otherwise have to finish. He suggested Yang Mei because she was standing closest to the packs. So I made a decision that looked like cowardice from the outside. I stood behind Yang Mei for the entire fight, and I let her be in front of me, and I said, out loud so everyone could hear, "If I step in, there'll be no role left for you." It sounded like an 18-year-old being a smartass. It was actually the most useful thing I could have said, because it meant that when it started, 3 mid-rank superhuman were absolutely certain that the dangerous people in our group were the captain and the water girl, and that the kid was Noise. Song Hai's vines took Ma Qiang's legs. I threw a spear into his chest, and while it went off, while the flash covered everything, I used the other thing. Space shatter. Ma Qiang came apart. He didn't fall over. He stayed upright on his knees for a second and a half with his body coming to pieces along lines nobody could see, and then he stopped. Yang Mei went white. "How did you do that?" My hands were shaking so hard I had to put them behind my back. That was the first person I ever killed. I knew exactly what he had been about to do. It did not help at all in that moment. I don't know how I did it either, I said. Do you believe me? She looked at me for about 3 seconds. Yes, she said. She was lying, and I knew she was lying, and she knew I knew. Guo Lei ran. The healer covered him with holy light bullets, which are basically flashbangs made of religion, and they were 300 meters out and pulling away when I hit Li Jian in the back with a shatter he never saw and never felt land. He made it another kilometer before he came apart. Guo Lei survived the same thing because he threw his beast form up at the exact right moment and he screamed something across the snow about avenging them all, and then he was gone into the white. An hour later, I clutched my stomach, announced with great dignity that I needed to use the restroom, and walked behind a fir tree. Then I warped 500 meters, and 500 more, and 500 more. You can cover a lot of snowfield that way, and you can see every meter of it while you do it. I found him 20 minutes later, sitting cross-legged behind a ridge, meditating to stabilize a wound. He heard me coming. He was mid-rank. I was, as far as he knew, an initial rank kid with a party trick. He didn't even stand up all the way. He caught my spear in both hands, the way Iron Ox had, and he grinned at me and started explaining what he was going to do to my team. Initial, he said. You came out here alone, initial rank, to find me. Initial, I said. What if I told you I'm not initial? Explode. And then, before the light had even faded, space shatter. I took his intermediate stone and warped back, and came out from behind the tree looking enormously relieved, and Li Hongwei made a joke about the local water. Yang Mei didn't say anything. She'd been looking at her watch the whole time. Team comms show your squad mates as dots on a map, and she had just spent 20 minutes watching my dot jump 500 meters at a time in a straight line across the extreme cold land, and then come back. She didn't ask. Not that day. But that's the day she started knowing. On our way back to the fortress, we ran into Zhou Jun's crew at the gate road, 4 guys blocking the path, and their leader stepped out and shouted, "Robbery!" in a voice that suggested it was his first day. Then he saw the purple crawling around my fingers. "Cough, cough, it's all a misunderstanding," he said, and physically dragged 2 of his own men out of our way. "Big brothers, please, come in. Watch your step, the ice there is slippery." We walked through in complete silence. Behind us, I heard him hissing at his crew. "I'm here to lead you to rob people, not to lead you to your deaths." Back in Star City, my watch chimed with 400,000 star coins, and Yang Mei, who had decided that my collapse in the snowfield was because I was weak and undernourished rather than because I'd drained myself dry, made me a 10 complete great tonic porridge. The porridge deserves its own paragraph. It was brown. It moved when the bowl didn't. It had things in it that were, at some point, plants. She stood over me while I ate it, and I got a nosebleed at the table, which she took as proof it was working. That night, the ring paid out again. Lightning went 4, 5, 6. Space went to 8. I deliberately stopped the lightning there, because 6 stars in 3 weeks was already a lie I'd have to explain. The next morning, my door banged open at 6 a.m., and Yang Mei came in wearing a nightgown and screaming, "Su Yu, I'm rank 7! She got through the wall, 6 peak to 7, the one nobody can buy, in one night of sitting still with an empty head. She hugged me. Then she registered that she had hugged me and what she was wearing, and she made a sound and slammed the door hard enough to crack the frame. Through the door, I said, "Sleeping without a bra is comfortable, isn't it?" She did not speak to me until lunch. She did, however, give me 300,000 star coins after I offered a shoulder and foot massage, which I then spent on 175 common stones, not because I needed them, but because I needed a receipt, a paper trail, a reason for the numbers on my file to be going up that didn't involve the words divine artifact. That afternoon, the team chat got the following message from the captain. Ling Song, lightning, 6 stars. Yang Mei, water, 7 stars. Li Hongwei, what are the first? Song Hai, what are the first? Li Hongwei, giving money and sleeping in the same house. I seriously suspect you two have an improper relationship. Song Hai, +1+1. And when they demanded to know Yang Mei's breakthrough secret, I invented one on the spot. Total emptiness of mind. Absolute mental stillness. Think about nothing whatsoever. She'd spent that entire day making porridge. The captain took it very seriously and ordered the whole team to try it. For 2 weeks, every evening, two grown men sat in a living room trying to think about nothing, and I watched. 3 weeks later, the Black Alliance hit Qingyang City Prison. They came at 2 in the morning with 3 people, which sounds like nothing until you hear who. Luo Hua ran it, mid-rank, dark, and poison both, and the calmest person in that entire night. Li Jie was a mid-rank black rhinoceros, which is a very complicated way of saying he was the door. And then there was Li Bo, initial rank fire, who insisted, out loud, on an operation to actual criminals that everyone call him the Fire Emperor. When they refused, he threatened to start shouting everyone's real names in front of the guards. That's the level of professionalism we're dealing with. Warden Yang Ju got the alarm out. His wood element officer wrapped the whole complex in vines. They called Star City for help. And then Luo Hua flooded the prison with toxic gas and handed his own people antidote pills, and every man in every cell started drowning in open air. That's what we drove into. Our whole city mobilized. There was a sea of vehicles outside the association at 2:30 in the morning, and I got recognized about 4 times crossing the parking lot. Is that Ling Song, the one who awakened lightning? Which was the first time being famous was actively annoying instead of just weird. I took the wheel. Please, I told the team, trust my driving skills. Nobody trusted my driving skills. Correctly, as it turned out, but not for the reason they thought. Because our road ran through Blackwater Valley, and Han Tao was still living in it, and he'd had 3 weeks to think about the last time, I had 500 meters of vision in every direction. I could see every boulder on every ledge before they touched it. I could see which ones were loaded, which men were braced, where the second wave was stacked. So I drifted a 2-ton armored vehicle through a rockslide ambush like it was a video game with the level layout showing, and the entire team was screaming, and I was having a wonderful time. Then Han Tao got smart. He stopped throwing where I was and started throwing where I was going to be. So I hit the brakes. The boulder went sailing across the road 2 meters in front of the hood, hit the far cliff, and shattered. I leaned out the window. Please enjoy the show! And on the way out of the valley, I put a space shatter into the ledge he was standing on, quietly, without slowing down. I heard about it later from other squads. Han Tao spent the rest of that night sitting in the snow with cracks running up his arms, telling his men to retreat, quickly, retreat, and every other convoy from Star City came through Blackwater Valley that night without seeing a single falling rock. At the prison, the warden was losing. Luo Hua had opened with a toxic gas blade and then gone to toxic rain, and here's why that's vicious. The warden was a fire element, and meteor fire rain burns anything that comes at it in a mass. Toxic rain doesn't come in a mass. It comes as 10,000 droplets, and fire can't burn all of them, and the ones that get through don't need to be many. By the time we arrived, Yang Ju's lips were blue, and he was standing up purely because a light system officer was pouring radiance into him. We came through the front gate at speed. I put the vehicle sideways through the courtyard, and the captain rolled his window down like a man pulling up to a friend's house, and said, "Old shoe, need a hand or not?" Then we both saw the yard. Hundreds of them. Cell doors open, gas everywhere, and half the population of a superhuman prison already out and looking around. And that's when Yang Mei, 3 weeks into being mid-rank, still not entirely used to it, did the single most valuable thing anyone did that night: purifying water droplets. She pulled the poison out of the warden, just drew it out of him, and he came up off his knees shouting, "Ha ha, I'm back!" like a man who'd been dead for 10 minutes. Then she put a droplet into every officer in the yard, and the gas stopped mattering to our side entirely. That's the mid-rank threshold, by the way. Below it, you throw your element. At mid-rank, you can wear it. Flames engulfing the body, holy water guardian. It stops being a weapon you hold and starts being a thing you are. I went into the cell blocks. The Fire Emperor, was in the first corridor, 6 peak, throwing fireballs at a locked door. I put a thunderball through his fireball, through the middle of it, and the fireball came apart around it and kept going, and then it went off in his face. I cuffed him. Then I discovered nobody had the cell keys, so I put a thunder needle into the sleeping inmate inside, opened my sphere, and warped the Fire Emperor through a locked steel door into his own cell. He woke up in there some hours later. I like to think about it. The healer was harder. Li Tao, light system, spotted me 2 corridors down and did the smartest thing a support can do, which is scream. 2 animal system convicts came around the corner, and then it got very ugly very fast. Radiance in them, so they didn't tire and didn't stay hurt, and beast strength, so they were tearing steel cell doors off their hinges and throwing them at me down a hallway. A flashbang, a 200-kilo door, and a wall behind me. I made it by about 4 centimeters, and I made it because I could nudge the door 2 degrees off true in flight. Then I killed the healer. The how is not flattering. He was standing directly behind his own 2 bodyguards, safe, protected, doing exactly what a support is supposed to do. And I put a space shatter into him through them, because space shatter doesn't travel. It happens where you tell it to happen. The last thing he said was, "You 2 idiots," which was unfair. They were doing their jobs. I did those 2 with what I've come to think of as the electric waltz. A little current in the legs, a little more, and if you get the rhythm right, they don't collapse, they hop. "What's so good about convulsing on the spot?" I told them. "Jump for me." And that's when I saw the black hood. There was a figure moving through the far corridor in a black robe, and it was doing something the rest of the Black Alliance was not doing. It wasn't freeing prisoners, it was killing them, cell by cell. I stepped out into the corridor and it stopped, and after a moment it reached up and pulled the mask off. Li Tiancheng. "Ling Song," he said, "I've been hoping." And then he told me everything, unprompted, the way people do when they've been holding it. He'd wrecked my apartment. He'd gone there that night to kill me in my bed, and I hadn't been in it. And Li Meihua, he said her name, and then he said, and I remember this exactly, "Who told that bitch to dare to toy with me?" He explained the rest like it was a medical condition, which I suppose it is. Animal system comes with a passenger. The stronger you get, the louder it is. His had been telling him since the day he awakened that there were 2 people in the world who had made him small in front of a crowd, and that it wanted both of them. "I'm actually looking forward," he said, "to seeing you kneel on the ground and beg me for mercy." Then he walked into my lightning. And nothing happened. Under the robe, he was wearing armor. Not bought, made. Black tortoise soft armor, forged out of his own father's shell, packed with intermediate stones, and it threw up an emerald shield that regenerated faster than I could break it. His gauntlets were called Cracked Claw, also stuffed with intermediate stones. And on his feet were shoes called Shadow Leopard, which gave an initial rank animal system user mid-rank speed. Let me put it plainly. His family had spent enough money to buy a district and used it to forcibly upgrade a weak son into something that could stand in front of a mid-rank and win. He came in fast, and I lost a piece of my chest getting out of the way. Space warp, 500 meters, and I stood in a stairwell with blood coming through my shirt, doing arithmetic. Space shatter cracked the shield. The shield healed. Lightning glanced off. My energy was going down, and his was not. I was, and I want to be clear about this because it matters, about 9 seconds from running away. And then my ring caught fire on my finger. 170 stones worth of refined energy, all at once, dumped straight into the purple star. Lightning went from 6 to 7. Straight through the wall, no meditation, no plateau. Mid-rank. And 2 things arrived at the same time. Wrath of Thunder, the mid-rank body-wearing. Lightning crawling over my skin, in my hair, in my eyes. And Thunderbolt, which means I looked up at a ceiling, and, several floors above it, dark clouds started turning. The first one came down through the roof and cracked his armor. He was actually smiling when he saw it hit because it only cracked. So I did the second one differently. Space shatter first, a fraction of a second first, just enough to open the seams. Then the sky. The armor detonated. Emerald fragments went across that yard like glass off a windshield, and Li Tiancheng stood in the middle of it with his mouth open and said, "How could it have shattered?" And then he was just a rich kid with a wolf inside him and initial rank stars. I hit him once with my fist, with the lightning still on it, and it locked him up solid, and then I put a thunderstorm on the spot where he was standing, and there was nothing left of him at all. The armor survived. The gauntlets survived. The shoes survived. I picked them up. And then my ring came off my finger, by itself. It slid off and stretched out into a small brown snake-looking thing, about the length of my hand, and it turned around and looked at me. It had a face, it had opinions, and then it swallowed the black tortoise armor whole. Then the gauntlets. Then it burped, and 2 little horns came out of its head. I stood in a burning prison yard with blood down my shirt and said, out loud, "Are you a dragon?" It nodded. Then I said, "Those horns are extremely visible," and it thought about that and put them away and got back on my finger. I kept the shoes. Shadow Leopard resized itself to my feet and then, politely, asked what color I wanted. I said black. Out on the main square, both sides had stopped fighting. 2 bolts of sky lightning had come down inside a prison in the middle of a battle, and every single person out there, guards and convicts and Black Alliance alike, had gone completely still. "Did they also have a mid-tier lightning element user?" somebody said. And Luo Hua, who was a professional and knew exactly how rare that is, said the thing that saved my cover for another 9 minutes. "Shouldn't all mid-tier lightning element users be on the front lines?" Then I arrived on the square, wearing shoes that had, halfway across the yard, decided to become black stiletto heels. "You are not allowed to change forms while I'm fighting," I told them, mid-sprint, "or I'll melt you down." They changed back, sullenly. I still hadn't shown the lightning, so for a while I fought a prison yard with one finger. That's not a boast, that's literally what it looked like. I'd point at a man and put a needle of current through a nerve and he'd fold, and to everyone watching it looked like an 18-year-old was walking through convicts poking them over. And then a voice from the crowd said, "Even if I die, I'd still recognize you, Ghost Feline," and behind him, Shadow Grizzly. Out of their cells thanks to the gas and the open doors, and both of them extremely enthusiastic about telling everyone in earshot that the kid in front of them was only initial rank, which was helpful of them. I put about a dozen convicts on the ground in the time it takes to describe it, and then I walked over to the 2 of them and snapped my fingers. "Last time I spared your lives," I said. "I didn't expect you wouldn't cherish them." Then Luo Hua, watching all this from the wall and reading it as, "One initial rank brat is embarrassing us," sent the black rhinoceros to the kid's side of the playground. Li Jie was mid-rank, 4 meters of armored muscle with a horn on the front. I led him away from the crowd and, out of pure curiosity, punched him. "Holy crap, that hurts," I said, shaking out my hand. It had gone bright red. Then I turned on Wrath of Thunder. The whole square saw it, purple crawling over a kid they'd all just been told was initial rank, lighting up the walls. Lightning Blade took the tip off his horn. Thunderbolt did the rest. "Since I've been exposed," I said, to nobody in particular, "I won't pretend anymore." Luo Hua called the retreat about 4 seconds later. Warden Yang Ju, meanwhile, had lost all sense of proportion. "I don't care about performance reviews this year," he screamed across his own courtyard. "Kill them all!" So I started dropping thunderstorms into the crowd, and about 30 seconds later he came sprinting over waving both arms and revised his position. Not all of them. If I killed all the prisoners, I'd be a warden with no prison. I'd be a bare-bones warden." Then the rest of the city arrived. 20 squads, headlights across the whole approach road, and the Black Alliance went from raiding a prison to being in a bag. I heard one of the other captains say it to Zhou Ming while they were loading the wagons. "A mid-tier lightning element user. Captain Zhao, you truly got an incredible bargain." Zhou Ming didn't answer. He just lit a cigarette and looked at me for a long moment across a yard full of bodies. I was 3 weeks past my 19th birthday that never happened, and I had killed the boy who used to laugh at me in a hallway, and I did not feel one single thing about it. That's the part nobody warns you about. Then the sky went dark, and I found out what a high rank actually is. Li Tiancheng's father had a scar on his hand. When the black tortoise soft armor shattered, the armor made from his own shell, that scar opened. That's how he knew. Li Changyuan, head of Li's transport group, went into full beast transformation over his own city and came to Qingyang prison as a black tortoise the size of a building with wind under its shell. Behind him came Zhang Wen, standing on an ice lotus, 14 stars, elemental domain already spilling frost across the countryside for a kilometer in every direction. And behind both of them came Song Ming, who ran the Black Alliance in Star City, high-rank Wind, a man they called Prodigal Ming, coming to watch. 3 high ranks converging on one prison in the middle of the night. The tortoise came down on the vine wall and took it apart with one motion, and then it did the thing that isn't fighting at all. It's weather. Beast might. Every initial rank in that yard went face first into the dirt. Every mid-rank buckled into a half-crouch. Hundreds of people, guards and convicts and association squads, all of them suddenly on the ground because something above them had decided they should be. I stayed standing. Wrath of Thunder, teeth locked, but standing. "Where?" the tortoise said. "Where are you?" Nobody answered because nobody knew. So it picked a mid-rank at random out of the crowd and asked him. I don't know, the man said. The claw came down and there was nothing left of him but a shape in the ground. Then it picked another one, and this is the part I still think about. Captain Yen Sen, Superhuman Association, one of ours. And Yen Sen understood immediately that the answer didn't matter, that I don't know was what the last man said. So he did the only thing left. He walked. Deliberately. Over to where the Black Alliance people were pinned in the dirt and stood in the middle of them so that whatever came down would take them too. Then he looked up at that thing and shouted, "Old bastard! Li Tiancheng is dead! Ha ha!" The claw came down on all of them. His squad started screaming his name over and over, faces in the dirt, unable to stand. And then the tortoise said, "None of you will leave today. Who is the murderer who killed my son?" And it chose Yang Mei. I want to describe exactly what she did because I've never told anyone this part. She didn't beg. She didn't scream. She turned her head, found me in the crowd, and said in a completely normal voice, "Ling Song, don't forget what you promised me. Don't look at my body." "Wait," I said. "I know." I'd like to tell you I would have stepped forward anyway. I've had a long time to think about it, and I don't believe I would have. If it had picked anyone else in that yard, I would have kept my mouth shut and lived with it. It picked her, so I talked. "Let everyone go," I said. "Then I'll tell you." It laughed at me. Of course it did. So I gave it 4 words. Black, tortoise, soft armor. The laughing stopped. "Isn't it just letting them go?" the tortoise said. "No problem." Yen Sen's squad started screaming at me instead. "Why didn't you come out sooner? Our captain wouldn't have died." And they were right. And I didn't have an answer. So I asked the tortoise to press them back down into the dirt, along with the entire Black Alliance. And it did. Because I had the one thing it wanted, and it was willing to do favors. I made them load Yang Mei and the captain into a vehicle. Before they went, I took one last charge off her water domain, and she held on to my sleeve for a second, and I told her to go. Then I stalled. Weather, the prison's architecture, anything until I could feel our vehicle's dot get far enough away. "Li Tiancheng is already dead," I said. "That's a pile of useless information," it said. "Everyone here has worked that out. His black tortoise soft armor is shattered." Silence. "You," it said. "You're the one who killed Hui. That's right." And because at that point I was going to die anyway, I added, "Also, his body has already been destroyed by me. There isn't any of it left." The claw came down and froze in the air. Frost went up it in a wave, and Zhang Wen came down through the sky on her lotus and said, "Li Changyuan, who allowed you to lay hands on a member of my superhuman association? Here's the law, and it's the only reason anyone the low high rank is alive anywhere. A high rank may not strike a low rank. Not may not without consequences. May not. Every low ranker you kill, you pay for by hunting an advanced creature, and the bill is not negotiable. So I did the only smart thing available and got extremely annoying. Li Tiancheng released prisoners," I said, loudly, so everybody could hear. "He attacked me. I was almost killed. I was forced to kill him in self-defense. I'm very innocent." And then, because I couldn't help myself, "Also, why don't you mention that your son was wearing a damn tortoise shell?" "That's my tortoise shell," it roared. And there it was, in front of 40 squads and the head of the local association. An initial rank kid wearing a high rank's shell into a prison break. Zhang Wen's face did something wonderful. The tortoise couldn't touch me after that. So it did the other thing. It put a price on my head. 30 million star coins posted through the Black Alliance. 30 million for an 18-year-old. And Song Ming, standing on the wall, did the math and decided that 30 million was worth exactly one favor. He didn't fight for anyone. He just tangled his wind domain into Zhang Wen's ice domain and held her for a second and a half. The claw came down again. I burned a thunderbolt into the shell, and it cracked something the size of a coin, which is what a mid-rank buys you against a high rank. Then my ring went hot, and a wall of earth came up out of nowhere, and the world ended. Everyone thought I was dead. Li Chongyuan flew off satisfied. Zhang Wen told her people to arrange a funeral, and then, quieter, he seems to be an orphan, handle it properly. Yang Mei went into the crater with her bare hands. She found me at the bottom, intact, breathing, with most of my skeleton in the wrong shape. Purifying water droplet to stabilize. Then the prison's light system officer, Li Guang, emptied himself into me until he fell over. And Zhang Wen stood over the hole and said to 40 squads, "No one is allowed to leak the news that Ling Song is alive. Anyone who does will be punished as a traitor." I woke up days later in Yang Mei's villa with no ring on my finger. It had moved. It was inside my head, lying on its back on top of my 2 stars, asleep, with its little legs in the air. And then it talked. Turns out that's what all the eating was for. It had spent that entire prison yard's worth of artifacts, the armor, the gauntlets, all of it, plus everything it had saved, on 2 things, waking up and putting a wall between me and a claw. So my compensation was 0 energy. What I got instead was better. Refinement went from double to triple, and there was a new trick. It could lick a star, and that star would refill. Instantly. Once a day, per star. I said that seemed like a small return for 170 stones. "If you think it's too little," said the dragon from inside my own skull, "then give me more energy to eat." At one point I had to release a mid-rank technique to walk to the bathroom, because every bone in my body was broken, and Wrath of Thunder held me together. Yang Mei caught me in the hallway, lit up like a storm. "Who releases mid-rank abilities to go to the bathroom?" She made me turn it off. The pain that came back was educational. She fixed it, eventually, with a water droplet, but only after saying, "You deserve it." Then the captain messaged the group, "When you go out, cover your face." 30 million. In a world of superhumans. There is no version of Star City where I get to keep living in it. Zhang Wen told me straight, which I respected. "I can't protect you. I'm tied to this branch." Then she gave me the answer. The extreme cold land. Because here's the second law that keeps this world standing. A high rank may not retreat into a low rank zone. Anyone who withdraws from the front to a low rank area is a coward and a deserter, and the punishment is worse than whatever they were running from. Li Chongyuan couldn't follow me there. Nobody's grandfather could. The most dangerous place a person can go was, for me specifically, the safest. She also gave me an envelope. A recommendation letter, addressed to the principal of Modu Superpower University in the demon capital. "Do not open it privately," she said, "or it becomes void. Classes start in 2 months. And do not, under any circumstances, register with the association in Modu. They'll hand you over for the bounty inside a week." Oh, and Li Changyuan got punished, officially. He was forcibly reassigned to the deep zone of the extreme cold land, where the real things live. Remember that. It matters later. The last night was the farewell dinner. Yang Mei cooked for 4 hours. Li Hongwei took one look at the table and said, "Our treatment compared to Ling Song's is worlds apart," which was true and which he said with his mouth full. Afterward, I gave her the shadow leopard. I'd had it change into white flats because she'd never wear black stilettos to a job. She refused. Obviously, she refused. So I picked her up, warped us both to the roof of the villa, let her look at the whole of Star City lit up from 600 meters away, and warped us back down before she finished screaming. "That's my second element," I said. "Space. You're the first person alive who knows." She took the shoes. We spent most of that night warping around the city, which I now realize was extremely reckless. Zhang Wen's domain registered 2 flashes she couldn't account for, and decided she was tired. And then, later, she came down to the basement on her own. I'm not going to describe it. There's a version of me that would, and he's an idiot. It was quiet, and it mattered. And in the morning, I left without waking her up, because I'd already tried to say goodbye twice, and couldn't do it. She told me, much later, that she'd been awake the whole time. I turned in my watch and my handcuffs at the association. Zhang Wen pushed both back across the desk at me, and added a medal. 1 free teleport out of the extreme cold land. 1 use only. Don't waste it. "I look forward to you becoming a powerful superhuman," she said. "Go." While I was standing at the pod, another wrecked squad came out of it. 4 people, no packs, the way Guo Liang's team had. One of them looked at me standing there alone with a single bag. "Are you planning to go to the extreme cold land by yourself?" I said yes. They looked at each other, and then they walked past me, and none of them said anything else, and one of them shook his head the whole way down the hall. Teleport destinations out there are random, by the way. You don't get to choose your fortress. I stepped into the pod aimed at the only place in the world that was safe for me, and I came out at Extreme Cold Fortress number 55, which I had never heard of, 400 kilometers from anyone I knew. I got there in the middle of a beast tide. I felt it before I understood it, the floor of a fortified city vibrating, and then the gates were full of people running in, and behind them, out on the snowfield, was the horizon moving. Not a pack, a tide, thousands of them. The garrison commander was a high-rank wind named Li Gang. He came out over the wall, threw up a wall of wind that stopped the leading edge like a hand stopping a dog, and then he went back inside and the gates closed. That's it. That's the whole defense. The wall does the work. And then they brought out the prisoners, hundreds of them, cuffed, marched up onto the wall in front of the whole fortress. A guard unlocked the handcuffs, every one of them, one at a time, and then they threw them off the wall into the tide. Survive the beast tide and your sentence is served. That's the rule. That's a real, official, written down rule. Nobody has ever survived it. And the entire fortress climbed up on the wall to watch, with drinks, cheering. "Brother," one guy was screaming down at a man who had maybe 40 seconds left. "How many superpower stones we can pick up later all depends on you guys." I stood up on that wall and watched an icefield bear go through 9 men in a row, and an ape the size of a delivery van pulled the wall's own stones out to throw at people, and I understood the local culture entirely within 4 minutes of arriving. Because when the tide broke and pulled back, the snowfield was carpeted in superpower stones. Thousands of them. From the creatures, from the prisoners, from everything that had happened out there. And the gates opened, and the entire fortress ran out to fight each other over it. That's the real event. The tide is the appetizer. I walked out into a field where 300 superhumans were about to start murdering each other over gravel, opened my sphere 500 meters wide, and said, "Rise." Every stone inside that radius came off the ground at once. Picture it, a snowfield, 300 people, and every single superpower stone in half a kilometer floating up into the air over their heads simultaneously. Then I dropped half of them, deliberately, straight back down, all over the field, into everybody's hands. I'm not stupid. If I took all of it, I'd have 300 enemies. If I took half and gave them a windfall, I'd have 150 people who were confused and slightly ahead. The other half went into my pack. "Sorry, brothers," I said. "I'm leaving first." They put a vine prison on me, and an ice binding, and about 9 attack skills. I warped 400 meters before any of it landed and waved at them from the top of a snowbank. "Hello there." 5 of them followed me anyway. 3 mid-rank, 2 initial. The initial rank fire in the back died first, and he died without anyone seeing a single attack, one moment running, next moment coming apart in clean lines, and there was nothing in the air to explain it. One of the others turned around and ran, and I let him go. The last 3 decided to break off. I didn't let them. Word gets around, and a man who chased Ling Song and lived is an advertisement. 3 lightning blades and 3 space shatters at the same moment. They came apart in the snow. "This," I said to nobody, "is the extreme cold land." Scavengers were on the bodies within 10 minutes. I heard one of them yelp, "Oh my, there's electricity," from 300 meters away. On the way back to the gate, I passed the big shirtless guy who'd explained the tide to me on the wall, the one who'd been genuinely helpful to a stranger for no reason. I dropped 1 intermediate stone and about 10 commons in the snow behind him and kept walking. Not more. Giving a man too much out there isn't gratitude, it's a death sentence with a bow on it. The hotel inside the walls cost 5 common stones a night, and the owner, Li Jianhong, told me to get out if I couldn't afford it, in exactly those words, before he'd even looked up. Then I put the pack on the counter and it fell open. I have never seen a human being change temperature that fast. I got the good room. I got tea. He offered to carry things. Then I went upstairs, and the dragon woke up and drained the entire pack in about 9 seconds and went back to sleep. 1 second, I was a rich man. The next second, I was penniless, and a small dragon was snoring in my head. There was a knock at my door around midnight, offering a service I declined. Through the wall, I could hear the bearded man in the next room negotiating for the same service, at length, unsuccessfully. Welcome to the extreme cold land. I spent the next 2 weeks alone in the snow, and it made me very good at 3 things. The first was disappearing. 4 men followed me out of the fortress on day 1, and I let them get close, and then I lifted every loose snowflake within 30 meters into the air at once. A whiteout from nothing, with me at the center of it. They spent 20 minutes digging through drifts looking for my body. The second was hunting. 3 snowfield wolves is 6 common stones and about 90 seconds. A pack is a morning. It's a job like anything else, except your fingers go numb and you have to stop and burn a fir tree down with a space shatter just to feel your hands again. The third was picking my fights, which I learned from a red-haired ape. It opened by throwing a tree stump at me from 100 meters out. "Are you serious, buddy?" I shouted at it. "I'm still 100,000 li away." Then it caught my lightning blade. Not blocked, caught, in one palm and threw it back at me. Then its fur turned red, which is the local way of saying you have made a large mistake. That fight took 40 minutes, and it was the closest I'd come to dying since the tortoise. Here's what 40 minutes looks like against something that hits harder than you, moves faster than you, and does not get tired. It threw trees, not branches, fir trees, whole, roots and frozen dirt still hanging off them, from 80 meters out at a flat trajectory. The first one I dodged by warping. The second one I dodged by warping. On the third one, I finally understood that it wasn't aiming at me. It was aiming at where the snow was. It was clearing my ground, so I'd have nothing to hide behind. An intermediate creature was outthinking me. So I stopped trying to hit it and started doing sums instead. It could catch a lightning blade with its hand. Fine, so no more blades. It could see a thunderball coming and move. Fine, so no more balls. But it could not see a space shatter because there is nothing to see. There's no flash, no line, no sound before the impact. Just a point in the air where I decided something should stop being whole. Warp. Shatter into the left shoulder. It spun looking for the shooter. Warp. Shatter into the hip. It roared at a tree. Warp. Shatter. Same shoulder, and this time the arm came down and stayed down, and its fur went from red to a darker red, which I have since learned means the thing is spending its own life to keep fighting. It stopped throwing trees at me and started throwing them at where I had been standing 4 seconds ago, which is when I knew I had it, because a creature that fights your past is a creature that has run out of present. By the end of it, there was no forest left in that stretch. 200 meters of stumps and churned snow, and one very large ape breathing in a hole it had made itself. I didn't get clever with the last hit. I walked to 11 meters, waited for the arm, and put a lightning blade through the space it left open. 2 intermediate stones. I sat down in the wreckage of a forest, ate a compressed biscuit with hands that wouldn't stay flat, and worked out the lesson, which is the only reason I'm telling you this at all. I don't win because my techniques are stronger. Mine aren't. I win because I get to choose where I am, and nothing else on that snowfield does. And then, 4 days later, I heard a woman screaming for help. Now. In Star City, I'd have run. Out there, I sat down behind a ridge, ate a compressed biscuit, and watched it through my sphere from 300 meters, because in the extreme cold land, a scream is a business model. 2 mid-rank men arrived at a fallen tree pile where a girl was pinned. Blue hair, snowflake mark on her forehead, doing an absolutely flawless impression of something helpless and freezing. She let them get within 4 meters. Then 2 ice storms came out of the ground, merged into one, and there was nothing there anymore except very fine frozen debris. I choked on my water. "Holy crap," I said, out loud, alone, on a ridge. "This woman is so fierce." But that wasn't the important part. The important part was what she did after. She walked over, collected the stones off the snow, and touched them to the snowflake pendant around her neck, and they went inside it. A storage artifact. I'd been sleeping in a hole in the ground with a backpack. She was carrying a room around her neck. Warming myself by a fire, I thought, with a treasure like that, what do I need a damn fire for? She came to me in the end, followed my smoke, and the sweet act came off in about 4 seconds. The snowflake on her forehead turned red, her hair lifted, and the temperature inside a 100-meter circle dropped like a stone down a well. Absolute 0. She had a natural talent, 1 in a very large number, which gave her a small elemental domain at mid-rank. High-rank power in a 100-meter bubble. Inside it, she could throw 3 techniques at once, and, this is the part that nearly killed me, she could steer techniques she'd already released. My lightning and her ice canceled each other out perfectly, over and over, until the snowfield between us was a hissing fog. So I stopped fighting fair and started using my eyes. I mapped her domain, walked its edge until my sphere told me exactly where it stopped. "Your domain is only 100 meters, I said. "What's there to be afraid of?" Then I warped to 101 meters out and waved at her. She recalibrated. Fine, smart girl. So I warped the other way, straight in, point blank, inside her arms, where a nature system user is just a person with expensive hair. I put her in the snow and tore the pendant off her neck. And then she started begging, not fighting. Begging, throw it away right now, please. And I assumed it was a trick because everything out there is a trick. Then the pendant bound. A snowflake burned itself into my palm. Both of us went down flat in the snow with the strength gone out of us like someone had pulled a plug, and we lay there tangled up in a drift, unable to stand, while a mid-rank wolf king came over the ridge toward us. That's when I found out what she'd been begging about. The pendant is called Ice and Snow Love. It doesn't get stolen, it gets shared. 2 people, 1 artifact. And from that moment on, we shared stars. Her mid-rank ice arrived in my head. My lightning arrived in hers. Also, permanently, I stopped being cold. Anywhere. The extreme cold land simply stopped applying to me, which is the single most useful thing that has ever happened to me by accident. She got up first. She put ice chains into the Wolf King and held it while I grabbed the pendant off the ground. "I'm taking this," I said, and warped. "And we'll never meet again." Behind me, I heard thunder. She killed that Wolf King with my thunderbolt. Then she started tracking me. I asked the dragon about the pendant since it had opinions about everything else. The dragon took one look at it and said, I don't know it," while the pendant floated up on its own and did a happy little circle around him. "You clearly know it." "I suggest," said the dragon, changing the subject at speed, "that you return this thing to that girl doll quickly, or you'll be miserable later." "Absolutely not. It was a room I could wear." 4 hours later, my palm started burning. Not warm, ice burn, the kind that goes through the bone, and it did not stop. "The girl doll is in mortal danger," the dragon said. "Go save her, quickly." "What?" "Also, once the pendant is bound, it can never be unbound. I did mention this." "You said you didn't know it." To find her, apparently, I had to close my eyes and think about her, which is the most humiliating navigation system ever devised. I swore for about 9 seconds, and then I warped toward the pain. She was in a clearing with 5 mid-rank superhumans around her. Li Debiao, fire, leading. Guo Yun Xiao, light system, the healer, and the brain. Li Shan, savage bear, the wall. Huang Fu Gui, hell 3-headed dog, the speed. Yang Jun, wood, the net. They'd worked out how to beat her domain too. Holy light burns through it. She couldn't hold absolute zero with a light system pouring into the same air. And they weren't there to kill her, that was the problem. They'd seen her put stones into a pendant, same as I had, and they wanted the pendant and everything in it, and a bound artifact means you need the owner alive. That's a much worse thing than being killed, and she knew it, and she'd already decided how that was going to end. Then she threw lightning. You could hear 5 men's brains stop at once. How could she also be a mid-tier lightning element user? And while all 5 of them were staring at a lightning technique coming out of an ice element girl, I came down out of the air on their dog. Scram! Then I did something that looked like generosity, and wasn't. I put the pendant back on her, around her neck personally, because after the binding nobody else could, and the second it touched her skin, a 3rd star dropped into my head. Ice. 10 stars. "The bed got bigger," the dragon shouted. 3 elements, 18 years old. Then I picked her up, full princess carry, again, because it's the fastest way to move somebody who isn't expecting to move, and warped out from under a triple volley and came back in behind all 5 of them. The dragon licked my space star and it filled instantly. The bear was first because the bear was the one holding everything together. He ate 2 thunderbolts at once, 2 at the same time from the same sky, and the healer discovered the limits of radiance, which is that it fixes wounds and does not fix dead people. The healer was next. Ice binding caught his ankles before he could jump, then a thunderbolt, then a shatter. The dog was fast enough to dodge everything I could throw at him, and it didn't matter at all, because space shatter doesn't get thrown. It happens where I say. No matter how fast you were, it was useless. The last 2 turned and ran, and I lifted a finger and touched the air twice, and they came apart in the snow. Duan Shui stood there in the middle of it with frost still coming off her shoulders. 2 finger taps, she said, and they died. Their 5-packs held 35 intermediate stones and over 100 commons. I took all of it. Every stone. She objected. I pointed out that I was currently wearing her family artifact's soulmate and could presumably find her anywhere on the planet by closing my eyes, and that the price of my rescue service was, coincidentally, exactly the contents of 5 backpacks. She called me a bandit. She wasn't wrong. Then we sat down in the snow and worked out what had actually happened to us, and neither of us liked it. The bond does not break, ever. Not with distance, not with time, not with death threats. And it has a feature. If one of us is in mortal danger, the other one gets the ice burn. Forever. Until it's resolved. Who cares about your broken ice element? She said, with her chin up and her eyes shining. I'm the one who got completely screwed over by you. You? You got a whole mid-tier lightning element out of this. I got frostbite as a notification system. Then she started crying and immediately turned the snowflake on her forehead red so that her face would go cold and unreadable, and said, from behind a full elemental domain, I'm not crying. I tried to take the pendant off her again, purely as an experiment. It doesn't come off anymore. I got her down in the snow and pulled, and she yelled, and it was completely stuck, and I want to state that this was the least dignified 2 minutes of my entire life. So she compromised. She split a piece off it, a small snowflake, the size of a fingernail, a child of the original, with a storage space about the size of a bedroom, and she hung it around my neck herself. There, she said, now stop touching me. She was 18. I was 18. She was from the demon capital, where she went to some kind of superhuman university, and she had never heard of Star City in her life. I said Star City was a nice place. She said, where is it? Fair. We traveled together for 2 days after that, mostly because neither of us could think of a good reason not to. She slept in a tree the first night, using me as a pillow, and fell out of it in the minute. Morning. At the fortress gate, we both put on empty backpacks and pulled up scarves, because the professional robbers who work the approach road take one look at a pair of well-fed teenagers with nothing on their backs and wave them through with disgust. Poverty is camouflage. Then, inside the walls, she stopped. You, she said, not looking at me, don't you want to keep me? No. I want to explain that answer, because it wasn't a joke and it wasn't cruelty. I had a bounty of 30 million on my head, one working plan, and an artifact around my neck that meant her pain was my pain forever. Every extra day she spent near me was a day she was a target for somebody hunting me. Also, honestly, I was 18 and terrible at this. She walked off into the crowd. She looked back twice, and the ice star in my head went dark and quiet because she'd left my range. My bed has gotten smaller, the dragon said sadly. I stood in the middle of a fortress street holding a snowflake the size of a fingernail and felt something I didn't have a word for. Then I saw the notice board. There's always a notice board. This one had an announcement pinned to it that changed the next 2 months of my life. Mid-rank superhumans wanted. Assembly in 7 days. Destination, the Howling Abyss. Rewards on offer. Starflowers, guaranteed to advance 1 star. Energy ore, and elemental spirits. Casualty rate for mid-ranks on this expedition, according to the yellow-haired guy reading over my shoulder, about 80%. His name was Luo Hua, and he was the first person in that entire region to say something decent to me. In the extreme cold land, we might be enemies, he said, but in the Howling Abyss, we'll only be comrades. I signed up. I had 6 days to kill first, so I spent them hunting near Fortress 33, which is where I ran into Luo Hua again, and his partner Li Xiao, and the ice snow doll. The doll looked like a girl. That's the whole trick. She's a mid-rank creature that grew into a human shape, and her arms turn into ice blades, and her legs merge into the snow so she can move across it faster than anything with feet. I nearly walked up and asked her if she needed help. Holy crap, I said, backing up. She's an extraordinary creature? Luo Hua was light system, which meant he could keep anyone alive but couldn't hurt a wet paper bag. Li Xiao was animal system, black bull. Enormous, simple, decent, and strong enough to lift things that shouldn't be liftable. Between the 3 of us, we had exactly one idea, and it was mine. I put a cage of thunderstorms around her. Not to hurt her, to fence her in. And then I told Li Xiao to clear the snow. Not fight, clear. He wrapped his arms around fir trees, tore them out by the roots, and used them like brooms, scraping the entire circle down to bare, frozen earth, 1 pass at a time, while she ran back and forth inside my fence. Because she doesn't move on legs, she merges with the ice and snow. Take away the snow, and she has to grow human legs to cross the gap, and human legs, on her, are about as fast as a toddler's. The ring got smaller, 10 meters. Then she had nowhere left. Li Xiao hit her with a fir tree. She spat blue and tried to run for the open snowfield, and I reached out with my white star and grabbed both her ankles, mid-stride. With the strength I had at the time, I could not lift a grown man. I could absolutely trip a running girl. She went down face first on flat, open ground in front of 3 people, and the sheer offended confusion on her face is something I will treasure for the rest of my life. Li Xiao actually stopped mid-charge to stare. Then a thunderbolt came down on her, and Li Xiao finished it with his fists, and there were 3 intermediate stones in the snow. Luohua, said Luohua, handing me one, and this is Li Xiao. Those are our real names. That means something out there. Nobody gives you a real name in the extreme cold land. They wanted me on their team for the Howling Abyss. Light, animal, and lightning. Heal, tank, damage. Luohua could hardly sit still while he pitched it. I said yes, with conditions. I command, and the split is 6-4. They started nodding before I finished, and then I said the second half. You get 6, I get 4. They stared at me. 2 mid-rank superhumans with years on me being offered 60% by the guy who just solved a creature they'd been losing to. They agreed so fast Luohua's hands were shaking. I found out later they went home that night and told each other it wasn't really me joining their squad, it was them joining mine. And they were correct, and they didn't care. We ran 4 days of practice hunts together, and by the end of it, their attitude had settled into something I can only describe as religious. If I said east, nobody went west. Which is also why they had my back the day we came home with full packs, and a hunter crew decided to take them. Li Xiao carried Luohua and me on his shoulders, and all 3 packs, right up the approach road to Fortress 33 in broad daylight, because I wanted to be seen. Advertising. The crews outside the walls saw the packs and got hungry, and one of them, a man named Han Wei, mid-rank wind, 4 initial rank flunkies, a face like a knife, did the arithmetic and got it wrong. They opened with 4 initial rank techniques. Li Xiao stood in front of us and took every one of them on his chest. Is that all? He said, brushing his shirt off. Luohua neutralized the second volley with a dome-light sword rain and sighed at his own damage output. Ah, what a failure. Your light system, I said. It's fine. And then I turned on Wrath of Thunder, and Han Wei, who was flying, screamed, "Run!" about half a second too late for the 4 men standing on the ground. He himself was competent, I'll give him that. He blocked my Thunderblade with 2 storm vortexes, spun it, wore it down, and finally flicked it away into the sky. And then he gave me a thumbs down from 30 meters up and shouted, "Ha ha, sorry, I'll take your Thunderblade," and flew for the gate. He was 1 meter from the entrance when the space shatter I'd put in his back caught up with him. He crawled. That last meter, on his elbows, with the guards standing right there. They didn't help him. That's the rule at the gate. You're outside until you're inside. And the guards raised a water curtain so his blood wouldn't get on the fortress side, and stood there watching him with their arms folded. "Help me," he said. "Please, help me." Then I brought a second thunderbolt down on him from directly above. The crowd went very quiet, and somebody said, "To kill him at the gate, 1 step away. This kid is too ruthless." Word got around. Nobody stopped us again. What I didn't know was that 2 high ranks were watching from the top floor of the central building, and had been since my first bolt. Guo Yulong, the garrison commander of Fortress 33, Wind, and Wen Bo, a visiting instructor from a university in the interior, Earth and Wind, both. They spent that whole fight arguing about me. Then, at the exact moment I switched on spatial insight to check for a second ambush, I vanished from both of their domains simultaneously. There are 2 ways to disappear from a high rank's domain. Be a high rank yourself, or be dead. They ran to the window and found me standing in the road chatting with my teammates, perfectly alive, and had a small professional crisis about it. I looked up and saw 2 silhouettes at the top of the central building, 1 fat, 1 thin, watching me. I filed that. Then I went and got a hotel room. 6 days later, 300 mid-rank superhumans assembled at the gate, and horns sounded across the whole fortress, and the 2 silhouettes from the window came out of the central building and rose into the air. "First," said the thin one, "let me introduce myself. I am Guo Yulong, commander of this fortress. This is Great Master Wen Bo." Great Master, that's the title. Reach high rank and you get one. because saying high-rank superhuman to their face is considered rude. Above that, it goes Grandmaster for 2 high-rank elements, then Titled for 3, then Forbidden for 4. I filed that too. My best-case future was Great Master. Titled was so far above me it was a weather system. They screened us by making everyone show their element, and about 40 hopefuls quietly failed to glow. Guo Yu Long breathed on them. Not a gust, a breeze. A pleasant, gentle breeze, and 40 initial-rank superhumans went over backwards into the snow and slid. The screening also revealed something that made my stomach drop. There was a second lightning element in that crowd. Chen Guang. About 40, black trenchcoat, small scar by his left nostril, cold-eyed. 10 stars. I memorized his face through my sphere, then asked Li Xiao to look at him for me, since he was the only one tall enough to see over the crowd. Li Xiao stood on his toes for a full minute and reported back. Thin, short hair, black coat. That's every third man here. I know, he said sadly. Then Guo Yu Long raised a 14-star wind element and condensed a ship out of the air. A ship, several hundred meters long, made of moving wind with 300 people standing on it. Do not, he said 3 separate times, release your powers on my ship. Wenbo refused to board on principle because he had his own wind, and then discovered its wind was a secondary element at initial rank, and spent 10 minutes chasing us on a pillar of earth, screaming, "Old Zhang, wait for me!" before he was allowed to climb aboard in disgrace. I watched the extreme cold land go by underneath us for hours, and it never ended. Not once, it just kept going. And then it stopped, all at once, in a cliff. The Howling Abyss is a crack in the world. It's a canyon under the extreme cold land, except calling it a canyon is like calling the sea a puddle. It goes down for kilometers and out past the horizon in every direction. And there are human cities down there, and past the cities the light gives up and there's just cloud and dark and things living in it. The wind ship went over the edge and started descending along walls of blue ice, and it took 40 minutes to reach the bottom. The ground down there isn't snow, it's frozen earth. And there are superpower stones lying in it, loose, in the dirt. People were leaning over the rail, pointing at them like tourists. I opened my sphere and counted 40 commons within 500 meters, just sitting there. And then I looked farther, and I found a cave, hundreds of snowfield wolves, dozens of mid-rank ones, dozens of ice snow dolls riding on their backs like children on ponies. And behind them, filling the back of that cave floor to ceiling, a vein of energy ore. Green and blue, common and intermediate, in quantities I did not have a unit of measurement for. That's what energy ore is, by the way, a superpower stone's older brother. One piece is worth 3 of the small ones, and creatures build their nests on top of the veins so they can eat it and evolve. The 2 great masters found the same cave at the same time, with their domains. A good place for training, Guo Yu Long said, stroking his chin. 100 intermediate creatures in there. Let's report at city number 10 first, said Wen Bo, and then come back and clear it out. City number 10, Zhuanbing City. 10 cities down there, numbered, and the rule is simple. The deeper you go, the lower the number and the worse it gets. Number 1 sits at the bottom of the world, holding down whatever lives there. Number 10 is the shallowest, the closest to the surface, and the only one where ordinary people still live, because it's the only one that doesn't get attacked every week. It's also the largest city humanity has built anywhere except number 1. We came up on it and the whole ship went silent. 100-meter walls, an ice blue energy shield over the entire thing, a gate the size of an office block with a plaque hanging over it in gold thread. Our several 100-meter wind ship pulled up under that gate like a car parking beside a skyscraper. Wen Bo, next to the captain, said quietly, "It's been a long time, Zhuanbing City. You have feelings for this place?" Nonsense. I helped build it. Decades ago, the government of Huaxia gathered hundreds of high-rank earth elements and tens of thousands of mid-rank ones, and made that city out of the ground in one continuous effort. Wen Bo had been one of the tens of thousands. He stood on the bow looking at it with his hands behind his back. "So that's where you disappeared to back then," said Guo Yu Long. "Hard labor. It was an honor. They docked us inside the walls and told us not to get off the ship, and went to file their paperwork. Inside the shield there was no cold at all. None. Summer temperature, in a hole under a frozen continent. I sat down cross-legged to meditate because there was nothing else to do. And then, somewhere in that city, a man felt his daughter's artifact walk in through his front gate. His name was Duan Ming. He was standing at a floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor of Xuanbing City's central building, being told that the supply shipments for the deeper cities were ready, and then he stopped listening because something in his city smelled like his daughter. "Why," he said, "does Xuanbing City have Xiaoshui's ice and snow love aura?" He raised an ice star with 18 smaller stars around it, and it became a dragon. I'm going to describe what happened next from my side, because from my side it was extremely stupid. I was sitting cross-legged on a wind ship, minding my business, when something roared over the city and the ship, a high-ranks ship made of a high-ranks element, started coming apart under 300 people. Then it exploded. 300 mid-rank superhumans fell out of the sky over a city. Li Xiao got an arm around me and an arm around Luo Hua and caught us both in mid-air, and everyone who wasn't holding on to an animal system user landed on their face. Then the pressure came down. Every single person in that plaza went flat. Nobody staggered. Chins in the dirt, 300 professionals pinned to the ground by nothing at all. Except me. I stood there in the middle of a field of people lying face down, and genuinely could not work out what everyone was doing. Brother Song," Luo Hua wheezed from the ground. "Don't you feel a pressure?" "Pressure? What pressure?" I lifted a leg. I swung both arms. I turned in a circle. Chen Guang, the other lightning element, was face down 30 meters away, and I watched him work through several stages of grief in real time. "Holy crap! Why are you fine?" "Dude, are you cheating?" "Unfair! I protest!" 300 voices, all lying in the dirt, all yelling at me, while I stood there in the middle like an idiot at a funeral. Then the frost came. It rolled out from the central building in a wave, and everything it touched turned into a statue. My whole expedition, the market stalls, the guards on the wall, every high rank in the city scrambling to throw up domains of their own. In about 4 seconds, the entire city of Xuanbing was ice. And it went around me. I stood in the one clear circle in a frozen city and watched a middle-aged man in white walk down out of the sky on steps of frost that formed under his feet, with an ice dragon dissolving behind him. He had thick brows, a face like a courthouse, and eyes that were exactly the wrong color. "Don't worry," he said, looking at my friends in their ice. "They're alive." Then, "Now, there's only you and me here. I ask, you answer." I nodded, because what else do you do? "Where did the ice and snow love around your neck come from?" I thought about it for a second and picked my words. "A friend gave it to me." "A friend gave it to you." He said it flatly, as though tasting it. "A girlfriend?" "How do you know it was a woman?" He didn't answer that. "Not a girlfriend," I said. "A female friend." You could hear the temperature drop. I mean that literally. The air made a sound. I know now, with hindsight, at leisure, from a safe distance, that female friend was the single worst possible answer, because what he was hearing was that his daughter had been bound for life to a boy who wouldn't even claim her. What does she look like? So I closed my eyes and pictured her, and the pendant on my neck lit up and sent out a ripple right in front of him. "Speak." "Zhu sky blue hair," I said, "and ice blue." And then I looked at his eyes, and my mouth stopped working, because they were the same shade, exactly, and I finally understood what I'd walked into. "Good," he said. "You're very good." He raised his arm, and frost started coming toward me across the ground. I had lightning up, space primed, and one plan, which was to warp and keep warping and hope his city had an exit. And then he stopped. He looked at me for a long moment, thinking about something I couldn't see, and lowered his arm. "Humph, kid, we will meet again." Then he rode a dragon out of there, and the ice went away, and Xuanbing City went back to normal, and 300 people woke up on the ground with no memory of the last 90 seconds. They took it well. "Why didn't the frost freeze you? What did you talk about with him? Speak, brat. What is your relationship with that man?" "What are you people?" I said. "Why should I tell you? You aren't worthy to know." That was a strategic error, and I made it on purpose. I had 2 great masters, 300 hostile mid-ranks, and a bounty. Being liked wasn't on the table. Being not worth touching was. Guo Yulong and Wen Bo came back at a dead sprint. They'd been pinned too, halfway across the city, and demanded a description of the attacker. Blue eyes, somebody said, riding an ice dragon. Both great masters went a color I can only describe as institutional. Domain spirit, ice dragon. One of the 10 war gods of Huasha, titled 3 high-rank elements, the guardian of Xuanbing City, Duan Ming. I didn't expect little brother to know war god Duan, Guo Yulong said, and his voice had changed completely. Who? War god Duan Ming. I don't know him. They didn't believe me. Nobody believed me. For the rest of that expedition, 300 people were completely certain that the 18-year-old was connected to a titled superhuman and behaved accordingly, and I let them. The official explanation Guo Yulong gave the crowd, after some visible effort, was that war god Duan had been testing the strength of the batch. Everybody bought it. They spent the next hour telling each other how lucky they were to have seen a war god up close. Meanwhile, in his office, Duan Ming was working out that the pendant on my neck was a piece split off his daughter's, which cannot happen unless a bond has already formed, and was busy having what I understand was a very loud afternoon. Several department heads kicked his door in to complain about the ice. He looked at them. They all remembered urgent meetings. Then he pointed at his broken door, and the head of logistics said, I'll repair it. No, I'll replace it with a better one. 2 hours later, we were back at the cave. 400 meters ahead of you, said Guo Yulong, is a miniature extraordinary creature lair. Whether you can take it is up to you. Miniature. Hundreds of creatures, dozens of them mid-rank. Miniature. I asked what a large one looked like, and nobody answered me, which I've decided was a kindness. They refused to give us any details. If we told you everything, what would be the point of training? They'd only step in for an advanced creature. Everything else was ours. And then Guo Yulong said the one rule that mattered. No private duels. None. I don't care how you behave in the extreme cold land. Once you're in the howling abyss, humans unite against external threats. Understood? 300 people roared and charged the cave mouth, and I walked the other way. Brother Song? Said Luo Hua, hurrying after me. Brother Song, the lair is that way. Brother Song, the energy ore. I know where the energy ore is. I stopped about 400 meters out, in an empty patch of frozen dirt with nothing on it, and went behind a fir tree to avoid showing them the pendant, and came back with 3 iron shovels. I dropped them at their feet. Dig. Dig? Nobody in that expedition thought about the one thing that mattered, because they were all thinking like fighters. I had already mapped the entire interior of that lair, every chamber, every tunnel, every creature, and the exact position of the ore vein at the back. The vein was 300 meters below us, and 400 meters from the entrance everybody was currently dying at. You can fight your way through 100 mid-rank creatures to reach a room, or you can go in through the ceiling. I climbed a fir tree, lay down on a branch with a bag of snack chips, and supervised. How deep? I called down after a while. 50 meters. That's slow. Tell Li Xiao to put in more effort. Li Xiao, from inside a 50-meter hole, muttered something about weaklings. I heard it. I filed it for later. Then he turned on his black bull, and the hole started getting deeper, very fast. Up on the ridge, meanwhile, the 2 great masters were watching 300 people fight a war at the front door, and 3 idiots digging a well in an empty field. That location, said Wenbo slowly, seems to be exactly above the ore vein. As expected of someone connected to war god Duan, said Guo Yulong, nodding with enormous satisfaction. I truly did not misjudge him. At 290 meters we hit red clay and stopped 10 meters short, and waited, because I could see the creatures guarding the ore chamber, and I wasn't going to punch through until they'd all left to reinforce the front door. They left. Li Xiao, punch it! He punched through the floor of the world, and all 3 of us fell into a chamber the size of a sports field, lit up wall to wall with energy ore. I had grabbed the rope on the way down. The other 2 had not. That was deliberate. There was only one rope, and I wasn't going to be the one landing on my back. Luo Hua and Li Xiao sat up in the dust, and then stopped moving entirely. Because there was ore in every direction, in chunks the size of a man's head, each one worth dozens of stones. We're rich, Luo Hua said, in a voice that had gone up an octave. We're rich! Then they emptied every bit of food out of their backpacks onto the floor, without discussing it, because food was suddenly worthless. I made a mental note about that. It became relevant in about 4 hours. And while they were losing their minds, I did the quiet arithmetic. My sphere could tell green ore from blue at a glance, so instead of grabbing whatever, I walked the vein and took only the intermediate. I filled a bedroom-sized pendant with the good stuff. Brother Song, it won't all fit. It really won't fit. That's enough, I said. We can't leave them nothing, can we? They stared at me. Leave who nothing? I didn't explain that the ore we're standing in belonged to the lair 300 people were currently bleeding for. Then, 5 mid-rank creatures came around the corner and found us robbing their house. 2 ice snow dolls riding 2 mid-rank snowfield wolves, and behind them 3.5 meters of walking ice crystal with fists like refrigerators. Brother Song, Luo Hua said in a very small voice, what should we do? Run. They went up the rope. I stayed. Not because I'm brave, because if all 3 of us climbed, one of those things would bite the rope and none of us would make it, and I was the only person present who could leave a room without using the door. Brother Song, go. Luo Hua threw a healing orb into me on his way up, which I think about sometimes. Then it was 5 against 1 in a stone chamber, and the first thing I learned is that I had brought the wrong tool. My Thunderblade went into 4 ice blades at once and stopped. The last ice snow doll I'd fought had 2 arms. These had 4 between them, and 4 ice blades meeting 1 Thunderblade is not a fight, it's a wall, and the blast threw me back into the ore pile hard enough that I saw the ceiling twice. So I stopped fighting them and started wasting their time instead, which was the actual job. Every second they spent swinging at me was a second Luo Hua and Li Xiao spent going up a rope. It went like this. I'd appear 4 meters from the golem. Cough, cough. I'm over here. It would put a fist through the space where I'd been, into solid rock, and take out a section of their own wall. I'd appear behind a wolf. Both dolls would throw ice blades at me and hit the wolf. I'd appear in the middle of all 5 and be gone before any of them finished turning, and they'd land on each other. The one adjustment I made was the rope. I couldn't defend it and I couldn't move it, so I stopped throwing thunderballs at the creatures and started dropping them on the floor between the creatures and the rope. Not to hurt anything, just to leave crackling puddles of live current that nothing with feet wanted to walk through. They nearly brought their own ceiling down on themselves twice. At one point, the 2 dolls got so angry that they started kicking the wolves they were riding, and the wolves lay down, and there was a genuine argument between 2 ice creatures and their transportation about workplace conditions. 400 meters up, 2 great masters were watching the whole thing through the domain and could not work out what they were seeing. These 5 mid-level creatures, Wenbo said slowly, feel like idiots. Then Guo Yu Tan, who had been quiet for a while, said, 1 person, toying with 5 mid-level creatures. So I stopped trying to win and started playing tag. Warp. Cough, cough, I'm over here. Warp. No, over here. They ripped that chamber apart trying to hit me. They nearly brought their own ceiling down. At one point, the 2 dolls got so angry they started kicking the wolves they were riding, and the wolves lay down and refused to move, and there was a genuine argument between 2 ice creatures and their transportation about workplace conditions. I emptied 5 of my 10 space stars keeping that up. It was worth every one, because the rope stayed intact, and my teammates got out with 400 kilograms of ore. And then 300 people burst into the ore chamber through the front, having finally fought their way in, and found me standing there. Holy crap! How are you here? When did you get in? How are you alive with 5 mid-ranks? Sorry, everyone, I said, grabbing the rope. I'll be leaving first. These creatures are all yours. Bye-bye. And they hauled me up through the ceiling in front of everybody. I could hear them from 30 meters up. He dug a hole! We fought our way in, risking our lives, and he dug a hole. Is there any justice left? The reckoning happened outside. 300 people came out of that cave having killed 100 creatures and discovered that most of the intermediate ore was gone, and that behind the vein was a large pile of abandoned food. You could watch the deduction happen on their faces. Somebody had thrown away several backpacks of provisions because they needed the space. They came for us in a body. I met them holding a chunk of intermediate ore, which I turned over in my hand a couple of times. I said, this energy ore is so small. Luo Hua opened his pack, took out an identical piece, and held it up to the light. This energy ore is indeed so small, he agreed. Li Xiao did the same thing. He didn't say anything, he just held it up and looked at it sadly. I have never seen 300 people that angry while also being completely unable to move. Because Guo Yulong came down between us, listened to both sides, and delivered the ruling. They don't have to share with you. Why? Because they entered the ore chamber before you did, by their own route, and finished collecting before you arrived. You came too late. Then everybody begged for a second lair, and the great masters, who had been told in Xuanbing City to wrap this up quickly because the abyss had been unstable lately, gave in. They found one at the border of the abyss and the extreme cold land, smaller than the first. This lair definitely has no advanced creatures, Guo Yulong said with total confidence, because a domain cannot detect advanced creatures at all, and he was reasoning from square footage. I opened my sphere and found, curled up in the back of it, asleep on a bed of chewed ore, a lizard the size of a delivery truck with ice spikes down its spine. I asked Luohua, very casually, whether he'd ever seen a lizard with icicles on its back. That's an iceling demon lizard. Why? How big are they? About the size of a snowfield wolf. I looked at the thing in my head that was 6 times that. Right, I said, no reason. And then 300 people asked the great masters to bar my team from the second lair because our packs were already full. I stepped forward before anyone could answer. Great Master, we won't be participating in this attack. The silence was enormous. Even the great masters looked confused. Nobody in the history of that expedition had ever volunteered to skip a payday. The only thing I let myself say was, everyone, please be careful in there. I couldn't tell them about the lizard without explaining how I knew, and how I knew was the one thing keeping me alive. I've thought about that a lot since. I said be careful. That's what I had. Then I took my 2 teammates and walked in the opposite direction, and then farther than that, because a tail that long has reach. They complained about being hungry, having thrown away all their food for ore, and I threw them compressed biscuits from the corner of my pendant where I'd kept a reserve. Brother Song, where did you get? I'm not the one who threw away all my food for rocks. 40 minutes later, the ground shook and the screaming started. The iceling demon lizard came out of that lair like something being born, and its first move was a sound. Just a sound. A single scream, and every one of the 300 mid-rank superhumans in front of that cave went off their feet, coughing blood, and about a third of them didn't get up. Guo Yulong grew wings on all of them at once and dragged the entire crowd out of range in one motion. Wen Bo held the line alone, Earth's roar to break its footing, then heavenly meteorite, a mountain's worth of falling rock, burying it. It came out of the pile with dark green scales and red eyes, and then it spoke. Human, you have angered me. They do that at high rank. They've been fighting us long. Enough to learn. It shattered Wenbo's Earth Fortress with its tail, and then it did the smart thing, the thing that nearly cost 2 great masters their lives. It shrank, traded its size for speed, went from a truck to a man, and became something that could touch both of them before either could turn. Meanwhile, Guo Yulong dumped the wounded on us. 300 injured superhumans dropped out of the sky on top of my 2 teammates and me like sacks of grain, and one sentence. There's an advanced creature in the lair. Watch these people. And he was gone. Luo Hua put down healing circles and worked until his hands shook, and the people we were saving spent the entire time telling us how lucky we were. You 3 lucky bastards. How are you so lucky? It's a good thing you didn't participate, or you'd be as miserable as us. He's a light system. Tell him to hurry up. I mentioned, in passing, that I was going to go watch the fight, and left Luo Hua and Li Xiao to babysit what I described as the sick and the disabled. That caused an outcry. Who are you calling disabled? Sick and is what you are, Luo Hua roared, and every one of you is paying me for treatment. Everybody shut up. In that situation, the light system is your father. I went to watch a high-rank fight from behind a tree 400 meters away, using a sphere instead of my eyes, because I'm not an idiot. And that's where I met the colored doll. 1/2 meter tall, no face, no gender. A little person made of colored energy peeking around a fir tree at me. Hehe, it said, and waved. Now, I'd already been fooled once by something that looked like a girl and turned out to be an ice blade with opinions, so I assumed the worst and went for it. It slid away across the frozen ground without moving its legs, and then it ran straight into a tree. Through the tree. Neither of them was damaged. Interesting, I said. This one's got something. So I warped in front of it. It jumped, startled, and the ground under me turned into a waterbed. Just started rolling, like the earth had become a mattress, and I fell over. I warped again. It clapped its hands, and my legs iced solid. And then 4 fir trees pulled themselves up by the roots and closed around me like a cage. I cut myself out with a lightning blade, warped again, and it drew a circle in the air with one finger and set the ground on fire. Earth, ice, wood, fire, in 60 seconds. I threw a ring of thunderstorms around it, connected, no gaps. It walked into the storm. It walked through the storm. It came out the other side, turned around, and wiggled its backside at me. Provocation. Absolutely deliberate provocation from a half-meter energy toddler. So I made a lightning blade, a small one, blunt, no edge, purely for education, and threw it. It didn't dodge. It put its hands on its hips and tilted its head back and let it come. The blade passed through it and hit the ground behind it. Fine. Space shatter then. Nothing. Like crushing a patch of air. Object control. I tried to grab it 11 times. I grabbed a fir branch to check I wasn't broken. The branch snapped fine. So my lightning didn't work. My space didn't work. My crushing didn't work. And my grabbing didn't work. And then it sat down on the ground and started crying. Loudly. Fake crying with fake sobs. At which point I ran out of ideas and had one. If none of my elements can touch it, I thought, then I'm going to touch it with my hands. I'm 18 years old. I refuse to lose to a toddler. I picked it up. It came up like a balloon. No resistance whatsoever. Whatever that thing is, it's immune to every element in existence and has the physical strength of a wet towel. Wah! Wah! Weren't you very arrogant a minute ago? I said, and I spanked it. I want that in the record too. I spanked an unknown supernatural entity. Then it dissolved into colored light, ran up my arm, and went into my head. I sat down cross-legged very fast. Inside my own mind, the thing was cruising around my stars like a tourist. It looked at the space star, 10 stars, the biggest, and made straight for it. And my space star bounced it, just knocked it back, hard, all by itself. And the doll grabbed its own head and made an offended noise. My star had self-defense. Nobody had told me my star had self-defense. So it changed targets and dove into the lightning star instead. Brother Xiaolong! Stop it! The dragon woke up in a defensive posture, looked at the thing burrowing into my lightning star, said, don't you know what that is? And lay back down. There was a flash of purple, and a girl walked out of my lightning star, a meter tall, barefoot, short purple hair, purple dress, lightning crawling all over her, and bracelets on both wrists with 7 stars each. She floated over, bowed her head, and said, in a small, clear voice, Master. I said something extremely intelligent like, you can talk? And she nodded, and then she turned and said, Brother Wu Yang, to my dragon, and my dragon, coughed up a mouthful of pure, refined energy and handed it to her as a housewarming present. Her bracelets went from 7 stars to 9. She grew from half a meter to a meter. My lightning element read 9 stars. That energy was mine. That was 3 months of savings. That was my space breakthrough. How could you do that without asking me? The doll's eyes went red and shiny and started brimming with tears made of concentrated lightning. I mean, I said, obviously I wanted her to have it. Obviously. I just meant next time, maybe we discuss it? The dragon apologized. Actually apologized, which he'd never done before, and then went to sleep so he wouldn't have to keep doing it. I named her Ling Shi. She came out into the real world the moment I released my lightning and went home when I put it away, and she explained herself in about 4 sentences. I am a star spirit. I can do everything Brother Song can do, but when I use the lightning, you can't. That last part sounded like a downgrade. I said so. She pouted, and 10 lightning blades condensed behind her at once. 10. And not one of her 9 stars dimmed. 10 blades would have cost me 2 stars of energy. It cost her nothing. From now on, I said, you release them. Out in the world, the 2 great masters finally killed the lizard, Earth's roar and doomsday storm together, the body going into a cliff face. And Wenbo laughed and said it had been years since he'd felt this good. And Guo Yulong said, your strength has declined. Then they found me behind my tree, because at that range, a domain can feel the hole where I am. And they saw Ling Shi. I have never seen 2 grown men move that fast. They came at me like I was the last table at a restaurant, and I backpedaled. And Ling Shi put herself in front of me with her arms out. Holy crap! An elemental spirit! What I learned in the following 10 minutes recontextualized my entire life. An elemental spirit is immune to every element and can use every element, which means the only way to catch one is with your bare hands. Meeting one at all is pure luck. Even high ranks who spend decades in the abyss mostly never see one. And what it does, once absorbed, is double the power of your techniques. Ignoring rank. You're telling me, I said slowly, That I got the strongest boost in the world because it decided to make fun of me and I got annoyed enough to grab it. Yes, said Wenbo, with the face of a man watching someone win the lottery with a ticket they found in a bin. Then I panicked and put her away and backed off, and both great masters started laughing at me. What kind of people do you take us for? Robbers? The spirit has already been absorbed. Even if we killed you, we couldn't take it. Do we look like the kind of people who bully the weak? Of course not, I said. I was only worried she might be outside too long and not find her way home. Their faces did something complicated. They opened the lizard's skull and took out 2 high-grade energy stones. Advanced creatures don't turn into stones when they die, they keep their bodies, and the stone is in the head, and split them, 1 each, which is apparently a once-in-a-career piece of luck. Then, Guo Yulong cut a section of the lizard's tail off and handed it to me so the crowd would believe the thing was dead. Nobody warns you what advanced creature meat smells like. I stood there holding several kilos of it and had to consciously decide not to bite a piece of a monster that had been trying to kill 2 great masters 10 minutes earlier. It smells like the best thing you have ever eaten, cooking 3 meters away while you're hungry. I gave it to Ling Shi to carry, since she has no body and can hold things on lightning. And then, walking back, I heard the crowd talking about my death, 300 people cheerfully agreeing that the kid who'd gone to watch a high-rank fight was obviously a smear on a rock by now. So I told Ling Xi to drop the tail, and I walked into the middle of them with empty hands and not a scratch on me. Who's talking badly about me? High-rank flesh smells incredible. That's not a figure of speech. I stood there holding a 2-meter chunk of dead monster and had to actively stop myself biting it, so I handed it to Ling Xi, who has no body and had to carry it on a cushion of lightning with an expression of pure disgust. On my way back, I heard the crowd talking about how I definitely died, so I told Ling Xi to throw the tail away and walked into camp empty-handed. Who? I said. Who's talking bad about me? Then I told them the lair was safe now and that we were going there immediately, and whether they came was up to them. Nobody came. 300 people watched me walk toward a cave I'd told them was safe, and every one of them stayed exactly where they were, because I was the one who'd said it. I looked back once and made sure I wasn't smiling until I'd turned around. Wenbo, at the cave mouth, said we could take whatever we could carry before the others arrived. Our packs were already full. Brother Song, we've got nothing to put it in. Are you too stupid? Hollow out the fir trees. Li Xiao tore 4 of the biggest trees out of the ground. Ling Shi opened them lengthwise with lightning blades like a knife going through cake, and we filled 4 trees to the top. 4 small mountains of energy ore. Li Xiao dragged all 4 out on ropes with Luo Hua pouring healing into him the whole way, while Ling Shi flew ahead, flattening the road with blades so the ruts wouldn't slow him down. When Guo Yulong finally came back with 300 people and told them there was no ore left in the lair at all, the sound they made carried. They rioted on the wind ship. 300 people released their powers at once on a vehicle made of wind, which is exactly as clever as it sounds, and Guo Yulong's solution was to dissolve the ship in mid-air and let gravity explain his position. It didn't work. They got up out of the snow and came for us anyway. So Wenbo put 4 stone pillars around the crowd, and Guo Yulong pressed 300 mid-rank superhumans into the ground with wind until some of them were coughing blood. Did I or did I not tell you, he said, that you are not permitted to fight each other? For the sake of ore, you were prepared to attack your own people in the howling abyss. You have truly disappointed me. I stood there watching a man flatten 300 professionals with a hand gesture and thought, that's what 14 stars looks like. Right, understood. He let them up eventually, and the ruling was the same as before. You came too late. The trip home is where they got creative. A group of about 40 of them worked out that the wind ship was flying over the extreme cold land, and that in the extreme cold land, a great master cannot interfere in a fight between mid-ranks. All they had to do was get us off the ship. Their plan had 4 problems, which they discussed at length while I listened from 30 meters away with a 500-meter sphere. 1. We'd never voluntarily go to the rail. 2. A 400-meter fall. 3. Nobody knew if a great master would intervene. 4. Even if they killed us, the ore would end up in the great master's hands. They solved 2 with a light system, 4 with we take his head to the fortress and claim it, and could not solve 1 or 3 at all. So they staged an incident at the rail. Look, everyone, wolves, superhumans fighting creatures, come see. Half the ship ran over. discovered snow. A large argument broke out about whether they had actually seen anything, and one man got called blind 11 times. I didn't move. Not our business. The plotters gave up and dispersed, furious, having yelled themselves hoarse for nothing. And 30 seconds later, I stood up and walked to the rail. Because at that exact moment, 400 meters below the ship, moving across an empty snowfield, my sphere had picked up a woman I had not seen in 2 months. Yang Mei, fighting. I want to be honest about what I felt looking down at that. And it wasn't anything noble. It was the specific horror of watching a dot you love get smaller because you're on a vehicle going the other way. The plotters could not believe their luck. They came at us in a mass, and I turned around and jumped off the ship before any of them reached me. They froze mid-lunge. All of them. Hands out. Nobody touched. "We didn't push him," someone said. "Did we push him? Why did he jump?" Then they threw Luo Hua and Li Xiao off after me. And then, in a moment of collective decision-making that I still find beautiful, all 40 of them jumped too. And then the rest of the ship, on the theory that whatever was happening down there involved 4 mountains of ore. Guo Yulong turned around to find his ship empty. "Why is everyone jumping off my ship?" He caught us all with wings, dragged everybody back aboard, and then I did the only thing I could think of. I asked permission to leave. "No. Great Master, I need to go down there, now." He looked at me for a while, and then he did something I didn't expect. He told the whole truth, in public, in front of everyone. "If I make an exception for you, I make it for them. You took a great deal of ore. They will not let you go. And in the extreme cold land, we cannot interfere and cannot protect you. Do you still want to?" "Yes." "Good." He turned to the crowd. "Then all of you may also disembark, and I am the commander of Fortress 33. Bring me this boy's head, and his ore is yours." 300 people made a sound like a stadium. Luo Hua grabbed my arm. Li Xiao told me not to go. I told them to wait for me at Fortress 33, and Luo Hua put one last healing orb into me, and I jumped. And then Guo Yulong gave me the only gift he could legally give. 10 seconds. He restarted the ship and flew for 10 more seconds before he let anyone else off, and a wind ship covers a lot of ground in 10 seconds. By the time 300 bounty hunters hit the snow, I was several kilometers away, and they had a continent to search. He also never looked at me when he did it. I warped toward where I'd seen her, and those 20 minutes went like this. I burned my space star to one single flickering point, going 500 meters at a time, east, then south, then north, and I could not find her. I found where she'd been. Old blood. Under the snow, animal and human both covered over. "Little dragon, refill me." He licked the star, all 9 points came back, and he asked what I'd been doing to it. One direction left, west, and a snow pine forest, and inside it, 4 people. 4 people who had already fought once that day and lost. Zhou Meng against a trunk with one arm at the wrong angle and blood on his chin. Li Hongwei had his back to a tree and was not getting up from it. Song Hai's vines were coming out of the ground in short, apologetic loops that died before they reached anything, which is what a wood user looks like at 0. They'd gone into the central zone because all 4 of them had hit mid-rank and thought that meant something. 3 intermediate creatures had explained that it doesn't. And they were still standing, all 4, because of her. Yang Mei was the only one still moving, and she was moving fast, faster than a water user has any business moving, because she was wearing the shadow leopard boots I'd bought her the night I left the squad. She'd worn them into a war zone. Of course she had. Then the fir trees started moving. 3 white-haired apes came out of the tree line, and they weren't running. They were walking, because they'd already done the arithmetic. One of them was carrying a snapped-off pine trunk the way a man carries a bat. The first trunk took Zhou Ming off his feet and put him through a tree. "Shulin, run! That's an order." "No. That is an order. I'm not leaving." She got Li Hongwei behind her, and she got Song Hai behind her, and she stood in front of 3 intermediate creatures with a spear of water that would not have gone through a fence, and she did not move. The apes crouched to jump. "Ling Shi," I said, "deal with those 3. Don't let them touch that woman." 3 thunderbolts came out of a clear sky and hit 3 mid-rank creatures in mid-leap and turned all of them into stones before they landed. 1 strike, 3 mid-rank creatures. I stood there with my mouth open, honestly. That was the first time I'd seen Ling Shi hit anything. 4 people stood in a clearing, staring at 3 superpower stones lying in the snow, and then at the meter-tall girl made of lightning who had just walked out of the air. They thanked her, all 4 of them, formally, several times. She blinked at them because she can only speak to me and the dragon. Yang Mei got closest. Little sister, thank you for saving us. Blink. Thank you, really. Blink. The silence got so awkward that Zhou Ming started whispering strategy, so I stepped out from behind the tree. Sister Mei, do we still need to say thank you between us? She turned around. I'm not going to be clever about this part. She looked at me, and her eyes went red, and she asked if it was really me, and I said something stupid, and then she was against my chest, crying into my jacket in front of her entire squad, while I said, the captain's right there, and she didn't care at all. 2 months. She thought I was in a hole somewhere. The cover story I gave them was that I'd reached mid-rank and gone exploring the central zone and heard fighting. Zhou Ming bought it. Yang Mei bought approximately none of it, and then pinched my ear in front of everybody for lecturing my former captain about safety. Then I showed them what had actually killed those apes, because Zhou Ming kept looking at the tree line for a great master. Ling Shi. Clear that. 10 lightning blades came down in one line and cut a corridor through the fir forest 100 meters long, and every tree in it fell in the same direction at the same time, and then it was quiet. Li Hongwei sat down on the snow. He did not mean to. His legs simply concluded the conversation on his behalf. That friend of yours, Zhou Ming said carefully, where is she from? Which fortress? Ling Shi is my thunder element star. Then I put the lightning away, and Ling Shi came apart into purple light in front of 4 people and was not there anymore. I gave them the short version. Elemental spirit, caught in the howling abyss with my hands because nothing else touches one, doubles every technique I have and ignores rank while she's doing it. Zhou Ming walked around the spot where she'd been standing 3 times, like a man checking a car he can't afford. Can I? You can. She's a bit electric. He stopped walking around the spot. Yang Mei, meanwhile, had got hold of an entirely different end of it. You're laughing at her. I'm not laughing at her. Your friend can't speak, and you stand there laughing. Ling Song, is that how you treat a friend? Sister Mei, she can speak. She speaks to me. So she can speak to you and not to us, her eyes narrowed. Why? Inside my head, very clearly, a small voice said, Brother Song, I like this one. They'd come to the extreme cold land because of me. That's what I found out sitting in that ellipse of trampled snow. After Qingyang prison, the squads whose captain died, Yen Sen's people, had never forgiven the fact that I'd stepped out for Yang Mei and not for him. It turned into pressure and then into sabotage, and Zhang Wen couldn't stop it because Zhang Wen was leaving too. So the whole team was being transferred to the demon capital. And the cost of living in the demon capital is brutal, so they'd come out here to earn a stake, and they'd gone into the central zone because they were all mid-rank now and thought they could handle it, and 3 intermediate creatures had nearly ended all 4 of them. Yang Mei was planning to sell her apartment in Star City to afford the move. Sell the, Sister Mei, you can't sell the house. How else do I live there? Leave that to me. Then I took her away from the group and emptied my pendant into the snow. A hill of intermediate energy ore, taller than she was. She stopped breathing for a second. Is that enough to make you a small, rich woman in the demon capital? She nodded like a chicken pecking. Then she noticed the snowflake around my neck and asked who gave it to me, and I said, a female friend, and she bit me. Actual teeth. Through the shirt. Drew blood. See if you dare flirt with people outside again. Sister Mei, that's cruel. Is she prettier than me? And I want you to understand that Duan Shui is objectively, provably, the most beautiful person I have ever seen, and that I had approximately 1 second to answer. She's not as big as you. That's more like it. I told her everything after that. The bond, the shared stars, all of it. She's the only person alive who got the whole story. Then I picked up the dot on the horizon that was 36 people coming west with a tracker. They had a dog. Not a real one. A mid-rank animal system with a black dog phantom and a nose that could pick one specific human out of a snowfield. And he could follow me at all for one reason. I'd spent 20 minutes warping in every direction looking for Yang Mei. I'd scattered my scent across half the region like a man shaking out a rug. "Maid," I said, "there's a dog." "A dog?" said Yang Mei, looking around. "Where?" "There's no dog, Sister Mei." "You just said there was a dog." "Snowfield, no dogs. If you want a dog, we'll get one in the demon capital." She stared at me for a long moment and let it go. Then I raised one finger, very slightly, and put a space shatter directly onto the dog's nose from 800 meters away. He screamed, blood everywhere. 30 men spun around looking for an attacker and found empty snow, no trajectory, no flash, nothing. Their light system healed him. So I did it again, on the same spot, the moment it started closing. "Brothers," the dog said, from the ground, with what I consider admirable analysis. "I suspect the one attacking me is that kid. He's only hitting me, and he's only hitting my nose." They agreed enthusiastically, and then all 30 of them left him lying there in the snow and sprinted west. Did they all leave?" he said. "A bunch of heartless people." I sent my people ahead. "Captain, Sister Mei, go to Fortress 33. Wait for me there. If anyone asks where I went, say you're looking for me too." Then I kissed Yang Mei on the cheek, which shut down her objection extremely efficiently, and Ling Shi threw a thunderball at the ground to raise a wall of snow, and I warped out of the middle of it. I waited for them in a fir tree. There's a thing I need to explain about Ling Shi before this part, because otherwise it doesn't land. When I first got her, I asked what she could actually do, and she said, "I am a star spirit. I can do everything Brother Song can do." Which sounded like a child boasting, and I said something dismissive. "Then it seems you're not very useful." And she gave me a look I have since learned to fear, and released 10 thunderblades at once. 10. Simultaneously. In one breath. 10 thunderblades cost me 2 full stars of energy. It's the most expensive thing I know how to do. I checked her bracelets afterward, and not one of her 9 stars had dimmed. Not one. I recalculated my entire life in about 4 seconds. "From now on," I said, "you release them." The catch is real, though. While she's using the lightning, I can't. We share 1 star. When she's out, I'm an ice user with a knack for being elsewhere. I have never once minded. "Ling Shi," I said, "how many can you take?" "Brother Song, I can take all of them." 10 lightning blades came down through the canopy into a dozen mid-rank superhumans, and Chen Guang, the other lightning element, 10 stars, years of experience, met it with a lightning blade of his own. His shattered. I watched a professional's entire self-image come apart in real time. "We're both mid-tier lightning users. How can your blade break mine?" Then I dropped out of the tree, took a chunk of intermediate ore out of my pocket, and turned it over in my hand. This energy ore is so small. They came at me with everything at once. Fire fists, meteor rain, water tornadoes, storm vortexes, half a dozen animal system types in the air, and Chen Guang's own thunderbolt out of his own cloud. Ling Shi put her hands together and made a cloud 10 times the size of his, 3 techniques at once. Dozens of lightning blades, a full sky of thunderbolts, and a bracelet firing storms like a meteor shower. Chen Guang's thunderbolt was absorbed by mine on the way down and redirected into his own people. When it stopped, everyone who was still conscious was on their back, and Chen Guang, staring up at a meter-tall girl with 9-star bracelets, finally worked it out. "That doll," he said. "Holy crap, that doll is an elemental spirit." They started begging immediately. "Brothers, I don't want the ore anymore. I have things to do. I'm leaving first." They scattered in every direction, trawling. Here's the ugly part. I could have let them go. In Star City, I would have let them go. "Those who come looking for me," I said, "should be prepared to meet death." Chen Guang ran instead of crawling, which is why he lasted 4 seconds longer than anyone else. Space shatter in the back, then a lightning blade. I collected the stones with object control out of the snow without touching any of it and covered the field over. Then the dog came looking for me, so I lay down under a fir tree and played dead. He came sprinting up out of pure greed. "I'm rich!" and hit the brake so hard he nearly went over when I sat up and coughed at him. "Kid, where are the others?" I waved a hand and blew the snow off a dozen bodies. He turned and ran without a single word, which I respected. I let him get 400 meters, warped in front of him, and sat on a branch above his head. "Answer a few questions and you live." He answered every one of them. The crowd had split 4 ways because my scent was in 4 places, and there was a separate group already camped at the gate of Fortress 33, waiting to block me from ever getting inside. "Very good," I said. "I'm satisfied. You may go." He ran, and as he ran, he was already planning out loud how he'd come back with reinforcements and make me kneel and call him grandfather, and about a kilometer out, I raised a finger. "If you can block this," I said, "then I'll let you go." He could not. I caught up with them that night, in a blizzard, in the dark, which sounds heroic and was mostly just tedious. Lightning wrapped around me works as a windbreak. It doesn't warm you, it just gives the wind something else to argue with. And Ling Si trailed along behind me, holding a small storm over her own head like an umbrella she was proud of. "Brother Song, it's very dark." "It is." "Can you see?" "I can see everything for 500 meters in all directions, including behind me, including through the snow." "Show off." Twice on that walk, something intermediate came out of the whiteout at us, once a pair, once a single, and neither of us broke stride. She took them off the board over her shoulder without looking up, the way you swat at a fly while reading. That's the thing about the extreme cold land at night that nobody says out loud. Everyone out there is blind after dark. That's why the fortresses fill up at dusk. That's why nobody travels. That's why the whole region has an unspoken curfew that even the criminals respect. Everyone is blind at night. I'm not. When I found their camp, I sent Ling Si home, on the grounds that the next part was not suitable for children, and warped directly into Yang Mei's tent. She was curled up in the corner, asleep, with tear tracks on her face, and I put my pack down as quietly as I could, and it made a noise like a bag of gravel, because it was a bag of gravel. She came up swinging. "Shh, Sister May, it's me." I'll skip ahead. It was quiet, and it mattered, and it was the first time in 2 months either of us slept. In the morning, she couldn't walk properly. Zhou Ming and the others had been up for an hour. Yang Mei, who had never once overslept in her life, because oversleeping in the extreme cold land is a way of dying, came out of her tent 40 minutes late, moving like someone had reassembled her incorrectly. "Yang Mei, what's wrong with your leg?" My leg cramped. Last night. Cramped, so I didn't sleep." Li Hongwei, with genuine scientific curiosity. "Can a superhuman's leg even cramp?" "It can. It should be able to, probably." "You don't know? You're the superhuman." So Zhou Ming, who is a kind man, sent the other 2 to pack her tent for her, where they found an entire backpack of energy stones and intermediate ore spilled across the ground sheet, which I had forgotten, which I had left there, which was, at a conservative estimate, 30 times everything the 4 of them had earned on the entire trip. "Young Mei, where did this bag of energy stones come from?" "I don't know." "It was in your tent." "I don't know." They asked her 11 times. She said, "I don't know," 11 times, and went redder each time, and could not explain, because explaining meant explaining space warp. Meanwhile, I had warped out of that tent with no clothes on and no backpack, and was standing in a fir forest at dawn getting dressed, when I noticed 2 white-haired apes on a branch above me. They were watching. They were making comparative gestures. They were laughing. "Are you mocking me?" I said, in my sage mode. Ling Shi cut them in half, turned around to report, and found her master. "Naked. Go home. Please go home." I rejoined the group an hour later with a story about visiting friends, and got to stand there while Li Hongwei excitedly told me the good news. Yang Mei had mysteriously found a backpack full of energy stones. "Really?" I said. "Mysteriously?" Yang Mei pinched me so hard I had a bruise for a week. Fortress 33 was under siege when we got there, not by creatures, by a crowd. 100+ mid-rank superhumans camped across the entire approach road, blocking the gate completely, and 2 portraits of my face hanging on the wall on either side of it. I know exactly how that crowd got there, because I heard the whole thing later from a man who was proud of his part in it. There's a local crew that works the approach road, a scarred slab of a man and 3 others, small time, the kind who take the leftovers of other people's hunts. They spent 2 days watching 100 professionals camp outside a fortress and could not work out why. So the boss did the one clever thing of his life. He paid an intermediate energy stone, his own, out of his own pocket, which for him is a month, for the answer. He got 2. 1. The boy in the portrait is worth 1,000 energy stones. 2. And this is the one that lit the whole road. The 4 small mountains of ore the Great Master brought back on his ship do not belong to the Great Master. They belong to the boy in the portrait. Kill him, and they're yours. The boss took about 4 seconds with that. Tell everyone, every crew on the road, all of them. His own men thought he'd lost his mind. Why hand 1,000 stones to 100 more competitors? Because 4 of us can't hold 4 mountains for 10 minutes, he said. But 150 people fighting over 4 mountains is a mess. And in a mess, small crews like us can grab something and be gone. So they spread it themselves, for free, out of pure calculated greed, and by nightfall there were 200 people on that road. And one of the old hands, standing in front of my portrait with his head tilted, said the thing that should have made all of them go home. Wait, I know that face. That's the kid who killed Han Wei. At this gate. By the time we walked up, there were 200 people out there. My old team went in first with their heads down, carrying nothing. I'd taken all their stones so they'd look poor, which is the only reason they got through, and I told them not to react to the portraits. Then I stood on the road for 20 minutes, recovering my space energy, and walked up alone. Are you all here to welcome me? Welcome? We're here to bury you. Kid, stick your head out and we'll leave you a complete corpse. Do you know how long we've been waiting? I haven't slept in 2 days. 2 days! 200 people lit up at once. It was, genuinely, one of the most impressive things I've ever seen. Every element in the catalog burning at the same time in front of a fortress wall. I turned on lightning, ordinary lightning, and 200 people relaxed, because a single mid-tier lightning element user against 200 is arithmetic. Then Ling Shi condensed in front of me. Above Fortress 33, in broad daylight, the sky went dark. 2 great masters were watching from the top floor of the central building with tea. I'm told Guo Yu Long spat his across the window. 3 techniques at once. Dozens of thunderbolts out of that cloud. Dozens of lightning blades. A bracelet throwing storms. 200 people threw everything they had into the sky to stop it, and the sky won. The shockwave hit the fortress shield, and Guo Yu Long had to personally wrap his own city in wind to protect it, complaining the entire time that people were fighting on his doorstep, and refusing, absolutely refusing, to stop the fight, because in his words, a show like this comes once in 100 years. Then they got organized, which impressed me. Light system users fired holy light bullets straight up, flashbangs, to blind me. Earth, ice, and wood dropped a triple control net on my legs. Water laid down a domain to accelerate their own people. And a dozen animal system types, immune to their own flashbang because they were bathed in holy light, came in across the water at full sprint. The flash took my eyes. It did not take my sphere. Ling Shi, I said, standing blind and frozen in place. Enjoy yourself. I'm going to make a strategic withdrawal. Ling Shi threw a thunderball at my feet to raise a curtain of snow and ice, and I warped out through it. 12 animal system users hit Ling Shi at full speed with their claws. Their claws went through her. You cannot touch an elemental spirit. You cannot burn her, freeze her, crush her, or claw her. They tore straight through a girl made of lightning, and then the lightning went up their arms, and 12 of them went down convulsing in a puddle. The other 2 reached the spot where I'd been, found 2 leg-shaped molds of ice and vines with nobody inside them, and had about 4 seconds to be confused before their own side's volley arrived on that position. They tried to run. And an invisible resistance took their legs out from under them, twice. The entire yard went up in fire and wind, and everyone cheered because the kid was finally dead. Then Ling Shi walked out of the fire completely untouched, and the cheering stopped, and somebody screamed, "Elemental spirit!" And then I warped to the gate. Not into the fortress, to the gate, where my old team and Luo Hua and Li Xiao were standing, and where 200 people had spent 3 days making absolutely sure I couldn't reach. "Su Yu, get inside!" Zhou Ming shouted. 3 steps! Get inside! 200 people watched me take 3 steps and realized their entire siege was about to become pointless. So I handed the captain my backpack and walked backwards, away from the gate. "Captain, hold that. I have unfinished business." Everyone, my side, their side, both great masters at the window, stopped. "Kid, what do you mean? We're not stopping you anymore. We've decided." "Right," I said. You're not going to stop me. I'm going to stop you. Because there is no such thing as a fight that ends when the other guy decides he's bored. Ling Shi arrived beside me in a bolt of lightning, and the last 40 people who still wanted the money had a long, quiet moment of reflection. I heard the whole conversation. What do we do? How the hell should I know? How about we run? Can't you have some ambition? We still have 40 people. But he has an elemental spirit. We have the numbers. But he has an elemental spirit. But he has an elemental spirit. My old team came out of the gate and stood with me, all 6 of them, which was tactically useless and which I have never forgotten. Li Hongwei set up earth walls. Luo Hua put a healing circle around all of us. Ling Shi, I said, maximum output. It was over in about 9 seconds. Afterward, the 2 great masters came down and swept 140 bodies into the extreme cold land with a single tornado and smoothed the cratered ground flat, standing 4 meters away from me, and I felt not so much as a breeze. You little rascal, Guo Yulong said. You dealt with all of them. Wen Bo looked at me for a long moment, then he said to Guo Yulong quietly, that kid will have a place among Huaxia's top combat forces one day. Inside the walls, they gave me back 4 small mountains of energy ore, and then I did something I'd been planning for 2 days, entirely on purpose. Moving 4 mountains of ore through a fortress means using your power inside the walls, which is banned. So I went to the law enforcement office and asked for a permit, and when the man behind the desk started laughing, I mentioned, in a bored voice, whose ship the ore had come off. I got the permit. I also got 4 officers as an escort, which was the part I actually wanted. Then, Li Shao carried 4 hollowed-out fur trunks the size of buses down the main street of Extreme Cold Fortress 33 in broad daylight, with the black cloth still on, with a law enforcement escort walking alongside, while the entire city came out of the bars and the hotels and the equipment shops to line the road and watch. It's the closest thing that place has to a parade, and it looked exactly like what it was, which is somebody driving a truck full of cash down a street full of people who kill for a living. When we reached the warehouse, Luo Hua and Li Shao pulled the cloths off. 4 mountains of intermediate energy ore, in daylight, in front of a crowd. I heard a man at the back say, quite clearly, in a small voice, "That's what we were fighting over?" 2 of those mountains I gave away on the spot. 6-4. That was the deal, made in a snowfield before I knew what I was, and Luo Hua tried to refuse it twice. "Brother Song, we can't." Luo Hua had both hands up. "Be reasonable." We put down healing circles and carried things. You emptied the lair. You fought the whole road. Take 3 and give us 1, and we'll still be the 2 luckiest men in this fortress. 6-4. That's the deal. That deal was made when we thought we were raiding a cave with 300 other people. It was made in a snowfield, I said, before any of us knew what I was. If I get to renegotiate it now that I'm winning, then it was never a deal. It was just me deciding what you were worth on a good day. He opened his mouth and shut it again. This has nothing to do with who did more work. We agreed before we went. They took it. Li Shao cried again. He does that. 6'4", an ox phantom, carried 4 mountains on his shoulders for 3 days, and he stood in a rented warehouse wiping his face with the back of his wrist. Luo Hua walked me to the door and asked what I was going to do next, and I told him, South, Demon Capital. Then we'll see each other again at high rank, he said. Both of us. That's the deal now. I said yes to that one, too. The rest went to Zhou Ming's team, and 100 and something kilograms of intermediate ore does something very specific to 4 people who came out here to scrape together moving money. Li Hongwei filled a backpack, then a tent bag, then his own coat. Su Yu, he shouted across the yard. It won't all fit. Then, that evening, in a rented warehouse, I emptied my own pendant and woke the dragon up. Surprise! Is there food? There's food. Quite a lot of it. 3 mountains of energy ore went into that thing in about 9 seconds. He inhaled the entire fortune of a small town, burped, and handed back about 1,000 common stones he couldn't fit. How long, I said, looking at the leftovers, until I get the energy back? Ugh, half a year. Ugh, I'm going. Don't bother me. Half a year? He was already asleep. He left instructions with Ling Shi, like a man leaving a note for a babysitter. Don't go anywhere dangerous for 6 months. Don't take risks. If you get into a life-threatening situation, I can't help you. And one more thing, which she delivered word for word. Brother Wu Yang says that when he wakes up, besides the energy, he'll give you a big surprise. So there it was, 6 months of forced vacation, with a bounty on my head, in a world where standing still gets you killed. I sent Yang Mei and her team back to Star City to hand over their posts, and I spent 1 week in the extreme cold fortress with her before she went, and then I did the arithmetic on my future. Star City was out. The extreme cold land was pointless with a sleeping dragon, which left an envelope. I dug it out of my pendant space, Zhang Wen's letter, unopened, addressed in neat characters. To the principal of Modu Superpower University. The teleport out cost 10 common stones, 50,000 star coins for 1 trip. I had spent months learning to think of stones as ammunition, and here was a machine that ate 10 of them to move me 1,000 kilometers, and I finally understood why a free association teleport pass is worth more than a salary. Then the pod opened, and I stepped out into the demon capital. Warm air, actual warmth, on my face in summer. I'd been in the cold so long, I had forgotten there were seasons. Modu is a circle, 10 districts around one center, the sacred domain, and the 4 sacred beast districts at the compass points, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and the elemental districts filling the gaps. And superhumans everywhere, flying overhead, sprinting along the pavement, skating on ice and water down the middle of the road. In Star City, a superhuman was an event. Here, they were traffic. I stood outside the energy building, sweating in a summer I hadn't planned for, and then I remembered I had options. I lit up an ice star that didn't belong to me. My pupils went blue, and the heat stopped existing. Duan Xue's ice star, I said, isn't useless after all. Then I let Ling Shi out to see the city, and she immediately pointed at a coiled azure dragon statue in the middle of the plaza. Master, what is that? Why does it look like Brother Wu Yang? Your brother Wu Yang is much smaller than that. Master, its eyes are looking at us. We're standing in front of it. It's a statue. Its eyeballs moved. It's a statue, Ling Shi. Remember that. I need you to remember that I said, it's a statue. Half a day later, in an arena 4 kilometers away, a girl with blue hair was fighting her best friend, and she was losing, and she was about to lose a bet that would cost her a night of dignity. And then, without warning, she was bathed in lightning. And a meter-tall girl in a purple dress appeared in front of her and said, Master? Duan Xue had my lightning element. Of course she did. That's how the bond works, and it had never mattered until the day my lightning came with a passenger. The entire arena stopped. Her instructor stood up so fast she knocked her chair over, and 4 kilometers away, in the middle of a plaza, my Ling Shi tugged my sleeve and said, Master, I feel another me. I found out what happened in that arena much later. Duan Xue had been losing. Chu Siyu, her best friend, vermilion bird class, red hair, all legs, had a bet running. Loser calls the winner Big Sister in public for a month, and Xue, who is the little princess of the Xuanbing family, would rather have taken a broken arm. Then the sky in her domain turned purple, and a small girl in a purple dress appeared in front of her and said, Master? She won the bet. Also, she nearly fainted, but she won the bet. My Ling Shi tugged my sleeve in a plaza 4 kilometers away. Master, I feel another me. She's fighting. Can you talk to her? Yes? So there it was, a private line between me and Duan Xue, running through 2 lightning spirits, with no equipment, no distance limit, and no way to hang up. I sent the first message. Tell her, you used to look down on the lightning element, don't summon it around without reason. The reply came back through the same channel about 90 seconds later, and I want you to appreciate the speed of it. Don't you look down on the ice element? If you have the guts, don't use my ice element to cool off. I looked down at my own hands, which were currently ice cold in a summer heat wave. She could not see me. She was 4 kilometers away, and she had me completely. The Holy Domain is the center of Modu, a park the size of a district with a star fountain and 4 sacred beast statues, and a villa there costs 1,000 intermediate energy stones. Let me put that in units I understand. 1 intermediate stone is 1,000,000 star coins. 1,000 of them is more intermediate creatures than lived in the entire miniature lair I had personally emptied. The energy building had a crowd of people who had come in to look at the prices and stay for the show. And the show, when I walked up to the counter in extreme coldland gear, was me. Kid, Do you know how many zeros that is? Go home. Grow up first. So I put 2 backpacks on the counter and opened them. 200 intermediate energy ore. That's the deposit. The room made a noise. I didn't do that to shut them up. I did it because I only had the deposit on me, because the rest was going to be paid at an 80% association discount under Yang Mei's name 3 days later, and because standing there arguing would have cost me an afternoon. Shutting them up was free. Modu Superpower University has a gate 100 meters wide, a gatehouse 10 meters tall, and a campus that takes up a third of the holy domain. It also has an old man in a black tracksuit sweeping the entrance. You can call me Old Master Song. I'm the gatekeeper. I'd like to enroll. Term started a week ago. Do you have an admission letter? No. Then you can't. That was going to be the entire conversation. Then his eyes went to Ling Shi standing beside me, and then to the snowflake pendant on my chest, and something happened behind his face. Where did you get that pendant, boy? I handed him Zhang Wen's envelope, which had been sealed for 2 months and was addressed to the principal. He tore it open. Please don't tear it. He read the whole thing standing there, folded it up, handed it back. All right, you can go in. And then he spoke into the air, and the air carried it 4 kilometers to an office. Little Lee, an interesting little fellow has arrived. No need for a test, just make him a level 2 student. I made it about 200 meters into campus before something invisible passed over me like a hand over a table. Principal Li Zhongguo had scanned me from his window, and what he saw was a mid-rank superhuman carrying 2 elements and an elemental spirit, which does not exist. Elemental spirits are handed to family heirs at high rank deliberately because giving one to a mid-rank breaks the transition. Then he tried to look again, and I wasn't there. Insight had come on by reflex. He spent the rest of my walk to his office quietly losing his mind. Principal, I'm here to study under you. You have no admission letter. I have a letter. He read it and put it down and said the thing I'd been walking towards since a bus stop outside Star City. Ling Song, from now on, you are a student of Modu University. Level 2, Nature Department. Then he leaned back and told me my second element from across the desk, which was a nice trick until I realized he'd already read me with a domain and was pretending it was the eye color. The terms took about 4 minutes and remain the best deal I have ever been offered. Tuition is free. On top of that, the school pays you monthly. First year, 30 common stones. Second year, 10 intermediate. Third year, 20. Graduate at high rank, and they hand you 3 advanced stones on the way out. There's a test once a year. Fail to grow, and they cut your allowance in half, and keep cutting until you're on 1 stone a month, but they never expel you. What's the actual price? Bringing glory to Huasha in the World University competition, and stepping forward when Huasha needs you. Then a small problem. There is no lightning class at Modu, because lightning is too rare to fill a room. So I could pick any department I liked. I picked ice, because the principal had already pulled me aside and given me the only piece of advice that mattered after Old Master Song explained what the pendant on my chest was. You're quite something, kid. You actually picked the Duan family's ice flower. I suggest you not expose your lightning element in this school for a while. Otherwise, you'll have endless trouble. The Ice Level 2 arena is a circle under an energy dome, and it contained 2 things I recognized. One was the instructor, Shen Li, 27 or 28, black suit, glasses, and young enough that I said, "Excuse me, classmate," to her face. The other was standing dead center with her arms folded. The principal walked in ahead of me and asked her, publicly, in front of 100 students, about the elemental spirit she'd summoned yesterday. I only summoned it once. I can't do it again. Really, try. I can't. Try anyway. And she looked past him, at me, at the corner of my mouth, which was doing something it should not have been doing. And out of pure spite, she summoned my elemental spirit in front of the entire school. Well, said the principal of Modu University out loud in his own arena, holy crap. 100 students concluded that Duan Shui was a dual-element ice and lightning prodigy. Duan Shui concluded that I was going to pay for that. She showed me around the arena, and when a girl called Li Min offered to do it instead, she said, "Not good," and kept walking, and the whole class stopped breathing because the ice princess had never once talked to a boy. Which is how I got 3 of them sent at me before lunch. They were Duan Ling Xiao's, white hair, Xuanbing family, 19, 9 stars, A-grade affinity, and a smile like a brochure. He didn't come himself. He sent 3 8-star seniors who opened with the classic, "Ling Song, do you not want your hands?" "You actually dare to bully little Princess Duan?" Shui started to raise her domain to step in front of me. "Let me handle it." I looked at the 3 of them, all of you, at once. They opened properly too, I'll give them that. 4 blizzards from 3 directions and a rain of ice arrows over the top of it, which is a real opening from 3 8-star seniors who trained together. I had 9 stars of borrowed ice and no idea what I was doing, so I did the only thing I had. I reached for her domain the way you reach for a light switch in someone else's house. And it answered. That was the moment. Standing in a training arena with 4 blizzards coming at me, I found out that I don't just borrow her star inside her domain, I can drive the domain, not copy it, drive it. The temperature dropped because I dropped it. Snow started falling out of the dome because I started it. Every flake already hanging in that air turned over and pointed at them because I turned it. My 2 blizzards merged into one and ate their 4, and the wind of it took all 3 of them off their line and put them in a huddle in the center of the ring, which is exactly where you don't want to be. Then ice chains came up out of the ground, wrapped all 3 of them, and began to close. "Su Yu, you can't kill people at Modu University!" I stopped the arrows a few centimeters from their faces. The ice department lost its mind. Somebody in the back screamed, "God, you!" and it stuck for the rest of the year. The bill for that fight was 3 stars of energy. Domains eat like nothing else. 3 stars is a dozen blizzards. And the mechanic came with a catch we worked out on the spot. I can only use her domain while she's standing near me. She can use my spirit from anywhere in the country. "Humph," she said. "It's no big deal. I'll just follow you from now on." I did not point out what she had said. I am not brave. Duanling Xiao came over afterward to introduce himself with his hand out. "Duanling Xiao, were Li Kun and the other 2 arranged by you?" "Xiao Shui, what are you talking about? Proof. Show me proof. Don't call me Xiao Shui. We're not that close." He dragged the 3 beaten seniors over and made them take the blame publicly, which was clean work, and then I ruined it with 2 syllables. "Xiao Shui, let's go." She said nothing. She said nothing, and 100 students watched her say nothing, and by dinner it had crossed all 4 sacred beast departments. Ling Xiao gave the order himself, spread it everywhere, especially the part where she defended him, and embellish it. The instructor came back to find her top student Scarlet in the corner of the lounge, made her own set of conclusions, and then tested my domain herself. "You learn this today? Is a domain something that can be learned?" I said nothing useful. She could feel a domain around me and could not find its source, and she filed that under problems for later. Then she announced the thing that ended my 6-month vacation about 4 hours after it started. Department tournament, half a month from now. It runs every 3 months. There are stone rewards for the winning team, for the instructor, and for individual placement. 10 intermediate stones a month had already made me a rich man on paper. Only a fool leaves stones on the table. Shui came with me to collect the monthly allowance, on the grounds that she also needed to collect hers, and the storeman greeted her by saying she'd already collected hers that morning. She has still not forgiven him. The next morning, the whole school was looking at me, and a girl in red dropped out of the sky into the middle of the path. "Your Ling Song?" She kicked me in the face. No threat, no warm-up. She dropped out of a clear sky at a speed I could not track and put a heel where my head was, and the only reason my head wasn't there is that I have spent 4 months being paranoid. I threw ice arrows up between us. Her heel went through them like they were made of sugar. All of them. She didn't even change the angle of her leg, so I blocked with both forearms, and blocking an animal system user at full speed has like blocking a car. The arms did their job, and both of them opened up to the bone, and I went back 3 meters with my sleeves red. The whole path stopped to watch a vermilion bird beat a nature system student to death before breakfast. I put ice arrows up. Her heel went through them like they were made of sugar, and when I blocked with my forearms, it opened both of them to the bone. That is what an animal system user does at close range. They don't outpower you, they arrive before your plan does. "To fight you," I said, "I don't even need a domain." Second pass. I warped, elbowed her thigh, warped again behind her, put a palm between her shoulder blades and rode her into the ground, and sat on her. 100 students watched a nature system user pin a beast in melee. "Su Yu, get off! That's my best friend!" At the gate, 4 kilometers away, an old man in a tracksuit stopped sweeping. A nature system superhuman with reaction speed faster than an animal system user? What kind of freak is this? Chu Siu, once I let her up, explained her motive with no embarrassment whatsoever. I wanted to see what level the man you've been thinking about was at. Jay tried to freeze her own best friend to death right there in the road. The simulation arena is under the campus, down a corridor, through an energy door. And behind that door is a whole barrier. Stalls, a street, superhumans walking around with empty faces, an open gate, and past the gate, an ocean with no far shore. Everyone else stood there impressed. I turned on insight and saw the truth. An enormous covered hangar, a reservoir, a wall, and a control desk with an instructor standing at it. Modu University dug a reservoir, built a wall, made a beach, moved a few rocks, and called it the Endless Sea Region. The water, at least, was real. The exercise was simple. Go out the gate and survive 24 hours. They handed out rations in sealed black bags, and the bags are not equal. Some people opened roast chicken and lobster. Some opened noodles. I opened 5 packs of crackers. Same as the extreme cold land. The universe has a sense of humor about me and food. Shuei explained the geography on the walk out, and it's the first time anyone had told me why any of this mattered. The Endless Sea Region to the east is held by Japan, but Japan is small, and the sea is not, so Huaxia has been building its own barriers out there for years, and lately the rumor is that Japan's large barriers are being broken through one after another. Which explains why every single department at Modu simulates the sea, and nothing else. Could it be, said Siu, that Huaxia is preparing in advance to fight the creatures of the Endless Sea Region? Nobody answered her. That's usually how you know. The first wave was 5 mermaids, and I use that word because the source material insists on it, a fish head on a human body throwing water spears, truly abstract. We took all 5 apart in about 40 seconds, and insight showed me the punchline: they were made of water. Sculpted out of the reservoir by a control desk. So the instructor typed a 20 into the desk. 100 ice students answered 20 mermaids with what I estimate was several tens of thousands of ice arrows, a volley you could have seen from orbit. The mermaids dove. Every arrow went into the water. Ice bindings did nothing because you don't need legs to sink. Then somebody worked it out, and 100 students walked into the sea and froze a section of the ocean solid. And 20 mermaids trapped in a floor of ice found out that against water creatures you don't win by hitting harder. You win by taking the water away. Then Zhou Wu came around collecting lunch. That's Ling Xiao's man, and he was going stall to stall taking the lobster off one person and the ham off another and the roast chicken off a third for the young master with the manners of a man collecting a fee. I looked at my 5 packs of crackers and asked the room a question. Has it occurred to any of you that the simulation gives everybody different food, in different amounts, precisely because it wants us to take it from each other? Both girls immediately told me not to do it. Both girls immediately told me not to do it. Ling Song, we're students, Shui said. That's Duan Ling Xiao's man. If you touch him, it becomes a whole thing. It's a survival exercise. It's a class. It's a survival exercise, I said, where the school deliberately gave one man a lobster and another man 5 packs of crackers, and then put them in the same room for 24 hours. I put ice binding on Zhou Wu in the middle of a crowd. Instructor, Su Yu snatched my food. Shen Li looked down from the wall and said exactly one sentence and then left. Just don't cause any casualties. You could hear 100 students recalculate their entire understanding of the exercise at the same time. Duan Ling Xiao came through the crowd with his hands out, doing reasonable. Ling Song, give it back. It's food. It's not worth... You're right. I picked up the sack. It's not worth anything. That's why you sent a man around to collect it for an hour. He went a color I enjoyed. I took the whole sack, every dish Zhou Wu had spent an hour collecting, and thanked them sincerely on the way out. Otherwise, I'd have had to take it from each of you individually. Later, I went looking for the edge of the world, because I always do. I found the wall. It's only half submerged. Behind it is the first year's pool, and at the bottom of the water underneath it, sitting above a round stepped platform, was a blue pearl about the size of an almond, glowing, with ripples running across its surface. My hand stopped a few centimeters away, invisible barrier. So I used object control, very gently, and turned the pearl about 2 degrees. 4 waterspouts came up around me instantly. I warped to the top of the wall and sat there, watching an entire reservoir stand up into a wall of waves, and thought, with what I consider admirable calm, right. Treasures aren't that easy to get. 4 kilometers away, at the gate, a single bead on an old man's black prayer beads lit up. Why would the water elemental orb suddenly act strangely? He checked with his domain. Nobody near the orb in place. Restriction triggered anyway, for the first time in years. He put the bead out and thought no more about it. Meanwhile, Shen Li was staring at a control desk where the wave mode was switched off while the waves were happening, and she did the most alarming thing I saw in my first week. She froze the entire ocean with a single 15-star technique to save 1 student. Then she scanned for me and found nothing and concluded I was dead. I strolled back across her new ice about 10 minutes later, which visibly ruined Duan Lingxiao's afternoon. Where were you? On the wall. She scanned me again. This time I was there. I watched her file that under the same folder as the domain and lose another small piece of her peace of mind. Then she announced wave mode and everyone went into the water. The mechanic is nasty. Every wave that hits you doubles the energy you spend just staying upright. For a nature system user, that's a slow execution. Animal system users don't even notice, which Siyu was extremely smug about and which Shay silently offset against a side effect she knew about and didn't say out loud. Then the instructor typed 60 mermaids, 5 ghost-faced demonic octopuses, minibus-sized, 10 tentacles, and a face the size of a basketball set in the middle of the body, and 5 3-headed sea serpents, 5 meters long, blades on all 3 heads, venom in the fangs. 70 funnels of water rose at once. 100 students found their legs going. The instructor genuinely did not know whether 70 was a lot. Deal with the sea serpents first, because the serpents are the mixer. They dive, hit the formation from underneath with their tails, break the line, and then the mermaids and octopuses finish what's floating. I pulled them out of the water one at a time with ice chains, and I could do it because Insight showed me each one before it moved. Everyone assumed domain. Xue, who knows her own domain is exactly 100 meters, stood next to me getting quietly angrier with every lie. Chains around a serpent, chains close, serpent gone. I dragged the second one up and handed it to her. She dragged the third up herself and handed it to Siyu, who kicked it into a cloud. 5 out of 5 in a few minutes. Duan Lingxiao, hiding at the edge, took a tentacle across the ribs, which I want on the record. I was down to 2 or 3 stars of ice, so I handed the rest of the fight to Ling Shi and gave the order publicly through Xue because I was still a quiet ice student who did not have lightning. Duan Xue's about to clear the field. Everyone move. Siyu flew a lap shouting at people to get back. About half of them believed her. 3 techniques at once. Dozens of lightning blades, dozens of thunderbolts, storm meteors out of the bracelets. 70 creatures came apart into water. And then the entire sea turned into a puddle of live current, and the wave that came in afterward carried the charge with it, and 100 ice students got knocked flat and lit up like a string of festival bulbs. Shen Li threw armor on all of them in the last half-second and said, with feeling, "It seems Xue's strength is somewhat beyond my imagination." And I stood in the middle of an electrified ocean, watching my own lightning spread across the water in every direction, hitting things I hadn't aimed at, and had the single most important thought of my first month at that school. Lightning conducts through water. The endless sea region isn't a threat to a lightning element user, it's a paradise. Then, Shen Li announced that the tournament draw was in a week, and that the 2 of us would be the ones drawing. The strongest students of the department always draw, instructors never, and I could not resist. So, before I got here, our ice level 2 wasn't that strong? Xue's dress was short and half frozen, so I gave her my shirt. And the whole class saw the pendant on my neck, the exact snowflake that hangs on Duan Xue's. They concluded I was a fan. Because half the school has a copy of that pendant, Duan Lingxiao has an expensive one with storage space built in, commissioned specifically so he'd have a matching item. Nobody in the entire university considered the obvious explanation. It was the safest my secret ever was. I was late for Yang Mei, and I was sprinting for the gate, which is exactly the moment old Master Song decided to run his test. His eyes went red, and beast might came down on me like a building. I lit both elements and dropped Ling Shi out in the same instant, and it still put me on my knees in the dirt. Then it was gone, and the old man was doing Tai Chi, and the sky was blue. So, you really are a lightning and ice dual element mid-level superhuman. He'd suspected a hidden animal system because of how fast I move. That's what all of it was for. What I took away from it was different, and I've never stopped thinking about it. That pressure was heavier than the old turtles, which means the man sweeping the gate of a university is far above high rank. Nobody puts a man like that on a gate to keep the gate. Yang Mei arrived in Qinglong District that afternoon with the whole team, and Captain Zhou Ming found out 2 things in 10 seconds. You're a student now? At Modu University? Yes. Wait. You're only 18? He's a student, Li Hongwei repeated to nobody. At Modu. He's 18 and he's a student at Modu University. Li Hongwei. I'm 26, he told a lamppost. Then I took Yang Mei around a quiet corner because I needed to move her across the city, and space warp requires physical contact, and I should have said that part out loud first. What I actually said was, Sister Mei, come here a second, and take off anything that might catch. She looked up and down the alley. She checked the mouth of it. Then she went a color I have only otherwise seen on a stoplight and started taking her clothes off. Sister Mei, why are you taking off your pants? You weren't going to... I want to carry you through void crossing. You have to get on my back. She hit me, repeatedly. I probably deserved it. At the energy building, the deposit of 600 was already down. The remaining 400 I paid in 67 pieces of intermediate ore, and I filed the entire purchase under her name because she's association, and association gets 80% off. Sister Mei, it's your turn to shine. Ling Song, 1,000 intermediate stones is too expensive. We don't need... I put her palm on the screen. Order transfer. Order complete. 2 keycards. Holy Domain Villa Estate, Xingyuan Mountain, with its own teleport pod running to the energy building. She held her card in both hands the entire ride up the mountain and did not say one word. 4 months earlier, I had been standing at a bus stop outside Star City with 11 coins in my pocket, buying a potion because it was the cheapest thing on the shelf. The estate has 3 tiers on the mountain. The top one is in the clouds, the middle one in the mist, the bottom one in the trees. She picked the middle. Too high isn't safe, too low isn't nice. The teleport pod down to the foot of the mountain costs 1 intermediate stone a month, and I wanted on record that if there had been no pod, I would have had opinions. 1,000 intermediate stones for a house, and then you walk up a mountain? Pure sucker. Fighting on estate grounds is banned, and the punishment isn't a fine, it's the energy building blacklist. No purchases, anywhere, for life. For a superhuman, that isn't a penalty, that's an execution with extra steps. Then we got to Plot 99, and Plot 99 was a field. What the heck? Why is it just land? Where's the house? 1,000 intermediate stones for a patch of grass. I stood there running the numbers on how many creatures had died to buy us the privilege of sleeping outdoors, and then the clerk explained. You choose the design, the energy building builds it at their cost, and you stay in their hotel while they do. Yang Mei put her palm on the plate, her name, her deed. We had 409 intermediate stones and about 1,000 common ones between us, and she had gone from 7 stars to 8 in the 2 months we'd been apart, which she was embarrassed having and which is actually terrifying. That night in the hotel, in the dark, she traced the snowflake on my chest with 1 finger. Is she also at Modu University? Oh. That was the entire conversation. It lasted about 6 seconds, and I thought about it for a week. The Modu Association headquarters is the size of a football pitch, and I'm not a member, so I stood outside like a delivery driver. Across the street was an awakening potion shop with no customers in it at all. There was a white-bearded old man in a rocking chair out front who did not get up. Go inside and pick what you need yourself. With service like that, no wonder. He perked up when I actually walked to the counter. This month, we finally opened for business. I could afford the advanced potion. 5 million star coins sitting right there in a case, guaranteed to be worth something. I bought the 1-coin bottle. If I'm a European emperor, I told him, I'll be one to the end. I like random. He was staring at my chest. Ice and snow, love? Yes. How old are you? 18. What? Secondary? Registration is legally required, so I gave it to him straight. Ling Song, 18, lightning element, Modu University. I was 3 steps out the door when I heard him talking to himself. Modu University, Ling Song, lightning element, ice and snow love. An interesting young man. It seems I'll have to go find Old Master Song. And then, quieter, in the tone of a man doing sums, where did Duan Ming find such an awesome son-in-law? I did not run. I want to be clear that I walked. Outside, I ran into Zhang Wen, transferred to Modu, ice hairpin, pale blue dress, and she had spent her first weeks in a new city getting my old team a posting in the Holy Domain. Street patrol, 5 intermediate stones a month, no danger, extreme cold land access included. She worried herself sick to settle 4 people who were not her problem anymore. I have never worked out how to repay that. The villa was finished the next morning, which still doesn't sound real to me. I had watched them start the previous afternoon. 2 earth users and a wood user and a foreman with a tablet, and by dinner there were foundations, and by the time we came up the mountain the next day, there was a house on plot 99 with the lights on and warm air coming out of the door. That's what the energy building charges 1,000 intermediate stones for, not the house, the speed. Yang Mei had picked the design off a catalog while I was asleep. It was pink. Delicately, comprehensively pink, with snowflake motifs cut into the banisters, the window frames, the kitchen tile, and, I checked twice, the shower door. Sister May, the snowflakes. They're pretty. They're on the shower. They're pretty. And upstairs, a bed I described out loud as big. Big? Said Young Mei. I still think it's small. After all, Sister Shui will be coming in the future, won't she? I left through Void Crossing at approximately the speed of sound. Training! Today is training! Bye! When you come back tonight, this old lady will drain you dry. At the university gate, Old Master Song took one look at me doing Tai Chi and diagnosed my entire domestic situation. Young man, you must learn moderation. He flicked a bead of light at me, and the tiredness went out of my body like water out of a bath. Then he stopped smiling. Don't keep going to the Superhuman Association lately. I'm afraid they might detain you. He didn't explain. He didn't have to. An old man called Old Master Hong had come by the day before yesterday, asking about me the way you ask about a meal. And I finally understood what Old Master Song actually is. High rank, light element, sweeping a gate. He was thinking something else, which I only heard about much later. I can't let such a good prospect be snatched away from right under my nose. Then he went across the street to the potion shop. Shui caught up with me on the path, white shirt, shorts, 11 stars now, and furious that I hadn't noticed. Big liar, you didn't even look. I looked. You didn't. Then, going pink. So you've been staying at a hotel and thinking about me these past few days. Because the pendant works both ways, and I'd forgotten, and she had not. She left at a speed I'd call tactical. On the arena floor, Shen Li announced the tournament selection, and the number was 8, not 9. The 9th place was mine, no trial. 100 students detonated because the prizes are stones and stones are the point. How is that fair? Because Ling Song can use domain power at mid-rank, said the instructor, and his ice star is 10 stars. Is there anyone here stronger than him? Everyone else in that room was 7 or 8. It's just 10 stars, said Duan Ling Xiao. Who isn't? He'd hit 10 that week. He wanted a duel for the right to draw lots, and he got one. Before we stepped out, I leaned over to Shui and said 11 words very quietly. Later, when I shout domain power, release your domain. The arena is a circle of packed earth with low ridges in it, and the only rule is don't kill. We opened with the same technique, ice seal arrow rain, and mine broke his in the air. You're not 10 stars. I never said I was 10 stars. I'm 11. Then he answered with money. Ice crystal armor, an intermediate grade artifact, spikes over the shoulders, several hundred intermediate stones of somebody else's fortune, and it ate my entire volley without chipping. 11-star ice arrows, he said, are nothing more than this. Ice. I raised one hand. Elful domain power. The snowflake on Shui's forehead went red. The temperature in that arena dropped past the point where breathing hurts, and snow started coming down from a ceiling that has no sky. Every snowflake in the air turned into an arrow. His feet froze into the ground. 2 blizzards came in from both sides at once, and above his head I built a cone of ice the size of a truck and a blade to drive it. The armor cracked, then failed, and Duan Ling Xiao went out of the ring on his back with a hole through his shirt. My honest reaction was disappointment that he got up. The instructor healed him with light and called it. The department screamed, "God you," until the dome rang, and I stood over several hundred intermediate stones of shattered equipment and said the truest thing I said all week. Alas, for Duanling Xiao to lose such a valuable piece of defensive equipment, my heart aches. Nobody argued about my roster spot again. Shu briefed me on the other departments on the way to the draw, weaker than ice, earth and wood. Light and water have caught up because of their special systems. Fire and wind are not weaker at all. Every department has one or two geniuses with a special ability, extended radius, skill splitting, control, regeneration. But only one student in the entire second year has a domain, and she was walking next to me. Then she named the one to actually watch. Ke Jingjing, water, about 1.50 meters tall, who can use high-rank skills at mid-rank. The waiting room was a zoo, and everyone in it had been told to be there by someone who was afraid of them. Ke Jingjing had the chair nearest the door, with her feet not touching the floor, going through a bag of dried fruit, and she was the most dangerous person in the room by a distance nobody else in it wanted to measure. Song Wei sat straight-backed in a black suit, water and lightning both, the only other lightning in the second year, and the one person there I actually watched. Li Huijuan of light, yellow hair, cheerful, had taken the seat next to Zhou Mei Li of poison, which was brave because Zhou Mei Li has purple patterns running under the skin of her arms, and there were 3 empty chairs on the other side of her that nobody was ever going to use. Qin Xuan of darkness sat under a black hood at the back and did not move once in 20 minutes. His shadow did, twice. Fang Lei of earth was using 2 chairs because he is that shape, and he had positioned both of them so that he had a clear view of He Jingjing, and he was extremely careful never to look directly at her. And Guo Lei of wind, long white hair, took one look at Shui walking in beside me and grabbed his own chest with both hands. Holy moly, I lost an ice flower. 2 people laughed. Qin Xuan's shadow moved again. 6 months, Guo Lei told the room. 6 months of the finest work of my career. Flowers. Poetry. I once stood in the rain. You stood under an awning, said Li Huijuan. I stood near the rain. Then he looked back at me, and there was nothing hostile in it at all, which is why it landed. Ling Song. Honest advice, one man to another. Stay away from Duan Xue. Why? Because I like you, and I don't want to attend anything sad. The dean arrived. Han Yong, middle-aged, heavy, followed by Gao Yang of fire, red hair, cropped, and Wu Tian of wood, glasses. Gao Yang crossed the room and knocked twice on my desk with 2 knuckles, unhurried, the way you knock on a door you already own. Newcomer, I want this seat. Move aside. Every head in that room came up because that's what it was for. It wasn't about the chair. It was the fire department's strongest student finding out in front of 6 other departments whether the new name was worth anything. What if I don't? He smiled. He actually seemed pleased. Then we'll... Gao Yang. The dean didn't raise his voice. Sit down. He sat down. I found out later why that worked so fast, and it wasn't discipline. The principal had personally walked me into this faculty and personally told them not to lean on me, and Han Yong had spent a week wondering what that meant. The rules. 7 departments and 1 draw is a bye straight through. The rewards. First place, 1,000 intermediate stones to the department, 3 advanced stones to the instructor, 5 enters a month to every member. Second, 500. Third and fourth, 100 each. I did the division in my head and was visibly disappointed. 1,000 across 10 people is 100 each. It's not split evenly, Shui said. It's split by how many opponents you beat and how your instructor grades you. Then she added the part she'd been putting off. Also, our ice element has never won first place. The best we've ever done is 3rd or 4th. You'd best not get your hopes up. So it's not that I look down on these superpower stones. It's that these superpower stones look down on me. The bye is not drawn. The bye is fought over. They put an iron ball the size of a ping pong ball on the floor. Fire won't melt it. Lightning won't hold it. Hold it for 3 seconds and your department goes through. You may use your abilities. You may not use attack skills. Contact is allowed, and, I quote the dean exactly, you may not take advantage of the fact that your opponent is a girl. Shui pushed me forward with both hands. I can't compete with them. She has a face she makes. It works every time, and we both know it. 7 control skills went off in the first half second. Wu Tian's black vines, Fang Lei's mud swamp, and my ice binding on top of both, and all 7 of them froze in place at the start line. Then Gao Yang lit white flame, and the ice was simply gone, vines smoking. Zhou Mei Li went poison-bodied. Guo Lei cut himself loose with a wind blade. Song Wei came out with a thunder blade, and I made a note of that man for later. So I asked Shu for the domain and froze the mud into a skating rink, and the whole field went down again. Which is the exact moment the dean of the nature department stopped watching the ball, because the domain was not coming from me. It was coming from the girl standing outside the ring. He had never in his life heard of a person wielding someone else's domain. Sorry, everyone, I'm going ahead. Guo Lei took to the air. The ground is too unsafe, and Wu Tian whipped the ball off the floor and lobbed it straight up into his hands. I caught him with ice chains 1 meter short of it. Damn it! Who said the air was safe? Gao Yang punched me with a fist wrapped in white fire. Our knuckles met, and mine came away burned, which told me everything I needed to know about white flame and about him. Second pass, I stood completely still. He committed. At the moment of impact, I warped past his shoulder and hit him in the face from the side, and he went several meters and landed with a broken nose. The dean nearly came out of his chair. A nature system user does not move like that. His conclusion was dual element with a hidden animal system, and his second conclusion was that the principal had lied to him about a student, which was correct. Want to stop me? I said. You're not qualified enough. That's when Gao Yang broke the rules. 3 enormous fists of white flame from behind at my back. Shui screamed, and a 16-star aura came up like a tide, and the dean released a domain spirit. It was a narwhal. A meter of blue, and it swam through the ground the way a real one swims through the sea, and it put up a curtain of water that swallowed 3 fireballs without making any sound at all. What in the world is that thing? Fire lost its qualification for the bai on the spot, and Gao Yang was thrown off the floor. Then Song Wei started building roadblocks out of thunderclouds, technically not attack skills, until nobody could see, and walked through them himself with lightning wrapped around him. I did not need to see. I had the ball on insight through 3 walls and a storm. Guo Lei had wind wings, and I could not outfly him, so I stopped trying to catch him and laid a net of ice chains behind myself instead. He shouted for help from everyone at once, which is a fine plan if you can afford it. Wu Tian whipped the ball again, and the ball rocked in place and stayed exactly where it was because I had been holding it with object control since the moment it hit the floor. I slid in and took it. Got it. My black vine clearly hit the iron ball. Wu Tian was staring at his own hands. Why wasn't it knocked away? Didn't hit it. 3 seconds had already gone by while everyone stood there being confused. Then I walked over and put the ball in Shui's hand. This iron ball has a part of your contribution in it. First buy in the history of the ice department. The draw itself was a metal box full of plastic balls, and I proposed a bet. Whoever guesses more matchups gets 1 wish. She guessed wind for Gao Yang, so I put the wind ball in his fingers with object control, and Fire's best student pulled out the one department he was afraid of and said, "Damn it," loudly enough to be heard in the corridor. Then I went to hand He Jingjing the wood ball and hit an obstacle I could not have planned for. "Dean, I can't reach." She couldn't get her arm to the bottom of the box. The dean lowered it, the balls rolled. Shui asked me a question at the worst possible second, and Jingjing came up with Earth. I lost the bet by 1. Final bracket. Fire against wind. The 2 strongest departments knocking each other out in round 1. Water against earth. Light against wood. And ice straight through. The losers started on each other before the dean was out of the room. "Zhu Zihang, this is all your fault for getting eliminated early." "Don't you think," said Qin Xuan from under his hood, "that this draw seems rigged?" "Rigged my ass." Her wish, for the record, was to see my house. I also learned 2 things in that room worth more than the buy. Domain spirits like the dean's narwhal only come to high-rank users with high star counts. And Duan Shui's father has one. His is an ice dragon. We walked back into the arena wearing funeral faces. That was my idea, not hers, and she went along with it faster than I expected from a woman with a reputation for being made of ice. 100 students saw our expressions and drew the obvious conclusion, and then they did something that I did not expect and have not forgotten. They started consoling us. It's fine, God Chen. Fire and wind knock each other out anyway. Yeah, even if we drew water, so what? We've got you now. Third place is basically ours. Third place. They were comforting themselves with third place, out loud, and they meant it kindly, and that told me everything about what it's like to be the ice department at Modu University. Shui cracked first. She put a hand over her mouth and it did not help at all. Instructor, she said, we don't have an opponent in the first round. Shen Li stopped walking. What? I took the iron ball out of my pocket and held it up between two fingers. There was about a second and a half of complete silence in that arena, and then 100 people made a noise I could feel in my back teeth. Shen Li put both hands over her face and stood there like that for a while. She'd been an instructor for years. Every 3 months, at the General Assembly, she'd watched a colleague walk up the aisle carrying that iron ball to the dean's table while everybody applauded. And every 3 months, it had been somebody else. When she took her hands down, her glasses were fogged, and she pretended it was the temperature in the dome. Right, she said. Right. Then we train. The chant started in the back and worked forward. God you, God you, God you. They made me captain. Shui stepped aside for it herself, which the department found more shocking than the Bai. And Duanling Xiao and 2 of his people made the roster, with money and pressure, which the instructor saw perfectly well. If anyone dares to make a mistake during the competition, she told the 8 of them, don't blame me for finding you alone afterward. I got home that night to a dark house. Yang Mei had turned all the lights off and hidden behind the door to jump out at me, and what she heard instead through the door was a second woman's voice. The door came open. Both of them spoke at the same instant, in the same tone, looking straight at me. Su Yu, who is she? I introduced Duan Shui as the one from the extreme cold land, said about 4 sentences into each of their ears, and 15 minutes later they came out arm in arm, both pink, chatting like sisters, and threw me out of my own living room. Shui stayed the night. The 2 of them took the bedroom. I got the couch. Yang Mei put her head back around the door one last time. Oh right, you're not allowed to void crossing into our room. In the morning, they came down the stairs arm in arm and found me asleep on the couch in a shape they both found funny. Ling Song, from today, Sister Shui is moving in. Do you have an opinion? We're informing you, not asking. I got the side bedroom on the ground floor. The second floor became a country I needed a visa for. On the way to campus, Shui mentioned casually that she knew about void crossing. Yang Mei had told her everything inside of one night. Everything. I have never been so thoroughly sold out by someone who loves me. So I picked her up and warped us straight into the arena changing room. Su Yu, what kind of ability is this? And then, about 4 seconds later, before she'd even put her feet down, she said the thing that made me realize what I actually had. Wait, Huaxia is only holding the extreme cold land to a draw because the creatures keep pulling ore out of mines deep inside their territory. We can't reach the mines. The front line is the whole problem. Her eyes were enormous. But you can go in and come out. You could hit the mines and leave. Ling Song, this doesn't help the war. This changes it. I got my hand over her mouth. You are not allowed to expose my ability. I'd be a target for the rest of my life. Don't be afraid. My father will protect you. Your father almost attacked me in the Howling Abyss, and he's going to protect me. Then I told her the rest of it anyway. Space element, 10 stars, 500 meters of sight, space shatter, object control, all of it. I've been carrying that alone for 4 months. It turns out it's heavy. The tournament arena is 1,000 acres under an energy dome, and the fighting platform rises up out of the ground with a shield around it. And then all 7 department instructors raise their stars at once and build the map out of their own domains. RAM map, urban area. Skyscrapers came up out of the floor, streets, parked cars, a city made by 7 people holding hands. The principal of Modu University attended a departmental tournament for the first time in the history of the school, and everybody assumed it was an honor for the winners. It was because of me and Old Master Song, but the effect was the same. Fire against wind in a city. Qin Xuan went into the shadows and split into 10 shadow clones, and Gao Yang gave one order. Burn all the shadows. You cannot hide in the dark from a man who removes the dark. Fire deleted the darkness department as a concept. Wind stayed on the rooftops, which works until you understand what white flame does. It doesn't chase you, it burns the air. Guo Lei was soaked through inside 4 minutes, losing water, and dropped his shield to breathe. White flame meteor shower. I watched the whole thing with my chin on my hand and revised my estimate. White flame is not weaker than a domain. Water drew the endless sea against Earth, and Fang Lei said what everyone was thinking. What's the point of fighting this? And then He Jingjing stood at the edge of the water and cried, actual tears running down her face. That's her mechanic, that's how the thing switches on, and her tears fell into the sea, and the sea answered. Pseudo-high rank, towering tsunami. The earth wall cracked, and then it wasn't there. Light against wood, in a foggy forest, was the worst thing I have ever paid attention to. Wu Tian set an ambush. His whole department climbed trees and waited. Zhou Meili's counter was to stand still and poison the air until the fog was the weapon. For an hour, nothing happened. The stands rioted. Are these two teams on vacation? If they don't fight, what are we watching? Then the trees started swaying, and the people in them were purple, and I learned that you cannot outweight poison. Round 2 isn't 1 against 1. It's all 4 surviving departments dumped onto one map together, and the department with people left standing wins. You don't draw an opponent, you draw for the right to choose the map. Ice drew last, which is why, with object control, I stuck the winning ball to the top inside corner of the box, and water, fire, and light reached in one after another and came up with nothing. The hall could not process it. Why should this fall to the ice department, who drew last? The first 3 draws all failed. Then I let the ball drop to the bottom. Instructor, do we in the ice department still need to draw? No need. I chose the extreme cold land. At the gate of the university, 4 kilometers away, an old man in a tracksuit tilted his head because his wind domain had felt something the size of a ping-pong ball move by itself. That draw, did it move? Strange. Did I sense it wrong? Inside the arena, sound from outside doesn't reach you. So when the snow started and the fir trees came up and the wind hit my face, it was the extreme cold land. Not a picture of it. It. The rule was a shrinking circle. The snow melts inward from the edges, and the moment you're standing on bare arena floor, you're out. Zhou Meili released poison before the blizzard started, and the blizzard distributed it across the entire map for her, free of charge. I gave one order. Straight to the fortress, now, no fighting. And Duan Lingxiao made his move. Even if you're the captain, if you make a wrong decision in the field, we have the right not to listen. 4 people stayed with him. Suit yourselves, I said. As long as 1 person survives to the end, the ranking still counts. 5 of us went. Me, Xue, Li Zi, Li Lan, Song Kai. I walked them around every patrol on the map with insight and pulled the poison out of the air ahead of us with the domain, and we reached the fortress without meeting one single opponent. The timid ones starve, the bold ones eat. The fortress was empty, and the gate was standing open. Captain, what if there's an ambush inside? There's no one inside. It's empty. How do you close the city gate? The stands lost it. Are Suyu's team stupid? 5 people closing the only gate? The instructors agreed. The gate always falls. That's what a crowd is for. And up in the box, the principal said mildly to his dean, "This kid, occupying the fortress, he wouldn't be thinking of taking on 3 departments, would he?" "Principal, please stop joking." "No, he really might. What if the ice department has a lightning elemental spirit? Just 1? It seems a bit difficult still. What if there are 2? "What? 2? The circle closed and the bell rang, and 3 departments arrived at my wall. Duan Lingxiao's 5 ran into fire on the way, and instead of fighting, he cut a deal. "We 5 can secretly help you deal with Ling Song." They put on a show battle for the cameras and waited for water to catch up. Gao Yang was delighted. I'm quite looking forward to seeing Ling Song ambushed by his own people. He Jingjing and Li Huizhuan came to the base of the wall and asked us nicely to open the gate. I stood on the parapet. "Everyone, since you're all here, I'll announce something. First place in this departmental competition, our ice element is taking it. I did offer Duanling Xiao a chance to contribute. I asked him to strike first and draw fire. He declined. So Shui raised her domain and summoned Ling Shi, a 1-meter girl in a purple dress with 9 stars on her bracelets and lightning moving in her eyes, standing in the air over a fortress wall. 3 departments hammered the ice net across the gate and broke it, and Gao Yang was already smiling when the sky above an indoor arena turned black. It's the little princess's thunder spirit. The instructors were on their feet. You absorb a spirit at high rank. Catching one is described in the literature as comparable to ascending to heaven. Thunderbolts, lightning blades, storm vortexes. Everyone except the 5 strongest students on that field went down, cracked ribs, blood, unconsciousness, and the light instructors were healing 30 people at once. I pulled Shui behind me from the shockwave, which was a completely unnecessary gesture since the blast was going downward and away from us. We're too close. That shockwave hit our own people. She let me get away with it. She knew exactly what I was doing. 5 survivors clustered under a holy light shield and held. So I lit my lightning star in front of the entire university and summoned my Ling Shi. Identical. Same dress, same bracelets, same face. Gao dorned. Didn't you say I was flaunting Duan Xue's elemental spirit? Look at this. What's this? The stand stood up. What situation? Said the principal, out loud, in a room full of faculty. Husband and wife? Lovers? Eternal lovers? And in the corner, old Master Song smiled into his beard and left early. It seems the other noble families won't be able to covet the ice department's ice and snow love anymore. 2 Ling Shi at maximum output is not a fight. Hundreds of lightning blades, dozens of thunderbolts, saturation across the whole map. The instructors were throwing colored shields over their own students to keep the casualty count at 0. The fortress gate exploded. The arena itself shook. I grabbed Shui and got ready to warp us out of a building I had personally overloaded. Ice department. First place. First time in the history of the school. They gave us first and second both by ruling from above. 1,500 intermediate stones, 5 advanced stones to Shen Li, 6 intermediate a month to every member. Gao Yang came over and offered his hand, nose still crooked. Ling Song, I lost this time, but there's a long road ahead. We'll meet at high rank. Shen Li, publicly, in front of everyone. Duanling Xiao and his 4 performed poorly. They may collect their share from logistics themselves. Then, the principal closed the assembly with a lie for the newspapers, that all of it had been War God Duan's arrangement from the start, and dropped one real sentence on the way out, to his dean, quietly, not for us. Japan's barriers in the endless sea are falling. They have 5 large ones left. Yong, be mentally prepared. I feel that day is coming soon. Old Master Song was waiting at the gate that afternoon, and he wasn't doing Tai Chi. You must remember not to get carried away. Strive to reach high rank as soon as you can, and share the burden for Huaxia. Then, as I walked past, quieter, not really to me, you don't have much time left. Yang Mei came home that night with news from the association. Every teleport allocation had been moved off the extreme cold land and onto the endless sea. I went and checked it myself because I didn't want to believe her. Extreme cold land, 10 common stones. Endless sea, 5. On promotion. They were discounting tickets to a war. I came back with my face doing something she'd never seen and told her she was not to go into any creature zone. Not with the association, not for the association, not at all. And if that meant leaving the association, then she was leaving the association. Then I lay in the dark and talked to a sleeping dragon. Dragon brother, when are you waking up? Half a year. It's only half a year. No, it's 5 months now. The tournament money came through. 1,300 intermediate stones, split between me and Shui personally. Liza's group of 3 got 150. Duanling Xiao's 5 split 50. Shui took the card out of my hand. The financial power in the family belongs to the woman. I did not have a counter-argument prepared. Cho Si-yu arrived to interrogate her about who had stolen her little Duan Duan, and Shui answered in front of me, out loud, with no visible effort at all. I like Ling Song. I lost the ability to speak for approximately 1 minute. Then, the animal department started showing up to look at me, which is how 3 large men ended up offering me a duel for 15 intermediate stones. Only this much? Go find more people, however many you can find. If you can beat me, all 1,300 are yours. They found 35. They pooled 200 intermediate stones. The ice department declined to participate and opened a betting pool instead, which I consider the correct response. 35 animal system users transforming at once is genuinely frightening, and pretending otherwise would be a lie. Tigers, leopards, wolves, Black bulls, rhinos, bears, and 4 things with wings that took the high ground before anyone gave an order. The phantoms come out first, hanging over their owners like heat off a road, and the pressure of 35 of them arriving at the same moment hits your chest before a single one of them moves. Xue stood at the edge with her arms folded and did not offer to help because I had told her not to, and because she wanted to see it too. I opened with ice bindings, and with the domain behind them they held for about 4 seconds, which is 3 seconds longer than they had any right to. Then 35 of them broke my ice with their fists. That's the whole story of nature versus animal at close range. Your control skills are a suggestion. Their answer is arithmetic. The first tiger reached me, and I did not dodge it, because I wanted the rest of them to commit. They committed. 35 people converged on one spot in a training yard, and the sky went black over a university campus in the middle of the afternoon. So the sky went black, and a storm came down on 35 people and threw them several meters, and the instructor got ice armor onto them in the last half second, and afterward there were cracked ribs across the whole yard. And then they refused to pay. So what if we renege? These prize duels are private. The instructors can't interfere. There is a specific technique I had never used before that day, thunder needles, a millimeter thick, 10 centimeters long, and precisely enough current to make a large man dance in place without being able to finish a sentence. The instructor arrived to find 35 students vibrating. I just think they look a bit dirty, so I'm giving them a bath. Xue and Siyu gave statements. I searched all 35 with insight and took 300 and some stones off them. The extra 100+ pieces are the interest for your dishonesty. Nobody at Moju University offered me a prize duel again. 2 months went by, and how I spent them is embarrassing. Every class was the endless sea now, every department, every day. I spent those classes lying on a rock at the edge of the barrier with my head on Xue's lap, while 100 students fought mermaids and octopuses until the shouting reached a specific pitch. God, we can't beat them! Help us! Ling Shi, help them with the sea creatures. My kill count sat at the top of the school rankings for 2 straight months, several times the second place. Second place changed every week. First place never did. By the end, they didn't even celebrate it. It was weather. Old Master Song came back from a 2-month absence and told me where he'd been, which nobody had asked him to do. The endless sea region, scouting the way for you all to go there in the future. Xue had gone from 11 stars to 12 in those 2 months. I was still sitting on 9 because everything I ate went into the Dragon Fund. 9 to 10 in 2 months, he said. That's a bit slow. Then he gave me the actual news before the school got it. Every second-year student in Huaxia is being sent to the Endless Sea. Departure the day after tomorrow. Your time has come. Yang Mei asked to come with us and got the only refusal I have ever enjoyed giving. I can barely take care of Xue alone. If you come too, you'll just be more trouble for me. She threw a cushion at my head from across the room. The instructor announced it to the class the next morning. No more classes, real combat instead. The terms were harsh and they were honest. The university provides no further resources. Each student gets a storage ring holding 5 square meters with the journey prepaid. The ring is your student ID. 6 days to reach barrier number 10. Anyone who does not take a ring is considered withdrawn. You can choose to evade, she said, but a superhuman spends their entire life as an enemy of extraordinary creatures. There's no escaping it. I put Xue's ring on for her. I put it on her ring finger, and neither of us said anything about it, and she wore it that way for the rest of the year. Our team of 4 was me, Xue, and the Mu sisters, Siyu and her older sister, Si Qi, both vermilion birds, both faster than anything on the ground. He Jingjing came to invite us about 90 seconds too late, and was extremely displeased about it. My one piece of advice to my own team: buy more healing, anti-inflammatory, and disinfectant medicine. We don't have a light system user. On the mountain path, a man in white with ice for eyes was standing in the middle of the road. What big talk. Even I wouldn't dare say I'd raid every extraordinary creature nest clean. A mere mid-rank has quite the nerve. Duan Ming, war god, her father. The man who froze a city block in Xuanbing while I was digging under a mountain. Where has my daughter been living? 4 people said nothing at all, which is itself an answer. And Xue, who has never once in her life taken the easy road, said, "At Ling Song's house." Every plant on that mountainside iced over between one breath and the next. The path, the grass at the edges, the pine needles, individually. Nobody's temperature dropped except the world's. I did the only thing available and stood still. Father. If you dare to bully Ling Song, I'll never forgive you. There was a pause of about 4 seconds, and in those 4 seconds I understood something about the strongest man I have ever stood next to, which is that he had already lost this argument at home, months ago, and had come out to the mountain path to lose it again in person. The ice stopped spreading. A daughter grown up can't be kept at home. If you dare to bully Ling Song, she said, I'll never forgive you. He put a hand on my shoulder on his way past and said one sentence that I did not understand for another 2 months. The deeper your feelings for each other, the stronger the ice and snow love. Then he left on an ice dragon, because of course he did. He never used a single technique in front of me. He didn't need to. Standing near that man is like standing near a cliff edge. Your body knows before you do. The last night at home was quiet, and I'll leave it there, except for one thing she said at the door, which I've thought about since. Come back. I left the card with 1,300 intermediate stones on the table where she'd find it after I was gone, because if I'd handed it to her, she'd have refused it. The energy building was 4 times as crowded as usual, and the crowd was wrong. Not students, men with the wrong equipment and the wrong conversations, and what they were discussing openly in a queue was student rings. Because a Modu ring is a pass into barriers number 9 and number 10, which are closed. It's free lodging and discounts inside the walls, and it's 5 square meters of whatever the previous owner was carrying. They were going to the endless sea to harvest people who were going there to fight. Xue listened to about 30 seconds of it with her face perfectly still. Who's the prey remains to be seen. The teleport to barrier number 10 only accepts a ring, and it scans each person individually. Ding! Modu University. Level 2 student Su Yu. While we were traveling, 5 old people sat down around a table on the top floor of the energy building and decided what to do with us. I know who was in that room because I found out later, and finding out rearranged my understanding of the last 4 months of my life. Old Master Song, the man who sweeps the gate of my university. Old Master Hong, the man who sold me a 1-coin potion out of a rocking chair. Old Master Fan, who holds 4 regions. Old Master Zhu, who runs the energy building. And an old woman named Wu, who speaks for the Black Alliance, which is not a company you can look up. The situation on their table. Japan is down to 3 barriers. Huasha has 10 barriers and 30 floating forts in the sea. And 10 of those forts and 2 of the large barriers have already been broken. And because so many high-rank users had been pulled east, fortresses near the Howling Abyss in the extreme cold land had started falling. They voted on 2 things. 1. Free teleports for the Black Alliance into the Endless Sea. Lure them in, charge them on the way back. 2. Send every second-year university student in the country to the sea. Old Master Song voted against. University students are the new force of Huasha. If they die prematurely, it's an immense loss. And if the barriers fall, said the old woman from the Black Alliance, there won't be a Huasha for them to be the future of. Say the second half of your sentence. I don't have a second half. I have an objection. Old Master Fan, who holds 4 regions and does not enjoy meetings, put it plainly. Every barrier they had lost so far had been lost because there were not enough bodies on the wall, and the schools were where the bodies were. Old Master Song lost the vote 4-1. Then he did the thing that I am personally alive because of, which is that he kept talking after losing. Mid-rank only, he said. Not initial. An initial student in the Endless Sea is not a soldier. It's a delivery of stones to the other side. And not peak either, because a peak student is 1 step from high rank, and you do not spend a high rank to hold a shallow. And 2 barriers, set aside, for the schools alone. Walls the students can actually get behind. They gave him all 3 because it cost them nothing and because he'd stopped arguing about the vote. That's what a high-rank light element does when he can't win. He negotiates the terms of the thing he lost. And at the end of the meeting, 1 more item. They took the bounty off my head. All of it, quietly, by decision of a room I didn't know existed. The man who placed it was Li Changyuan, Advanced Animal System, Xuan Turtle Line. What's the background of that kid? Asked Old Master Zhu. That kid has no background. What? No background? Barrier number 10 is dark. That's the first thing. Not dim, dark, with the sound of waves hitting the outside of the wall coming through the stone, and air so wet it beads on your face, and a smell of fish so heavy that all four of us gagged at the gate. The barrier is the size of a city. The walls are tens of meters high, and the city gates are set into the upper third of the wall, with staircases running up both sides because the water outside is that deep. There are no hotels. Every building has been requisitioned for a university, each with its own block, and Modu's block is nearly at the gate. Strong schools go in front. That's not a compliment, that's a firing order. Our instructor briefed us on the steps. Barrier number 10 is Huaxia's last line of defense in the Endless Sea region. Students get free lodging and discounts. Outsiders can't stay long. Then the part she made us repeat back. When you enter the Endless Sea, it's best not to trust anyone besides yourselves. That includes your teammates. The assignment: coastal cities the sea has swallowed. Binhai, Yang, Water City. Clear the creatures out of one, and it pays 50 intermediate stones a head. At the gate, they caught a man wearing someone else's ring. He couldn't name the owner or the school. They took the ring and threw him out, which is the entire due process available out there. Then we went into the sea, and the fog closed at 100 meters. I see 500. The first thing I found was 3 intermediate ghost-faced demonic octopuses lying on a reef, relaxed, sunning themselves like retirees. In the extreme cold land, an intermediate creature that close to a fortress would have been ore weeks ago. Here, they weren't worried about anything. The plan was, don't let them reach the water. Ice bindings, then chains, then the chains tighten and the tentacles come off. The Mu sisters came down out of the fog and finished the heads. 5 intermediate stones for the first minute of the Endless Sea. Then I made the sisters tell me the truth about their power. They didn't want to. It's an animal system thing, and it's private, and the phrasing they used was careful. We are a team, I said. If you two have a problem with your superpower, I have to know. This is not a joke. So, it accumulates. Every transformation stacks a debt, and about once every half month the debt comes due and puts them flat on their backs for a full day. No strength, no phantom, nothing. Medicine can push it out to a month, push it further, and the power simply stops answering when you call it. A day of rest somewhere safe clears it. Then we go back inside the wall every half month, I said. That's the schedule. It's not a discussion. Chi-Chi, who is the older one and the quiet one, looked at me for a while after that. Then we marched, and I changed our heading 4 times for no reason I was willing to explain, and we walked past 4 separate hunting parties without one of them ever seeing us. By the second week, the sisters had stopped asking why. Binhai is dead. The skyscrapers are broken off at odd heights, all of them leaning the same way, because whatever came through went through in one direction. There's black smoke standing up in 3 places, with nothing burning underneath it. The water comes up to the 2nd floor, and it doesn't move, because there's no current in a city, and there's no sound. That's the part nobody warns you about. No birds, no engines, no wind between buildings. 4 people wading down what used to be a 6-lane road, and the loudest thing in the entire city is us. There was a bus half out of the water at the intersection with its destination board still lit. Somebody's laundry was hanging off a 3rd-floor balcony, bleached white by 2 years of salt. Siyu stopped talking about an hour before we reached the center, which for Siyu is a medical event. How many people lived here? Sichi asked. Nobody had a number. I looked at the size of it, and I stopped wanting one. First scan, 20-plus intermediate creatures and several dozen mermaids within 500 meters, which means the city holds hundreds. I took the team to a warehouse because that was where the creatures were gathered, and they were feeding. I'm not going to describe it. I looked at it for about 2 seconds through insight, and then I stopped looking, and the only thing I'll say is that the people in that warehouse had run there because a warehouse feels safe. Siyu kicked the door off its hinges. Bindings, chains. Arrow rain. The sisters took the small ones apart at head height. It didn't take long. Afterward, I sent all 3 of them outside and stayed. There was a lighter on the floor near the door. Somebody had dropped it running. I put a spark into it from across the room and let the building take care of the rest. Burning them was the only funeral available. The 5 of them came out of a wall 2 streets later. Cao Zhi, hunting tiger. Duan Wu, lion king. Guo Wu of wind. Zhou Yong of fire. Li Min of wood. The demand came out rehearsed, so I know they'd done it before. Rings off, all of them. Stones too. Do it, and the boy walks. Li Min's vine prison went up around us and froze solid before it closed. Shui released 2 skills at once, which is already something people write home about. Then I released all of them. Chains, arrows, blizzards, bindings, blades, cones, everything the ice element has, at the same time, in a street. It's already outrageous for one person to release 2 ice skills, Cao Zhe said, and his voice had gone strange. You 2 released all of them. High rank? Are these 2 high rank? 3 of them went into the chains and came apart into ice, and there was nothing left in the water but shards. That's what I mean about the sea. It doesn't leave anything behind for you to look at. Then the Mu sisters did the thing I had never seen either of them do. They didn't summon their phantoms. They merged them. The vermilion bird went into the body instead of over it, and both of them lit up red from the inside. Animal phantom merging with the body? Cao Zhe was backing up. How is this possible? I've never seen anything like it in my life. Vermilion bird's sky-shattering kick, twice. We took 5 storage rings off that street. Which is how I ended up wearing 6 rings on my fingers, like a man who has recently come into money and wants the neighbors to know. That night, we camped on the roof of the only intact high-rise, and there was already a dead fire up there and a few skewers lying beside it. It had been their spot. We were sleeping in it. I put all 5 rings on the concrete. Right. To let you experience the joy of opening blind boxes, I genuinely don't know what's in any of these. I opened mine first. Binoculars, rope, folding shovels, and 6 intermediate stones. Both sisters laughed at me until they had to hold on to each other. Sius had food. Real food, meat, vegetables, clean water, and 20 stones. That one changed the mood considerably. Shui opened the 3rd one and went still. It was full of other people's things. Women's jewelry, a bundle of student tokens from 3 different universities, small souvenirs with names scratched on them. Someone had been collecting. 30 intermediate stones sat underneath it all. Ling Song, take this away, now. I threw the ring off the roof without opening my mouth, and we listened to it hit the water. Sichi got the jackpot. Icy intermediate stones and absolutely nothing else. Leader's ring. He'd been carrying the group's money and nothing personal at all, which tells you what he thought his odds were. The 5th had 150 common, 30 intermediate, and 4 combat suits. Total, 172 intermediate stones, 43 each plus the commons. I made them all take it before I said the other thing. If we get killed, our resources go to somebody else's blind box. Until we're out of the endless sea region, none of this is ours. At midnight, she tried to sneak up and put her hands over my eyes. I caught both wrists without turning around. Do you not know I have spatial insight? And you still tried to scare me. And then, while she was still complaining, the entire city stood up. Creatures came out of every building at once. They broke through walls and came down streets and climbed the sides of towers, and then, this is the part that made my stomach turn over, they started fighting each other. The winners ate the losers. Through insight, I watched a small octopus finish another one and then grow. Not slowly. Its body thickened and its tentacles lengthened while I was looking at it. Evolution? And then, out loud, to 3 people who were still rubbing their eyes, this is bad. Every hunting party in Binhai woke up to the same arithmetic. Kill them tonight, or tomorrow there are twice as many, and they're bigger. So we made bait out of the fastest people in the city. The Mu sisters flew low over the streets, whipping creatures with steel cable. The stuff is light as yarn in the hand and lands like a sledgehammer, and then led the whole screaming parade back toward our building. 400 meters out. 500, never further. As long as both of them stayed inside my insight, nothing that came at them was ever going to reach them, because I was cutting the tentacles off behind their backs with space shatter the entire time, and neither of them noticed. They thought they were just very fast. Other teams watched from other rooftops and could not work out what they were seeing. How were all the tentacles striking those 2 girls cut into pieces? Jie didn't believe the mechanic when I explained it, that I poke at empty air and something 200 meters away falls apart. So I demonstrated on the nearest octopus. It came apart at the seams, and its own kind was eating it before it finished sinking. Then I put 2 elemental spirits over a drowned city. 50 or 60 intermediate creatures at once, both of them at maximum output, and the closest description I have is the one that occurred to me at the time, which is a nuclear test. The sea went to live current for hundreds of meters in every direction. Every building inside that radius came down flat. All of Binhai shook. 2 streets over, another team's high-rise went with it, and I heard a man screaming as it fell. A high-level master came to bomb the city. What I had failed to account for is that two spirits are not twice one spirit. The shockwave came back at our own building, and Lingxi had to physically damp it to stop our roof from folding. "Master," she said when I'd finished hugging Shui for reasons of shockwave safety, "I want a hug too." By morning, we had over 500 intermediate stones and more than 1,000 common ones. 125 intermediate each. The district was clear. The district was also gone. And the water level in the streets had dropped to knee height, because the sea in a city goes where the creatures go. Teams came from all over Binhai to stand at the edge and look at a flat field where a district used to be. It'd take us months, maybe half a year, to find and kill every sea creature in one district. We slept days and worked nights after that. 2 nights later, I picked up 4 people dying in a warehouse. Li Dong's team. They'd gone in for a room with 10 intermediate creatures in it, which is a reasonable thing to attempt if you're 4 mid-ranks who don't know better. We might die here. I cleared 5 of them before anyone knew I was in the building. The other 5 I broke the limbs of with chains, and then I stopped. They're yours. Finish them. Because the stones belong to whoever lands the kill, and those 4 had already paid for them. They tried to kneel. "Great Master!" "We're not great masters. You've misunderstood. And there's no need to thank us. We're all Huaxia superhumans. It was a small favor." "What? You're not great masters?" I asked them for exactly one thing in return, a healing orb from their light user. "We're a bit tired recently, and on the way out, because I liked them, you should leave this district tonight. It might be a bit dangerous here." There was a pause of about 2 seconds. Holy crap, the city's going to be bombed again. For 3 nights, the hunting teams of Binhai ran ahead of us, district by district, and the rumor moved faster than we did. "Everyone work harder. Kill a few more before dark, or we won't even get a drop of soup. You old hag, if you don't run, the Great Master will blow you up." By the 3rd night, there was nowhere left to run to, and when the last volley stopped, the sea went out of Binhai completely, out of the streets, out of the basements, out past the harbor, and a kilometer further than that, and left behind mud and dust and a skyline you could see the far side of. Binhai was a city again. An empty, flattened, terrible-smelling city, but a city, standing in daylight, above the waterline for the first time in years. Our take, per person, for that run? 345 intermediate stones and 664 common. The Moo sisters sat down in the mud where the harbor used to be and cried, and neither of them could explain why, and I didn't ask. The principal found out we'd won because the water dropped. He was in a meeting inside barrier number 10 when somebody came through the door without knocking to report that the sea level at the wall had fallen a full meter overnight, which does not happen unless an entire city has been taken back. He went out onto the wall to enjoy it. And something came up out of the water in front of him. Kale, Lord class, out of mine number 10 of Atlantis. Humanoid in outline and nothing else. No features, no organs, 10 red tentacles, and a purple stone set in the forehead. 2 larger ones behind him. Your Huaxia has broken our agreement. Because that's the thing nobody had told me. There is an agreement. High-rank users do not touch low-rank battlefields in the shallows, and the creatures return the courtesy, and an entire war is being fought inside that fence by people who are expendable enough to be allowed to. And a city that flattens itself in 3 nights looks exactly like a high-rank breaking the rules. The principal released his domain spirit. A crimson flame hunting tiger, fire at 17 stars, wind at 14, and the surface of the sea caught fire, and the fog for a kilometer around simply left. Kale went into Binhai to collect evidence, with the right to execute whoever he found. I picked up 3 high-rank signatures through insight, and my hands went cold, because I'd felt something like that once before, in the Howling Abyss, and you do not forget it. Kale swept the ruins and found no high-rank aura anywhere. What he found was 4 mid-rank students, 2 identical girls in red, 2 identical purple-dressed spirits, and a boy and a girl who both carried ice and lightning. I could hear him working it out, and it's the only time I've ever been genuinely afraid of arithmetic. 4 humans at the start of their curve who would eventually cost his kind a great deal. Right there, standing in the mud. You 3, take off your veils for this Lord level. Nobody moved. 10 red tentacles rested on the mud and did not come any closer because he had 2 high rank behind him and no reason at all to hurry. He wanted our faces, that's all, to circulate them through the clan and put a price on each one, the same way a man in a fortress hangs a portrait on a gate, and I had already learned exactly what a portrait on a gate is worth. Siyu's hand found her sister's. Shui did not reach for anything, which was worse. And I stood there doing the only arithmetic available. 3 high rank, 4 mid ranks, no great master allowed to interfere, and an agreement that had held for years and was currently the only thing between us and the water. Then the sea caught fire. A wall of flame came down between us and him, 100 meters of it, close enough that the mud under my boots went hard. Sabo, you're dreaming! The 3 girls had covered up. I hadn't. There had been no reason to an hour earlier, and by the time there was a reason, it was already done. Kale counted himself out loud, backing into the water. 5, 4, 3. He left because the agreement is worth more to him than 4 low ranks. He said on the way down that he'd be watching. He had my face. That was the price of Binhai. And I'd already paid it before I knew it was for sale. The instructor carried us back on wind and told us to stay inside the wall. At the gate, the guards counted 5 student rings on my fingers and drew the obvious conclusion. This kid didn't kill few people out there. He's a ruthless one. They couldn't confiscate anything. There's no law in the Endless Sea, and that cuts both ways. Nobody can take a ring off you inside the wall either, no matter how you came by it. One of them said it to my face as I went past, not even quietly. 5 rings. Whatever's under that hood, don't turn your back on it. Which is a reputation I hadn't asked for and couldn't correct without explaining a street in Binhai, so I let it stand and hated it, and it followed me for the rest of the month. I handed the rings out to the girls at a jog. That night, the 4 of us slept behind a locked door in room 301 for the first time in 3 weeks, and the sound of the sea hitting the wall put everyone under inside 10 minutes. In the morning, both snowflakes were glowing blue. They'd resonated in the night, and the ice and snow love had moved up a stage, and the new function was this. She could hear what I was thinking. I found out the way you'd expect. I thought about what her father had said on the mountain path. The deeper your feelings, the stronger the bond, and she answered it out loud without me saying a word. Then I'm finished, I said. I'll have no more secrets from you at all. Then I thought, reflexively, Little Dragon is going to find this hilarious. Who is Little Dragon? Cough. Little Dragon is a friend of mine. She let it go. She absolutely did not let it go. I also took 1,300 common stones to the exchange counter that morning because carrying 1,300 of anything is stupid, and I want the results documented. The clerk counted them. Then he counted them again, with a machine, because 1,300 is a lot of counting. Then he pushed 6 stones back across the counter. 6. That's the rate. That's 1,300 stones. That's the rate. 200 common stones is 50,000 star coins. 6 intermediate stones is 1 million. Somewhere between those 2 numbers is a gap that somebody is standing in, and I stood at that counter doing the arithmetic 4 separate times looking for the place where I'd been robbed, and there isn't one. The gap is just there. It's built into the world. Definitely. Unreasonable. I took my 6 stones and left, and Shui, who was waiting outside, and who had heard every stage of that thought process through the pendant without me saying one word, did not laugh until we were most of the way down the corridor. Then the principal sent for me. The meeting hall on the top floor of barrier number 10 is the size of a stadium, and the table seats 100, and I sat down in the nearest chair because my legs were tired. Do you know what kind of people are qualified to sit here? I started to get up. Only superhumans who are great masters and above, and everyone who sits here bears the mission of protecting the whole of Huaxia. I got up faster. You've already sat down, so you now also bear the responsibilities of a great master. Then he gave me the job. 1 month. The 9 remaining coastal cities, all of them back above the waterline. Their own estimate for doing it without us was 1 to 2 years. I asked why us, and he answered honestly, which I've come to expect from him and still don't take for granted. In all of Huaxia, Only 2 people below high rank have an elemental spirit, and both of them were standing in that room. Spirits are found by accident, deep inside other people's territory, and when one is found it goes to a high rank, because the return on it is higher. They'd been handed 2 at mid-rank by a boy who bought a potion for 1 coin. How careful do we need to be with the cities? You can blow them up or destroy them however you like. And the last condition, which was the real content of the meeting, everything you do out there, you do on your own. The great masters have an agreement not to interfere on the low-level battlefield. So the men who sit in those chairs cannot come when we call, and they know it, and they gave us the job anyway. I hope you little fellows can give us old guys a big surprise. Shui absorbed about 100 intermediate stones in 24 hours and finished topping out 12 stars, which is the ceiling. From there, you need a breakthrough or a star flower, and neither is bought at a counter. Our names went up on the board by the gate of barrier number 10. Su Yu, Ye Bing Lan, Mu Ling Feng. Mu Ling Yu successfully reclaimed Binhai City. All 3 of them went red and left. I stood there for a while. Then I went and bought a silver mask, and I paid a serious price for it without arguing, because I had learned what a face is worth exactly 1 day too late. The first thing I ever bought with my own money was a bottle of awakening potion that cost 1 coin, out of a shop where everything else cost more than my life was worth. The most expensive thing I have ever bought is a mask. I was sitting on the steps by the gate putting it in my ring when both of my palms started to hurt. I turned them over. There was a snowflake on each one, and they were going red. And my first thought, my only thought, for about 2 full seconds, was that Duan Shui was dying somewhere on the other side of the wall. Then the temperature dropped. Not around her, around me. The air went white, and the snow started coming down out of a sky that was 300 meters below the surface of the sea, over a set of stone steps, with nobody near me at all. Holy crap. Domain power. It wasn't hers on loan anymore. It was mine. The bond had given me the domain outright, and I found out over the next week a little of her cold, quiet way of looking at people permanently installed in my face. Somewhere 400 meters away, in a room with a locked door, she heard the whole thought and had the decency not to comment. "Ice and snow love," I said out loud on a staircase to nobody. "You really do still love me." 6 months ago, I was standing at a bus stop outside Star City with 11 coins in my pocket, buying the cheapest bottle on the shelf because it was the only thing on the shelf I could afford, while a man in the queue behind me laughed at the sound the coins made. Yesterday, I sat down in a chair that only great masters are allowed to sit in, and a country asked me to take 9 cities back from the sea in 1 month, alone, with no one coming to help. I'm going to do it, but there are 2 things out there in the dark that I have to tell you about, because they're both still breathing. The first is Kale, who is Lord class and who has my face, my actual face, no mask, in daylight from 4 meters away, and who is right now circulating it through a clan that lives at the bottom of the endless sea. The second is an old man called Li Changyuan, who put 30 million on my head over a son I killed in a prison yard, and who is advanced rank, and whose bounty 5 old people quietly cancelled in a room on the top floor of the energy building. Nobody cancelled him. And he's had 6 months to think about me.